this Lycan really has becoming the big X factor. I don't think Spirit expected him to be this strong out of the laning phase. And now is going to comfortably move into his triangle and start farming up. I think once he hits that Diffusal Blade, look to see Spirit try to, LGD try to make some move. But I think if LGD gets to farm up right now, they feel like they've hit they have enough map space to where they're comfortable playing around their cooldowns and just waiting for the Disruptor ultimate to come online, wait for the Lycan to finish up his items, and then just play around his forms together with the power runes that the Pangolier is securing.
I mean, in this sort of game where, you know, both teams playing as carefully as they are, just 1 to 2, coming up to 11 minutes, do you look at the Naga Siren and feel that for Spirit, if they can keep this game in pretty calm waters and not allow the early aggression from PSG.LGD to get to them too much, this Naga Siren will be able to carry out in the later stages, or do PSG.LGD always have the means to deal with her?
I think to some extent you are happy, but I feel like you wanted the laning phase to go better so that LGD's timings come later into the game. So knowing that your lanes haven't quite gone the way you wanted them to, they must feel like, okay, at some point now, once LGD gets items, they're going to come running at us.
Look at this Tom, nothing to say. He's going to get the lead in onto Collapse. They'll drop the static Som as well, putting no chance of Collapse being able to return fire quite yet with a potential Ravage. Doesn't matter though, he's able to walk out to the side. They'll go for the glimpse back on him. He'll simply look for the TP out, and there's nothing to put a stop to it. Collapse, realizing his strength here with a Hood of Defiance, he's got enough tank ability to just TP out of it all. That's the Rolling Thunder and the Static Storm put to waste there by PSG.LGD.
Yeah, great jukes. He just dodged out the Pangolier spells, and once the Rolling Thunder missed, he knew that he was safe. Glimpse is used, TP out. Just great presence of mind there from Collapse, knowing exactly how to play his situation out and get out safely. I love what LGD are doing though. If you take a look at the top lane, this is one of the things I loved about how OG ran the Wisp in the position 3. They recognize that Wisp's item timings are really important for you to keep these heroes alive. Because if you think about how healing works in Dota, heroes keep growing their hero pool, like health pools, but the healing items are static amounts of heals. So 250 health on a hero that has 1000 HP is like a lot more than it is on a hero that has 3000 HP. So if you hit these heal item timings early into the game, that really enables you. And they've given Xingqiu the top lane to sit here and farm comfortably.
See down bottom, Wang, quite a dangerous position here. The side of the jungle that sees Spirit in Toronto, Tokyo will be quick to put a stop to it.
Naga Siren also closing in on the Mantha. And by the looks of it, she's going to get that item before Ursa even completes his Diffusal Blade. So Yatoro's probably very happy in this game, feeling comfortable with how it's going right now.
And when you look at sort of what they have against him, do you feel that a lot of the map is pretty safe for this Naga Siren to farm in? As long as the Song and the TP's up, will he get away most of the time?
I mean, most likely. I think the tricky thing here, if you're LGD, is how do we deal with the illusions? How do we deal with the Naga putting illusions in our jungle that will scout out our movement and force us to play away from Roshan? Because as Dyer here, Notail and Seb also very touched on this a lot, the Ursa wants Aegis. This is his most key item, especially when you're going up against big cooldowns like Ravage, like Finger, Earth Splitter. You know these long cooldowns, people don't want to use them on your Aegis, so it's going to be important for him to get it. And the Naga, as long as he's able to play top and put illusions in the top Dyer jungle, it's really hard. Like, what are you going to do? Because their heroes don't have ways to effectively kill the illusions.
And you feel that Spirit, their lineup, it's geared up pretty well to deal with the fact that PSG.LGD will look for the Roshan. They won't be afraid of turning up and trying to put a stop to it.
I mean, I think that's where the information game is going to be important. Can Spirit actually use the vision that they're getting to fight off LGD's timing? Because I think that is like the big question mark. Is the Ursa going to be too strong for you to kill? Or is it enough to just sleep away half the wolf fight duration and then try to fight them afterwards?
I think we're definitely going to see Yatoro start to increase the lead against Arme. Bottom lane White, he'll drop the Static Storm, trying to save himself, but Collapse and Maposhka will run him down, take him out. Faith Beyond, he's looking to get involved in this with the back, but nothing to say, being brought over by Xingqiu. They will get Maposhka. Can the three of them get Collapse? They're trying to commit their best onto it. They will leave the two cores behind as Xingqiu trying to let Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond finish the job, but they just can't. The damage isn't there. Toronto Tokyo is also starting to sweep over, so PSG.LGD, they have to back up and just accept the trade as it is, the support for support.
Yeah, and Collapse now knowing that, you know what, they can't actually kill me without the Ursa. It's only the Ursa that can threaten my life. Just comfortably sits bottom alone, pushes out the waves, gaining as much farm as he can. And in the meanwhile, Yatoro just pushes out top lane, farming out all these top jungle camps. If you take a look at the Dire jungle, there are no camps alive.
I mean, Yatoro's farm, he is creeping further and further ahead of Arme's Ursa. You know, if there's not going to be any blood being spilt and it is just the creeps dying, this Naga Siren is just going to charge ahead in regards to farm. Yatoro is going to be huge.
Yeah, and he's going for a very interesting build. He's buying the Aghanim Scepter, and the Aghanim Scepter allows him to use his Ensnare on heroes that are either slept by his ulti or spell immune. So this will give them a way to deal with BKBs. And traditionally, the way you deal with, for example, a Tidehunter Ravage is by buying a BKB. Or in this case, you have the Pangolier with Rolling Thunder. So he's actually going to be able to lock down the Pangolier during his Rolling Thunder with his net. It's a very, very smart item decision here from the Naga.
A very long lockdown and reduced cooldown and increased cast range. He's going to have no trouble finding the target that he wishes every single team fight.
Yep. LGD also heavily reliant on the Pangolier for the lockdown, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see him use it, specifically just to make sure the Pango can't roll over his teammates.
And I guess sort of the smart approach with this item is the fact that this sort of deals with this timing where PSG.LGD is going to be more ready to fight than he is, right? He can just sort of be the anti-fight. He just stops it, gets out of there, can keep playing his game. And certainly one of the crucial parts of PSG.LGD's initiation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Spirit, that's the name of the game, right? Can we drag this game on? And literally slowing him down during his role, forcing his timing to be unable to be used, is just exactly what Spirit are looking for in this game. But yeah, we're starting to see items gear up on LGD's side. If you take a look at the Lycan, his timing is really going to be the big thing. But I think Spirit have won the early game in that there's no Roshan killed yet. And that means the second Roshan is going to spawn slower, and that's no Aghanim Shard for Ursa for the first half hour of the game.
I mean, if you're PSG.LGD right now, what sort of calls are you making? Are you looking at an item that's round the corner and then saying we've got to go? Do they need to go right now? How urgent do they need to be?
I think they looks like they're gearing up to look for an opportunity, right? You finished up the Helm of the Overlord. The Ursa now has his Diffusal Blade. Your Wisp is closing in on mech. You already have the Holy Locket. So there's a lot of nice tools for LGD to take a straight-up team fight if Team Spirit presented to them.
Siame. He's going to start with a bit of a tickle onto Toronto Tokyo. The Remnant holds back the bear. Quick jump out with the steps. Nothing to see. He's trying to close in. Does he want to keep diving underneath the tier 2? Maybe trying to get some vision for a setup from the Disruptor, but now Team Spirit, they're far enough away. Nothing to say. We're going to hit with the Swipe Bronx of the Maelstrom. Nearly bringing him down, but Toronto Tokyo gets away. On as low HP as he is, Collapse also able to TP out, as there's nothing else to stop his escape. Team Spirit, they're able to avoid the move completely by PSG.LGD once again.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to involve the Naga. So during all of this time, Yator's still just gaining farm. He's 2,000 gold ahead of the Ursa already.
Oh my, this is going to be a problem.
He's getting out of control. He's only, I believe he just finished his Aghanim Scepter too. So he has Manta and Aghanim Scepter at 17 minutes into the game. He's crazy farm.
This is, I mean, Yatoro, it really has been eyes on him throughout the whole tournament and performance of Spirit. Top lane setups there with a net. That's the mid gone. Nothing to say. Going down, Yatoro. Instant song TP as he knows the response will be there from PSG.LGD. Gets out. They cannot catch him. Yatoro will continue to farm.
Yeah, this is a really important kill, but by forcing the Naga Siren to TP out, LGD now have the option of potentially taking back control of their jungle. So this is going to be their objective for the next minute here. As you see, they're going to try to contest this Tidehunter. They know the Naga Siren is not present.
See what they can do about Collapse. Jump already in onto the Disruptor. They're looking to burst. Collapse, he's holding on to the Ravage for now. Static Storm's down. Collapse gets himself out of the side of the Ravage. Onto the two, and then they blow up Arme. It's 3 dead at the moment on PSG.LGD. IO also caught out. GQ to fall.
That's absolutely massive.
My goodness.
Team Spirit's so aware of everything. They know that this is what LGD wants to do. The Naga TP'd out. They're going to come contest us. They position their heroes perfectly. You see the kinetic field come out, but there's no static storm to follow because you have the Lion in position to interrupt that. It's just Spirit are playing so well right now. They're just recognizing where LGD's timings are.
It just seems like already, just in the first 18 minutes of this game 1 of the Grand Finals, Team Spirit, they're just completely in the heads of PSG.LGD. The way that PSG.LGD wanted to play, it's just not happening. They're crumbling, they're falling apart. And Yatoro, he's just going to continue the glory. Mid lane, the setups there onto the Pango. Nothing to say, goes down. Another kill for this Naga Siren. I do not know or see how on earth PSG.LGD is going to stop this man this game.
He's getting out of control, and if you look at the Lycan, you can see he decided to not go for the Aghanims. He's going for drums. They're gearing up for a quicker timing in this game. I think the mechanism comes out on Xingqiu. They get the BKB finished up on Ame, and they're going to look for some sort of team fight. But the way that Team Spirit are abusing the vision, if you take a look at the map, like there are almost no dire wards anywhere. They're in firm control of where the vision is. And the only ward that they have, I think,
sama nggak ya? Gue nonton dari Twitch
more
sih.
information to play with, and this is what's allowing Team Spirit to constantly be reading LGD and how they're moving around the map.
Bottom. Toronto Tokyo.
Ini yang lagi urusan mukul gak?
Any catch from PSG.LGD, they just don't have the members around. Space
Lagi
is made, the tier 2
urusan
tower
hutan.
going down at the top lane. There won't
Ah,
be any
beda
defense
kah?
from PSG.LGD
Gara-gara
here.
buka di
Spirit
spot,
just continue to
makanya
hit the
nge-lag.
timings, take the
Jadi
objectives
delay.
at a pace that PSG.LGD's
Lagi
lineup will be
pukul
incredibly jealous of. This is what they wanted to be doing,
udah
and it's
duluan
happening
gua.
the other way around.
Gue udah
Yeah,
ini,
absolutely.
tower atas hancur.
They are starting to finish
Baru
up some key
kelarang
items
hancur.
though. You see the Pangolier now has a blink dagger, so they have an easier form of initiation rather
Oh,
than just
itu
trying to run at them with the roll.
lagi
So if
nggak
Team Spirit Heroes
ini,
start
nggak
getting
nonton
caught
live
playing
itu.
alone, there is a way for LGD to respond and punish.
Nggak tahu, iya kali.
Very close to this mechanism on the Wisp as well. It's just 100 gold away, and this really is the Wisp's big timing. You have both the Holy Locket and
No,
the
menonton
Blink
dari
to
stream
kill
gua
up
nih.
yours, and are just
Nggak
closing in on
nge-lag
BKB,
sih.
so
Harus
I'm
ya.
smelling a fight in the waters.
Bentar dulu, bentar.
Yeah, the next one, it's got to be strong from PSG.LGD. Another rough fight, and this game could quickly fall out of control.
Yeah, and as strong as a Naga Siren is when she's playing this kind of map game and she's able to get the pickoffs, she isn't the strongest hero to fight up against the Ursa. So if you think about how these heroes function against each
Team
other,
Spirit
the Naga can't
kuat
really fight
juga loh ya.
up against the Ursa straight up. So if LGD
Iya,
is able to
lagi
corner
bagus
Team
mainnya.
Spirit and they can take a fight where it's just a straight up 5v5 with the BKB and the mechanism finished, that could be
Naga
an amazing
Siren sih
timing.
kayak Mipol.
But Spirit don't want to allow that,
Nyikat-
so they're deciding to smoke up and make the move on their own first.
Iya.
See if they catch PSG whilst they least expect
Tadi
it. BKB is
agak
out for
salah
Arme.
emang si LGD.
See how
Why?
they start things off. They'll
Berapa
go for
kali
wide.
mereka gagal.
Take the disruptor out of the
Nge-game
action.
segala macam.
And Disruptor's a really key kill, because if the Disruptor isn't alive in the fight, they can't really go for Collapse. Look at Collapse's itemization. This is so smart. He's gone for the Yules together with the Hood and a Blink Dagger. And why is this interesting? Because if you're inside of a Static Storm, and you Yule yourself, and you have the Hood up, and there's no physical damage to hit you, you can actually just
Itu
blink
dia
straight out of it.
pakai meta
just
ikan
really,
lagi ya
really
buat
smart
sini,
item decisions coming
buat
out
si
of
Ursa.
Collapse here.
Well, we'll definitely have to look out for that play.
Maksudnya?
Yang Ursanya dibikin jadi ikan
Taking
lagi.
back into the hands of Spirit
Oh iya.
and keeping full control around this area, this Roshan, as you say, which is just sort of a
Kirana udah agak
dream, it seems, for PSG.LGD. They're never
Dari
getting
tadi
anywhere
itu.
close to this pit until
ya
they're
sih
able to
dari mid
find
17 ya tadi.
the fight that they've been hunting
Iya.
for the whole 22 minutes of this
Ya
game.
gue
They're smoked
nonton
up
dari
now,
Twitch ya,
ready
bisa
to go.
predik juga anjir,
PSG.LGD,
kaget gue.
They have to find success
Twitch
here.
emang bisa predik.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you take a quick
Tahu.
look at Lycan before the
Kayak
fight
di
breaks out,
in-game
he's
anjir
decided
nonton.
not to go for the wolf fight. They recognize that they won't be
Nonton
able to
pakai
play the
Twitch.
strat the way they
Iya.
intended for it to.
Tadi
He's
gue
gonna be building
coba
some damage
in-game,
items as well.
Smoke. We'll just
cuma
spell there on
kagak
Toronto,
jadi
Tokyo.
lah di
Same
Twitch
except
saya.
for PSG.LGD, they know that both teams are waiting here up
Gua
to the
nontonnya
side
pakai
of the
YouTube.
river on the respective
Males
edges.
buka
And now, Arme, he's going to sneak into the roche. Start
Oh
to
lu
try
ini
and
udah
take
ganti
it out
di
here.
YouTube nontonnya.
Yeah, for the first time in this game, they've
Dan
been
tadi
allowed
gua
to take
nonton
back the
YouTube.
dire jungle.
Kata lu tadi in-game.
So I expect Team Spirit also recognize that, you know what,
Kapan
we're
gua
giving up the
bilang?
dire jungle. What would
Salah
LGD
dengar
do with
berarti.
that? Well,
Yang mending
go to
dari
Roshan. So
YouTube gua ada, ini gue udah bikin nggak delay.
Spirits coming in. They know that they know. Stop
no.
it.
Nanti dulu bentar.
The
Gua
IO,
mau
they're going to lead it.
Oh, lagi
Orosan.
orosan.
The IO, the ranges the
Iya.
ball into the hands of Arme. Arme's able to get the roche kill, get the Aegis. They get the static shot.
Masih dapat Aegis
Thunder's
tadi.
running control. Toronto, Tokyo. But he's out with an astral step. Toronto, Tokyo
Selamat
actually
dia.
makes it out of there. Dissimulate as well.
Iya.
PSG.LGD may have got the roche. They may have got the Aegis. Toronto, Tokyo will still go down as Fate Beyond was able to
Mati
wrap
tapi
around and
vote
find
spiritnya.
him.
Yeah, really nice play there from LGD. What an unfortunate event there for Zinq. He gets pulled into the Roche pit. You really want to stay outside with a tether, but stay tethered to Ame, but
Yeah.
he takes one step too close, and then the Wisp comes inside the Roche pit, which gives Spirit the perfect opportunity there to go in. But I don't think they were quite expecting the BKB. So all in all, I think they're happy with this. You know, they gave up the Aegis, but it took them 24 minutes to get there. So Roshan number 2, which really is Ursa's key timing in this game to get that shard so that he can play most of the fights enraged, is going to come much, much later than they expected.
But definitely the beginnings of PSG.LGD getting this game back under their control.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they need to abuse the fact that they have the Aegis to try to gain some map control here. You want to try to get the lanes pushed out, force Team Spirit to play reactive to you, and then once you are able to corner them in, you're going to find that team fight that you so much want. So the hard part here for them is how do we deal with the Naga illusions, and how do we stop them from just using illusions to push the lanes back?
Weekend sekarang
and
mainnya
make us
gitu
play
ya,
the map game.
bikin domi yang ini,
I mean, and which hero are you
Next
sort of putting in
itemnya
charge
Domi
of
itu.
dealing with that?
yang bisa
I mean,
ngambil
they picked the
engine.
Pangolier as an answer, right? And if you look at his itemization, he's going for the
offline
Maelstrom.
sekarang
He's trying to
metanya
have some
begitu.
more damage and have some more presence to kill the illusions.
Iya,
And
jadi main
luckily
cuma
for him,
anak-anakan
Yatoro
gitu.
hasn't really bought any items that tank the illusions up. He's more so building his hero up so that he's
Jangan
able to
kan
fight
nanti
into the
Karmax
He's going for
juga
that Bloodthorn. It looks like he's going to
Mampus
follow it
juga.
up with a heart, so he's also gone for some sort of hybrid build where he can
Katanya
actually
yang
get
engine
solo
krypton
kills
golem
that he
gede
catches
itu ngasih
people out.
20% HP anjir.
And for
Gila,
Spirit
itu
right
tebal
now,
banget.
despite the Aegis falling into the hands of Arme, are you
Memang.
still very willing to fight?
Mantap,
How much do you need to respect this Aegis on the bear?
Gerakin nagai sakit banget nih buat clear creep enak banget.
Shinku will manage to make his way around the remnant. Quick tether back over to the safety of Arme.
Yeah, I mean, for Spirit, I think you want to fight, but it needs to be the right fight. You ideally want Yatoro to try to force some hero around the map, and then once you know that the PSG.LGD's heroes aren't in position to connect, then you can go for some sort of smoke. Then you can make that move. But the difficulty for them is you can't necessarily go on the Ursa. You don't have
Dia
the
bisa
tools to bring
view
him down
item
at the start
shop
of a
dong
team fight.
di game, di Twitch.
Got the eyes on the two of them bottom. PSG.LGD.
Ada
Arme
aja
and
ya.
Shinku. On their own down here for now. There is a relocate available, and of course with the Aegis.
Anjir bisa
Arme,
view
very
hero
hard target
detail
to
anjir.
jump.
Keren juga.
Pressure continues from
Nggak pernah
Yatoro
pakai assist
and
ya.
his illusions in the mid lane. Keeping
Pernah,
these
cuma
waves
gua
right up
kagak tahu kalau bisa
towards
dipencet
the
kayak di
base
in-game
of
gitu.
PSG.LGD.
And down bottom, Team
Wah,
Spirit are
tahu
just
sih.
waiting patiently, but LGD have recognized that they TP'd bottom, right? So it's very likely that their heroes are stuck on that side of the map. So here they come sweeping up towards the dire jungle, understanding that Spirit cannot already have moved their pieces from all the way from bottom back to top after the TP response to the tier 2 tower. So just smart play coming out from both sides. I think we saw this in the VP
Itu
Spirit
di
series.
LGD midnya siapa
Team
tadi?
Spirit are going to be really smart about only fighting
Mana
on their
nih?
vision, or where they
Oh,
feel
Pang.
comfortable that they have the information they need to take the fight. I think in this way, LGD is like maybe sometimes a little bit more reckless and will play with like assumptions. Like if they see you bottom, they might try to aim to fight you top, which we saw
Agak
earlier.
kurang bagus ya.
In the early game, you know, Spirit read that
Iya, iya.
perfectly. So if Spirit's able to get a good read like that, you might see them pounce.
Maksudnya sejadi-jadinya Pango ya gimana sih buat mid?
His aggressive item with the Bloodthorn complete. They're able to
Nyebelin
get that
sih.
lockdown
Cuma
with
ya
the
gitu.
stuns.
Cuma nggak bisa
Lion,
burst damage
the
aja.
Tide, that amp up of the damage will allow them to just destroy whichever hero they target.
Line
And
up-nya
something that I
LGD kan
noticed Team
targetnya kan
Spirit do a
taruh
lot when
Liga.
they feel like they're on the back foot is take over the
Oh iya.
enemy
20
triangle and
menit.
try to set up control here. And
Emang
this is something
begitu
that
dia
I'm sure
mana.
LGD are aware of too, but Lycan's in trouble.
They've got the setup
Ini
here.
ya.
You see the damage with the
ada.
Bloodthorn really amping up. It's not quite enough though. Faith beyond. Makes it away, has the plate mail
Tadi kata
and
komentatornya
the
gitu
Hyperstone
tuh.
done already onto
Tapi
the way
yang
to the
bener
AC. An additional bit of armor
Mau
certainly
buat
helping out.
Puiras ini si
Yeah, and
Lycan,
this
berarti
is an
dia
opening now for
nggak buat
Spirit.
aganin
The
dia.
Lycan form is down. They've one of the big tools in this team fight is gone. So in the other series when we saw LGD play the
Waktunya
tiny
udah nggak
Lycan,
pas.
the Lycan's form
Buat
himself
aganin
doesn't really
kayaknya.
matter. It was all about that wolf bite. But in this game, because
Soalnya
he decided to
urusannya nggak ada
itemize his
jadi
own
banget.
hero, the 60 seconds of downtime here is quite big. And you see LGD
Mungkin
pulling
ntar
back their
kali
pieces,
kalau misalnya
not
game
willing
lama.
to play aggressive on the top lane anymore, recognizing
iya.
that they don't have all the tools necessary to win a team fight.
Team Spirit remaining in this whole area of the triangle. Yatoro slowly sieging onto the tier 1 tower, seeing what sort of reaction they can force out of PSG.LGD. 20 seconds until that Aegis has gone off Arme. Unlikely to find a fight with that still in his hands.
Tadi
So the
ada
game
ini
once again falling
Dota
into
2 plus
a bit of a
prediksinya
risky
gitu.
territory for PSG.LGD, at least until they can hold off for that second round of
67%
Roshan.
menang tim Spirit
Yeah,
kalian.
and Illusions just slowly chipping away at this tower.
Iya.
They don't really deal
Kalau
a lot of damage,
late-
but it's
late games
something that,
menang- menang
LGD might
Spirit ya
respond
harusnya
to.
ya.
So they're keeping heroes close by that in case LGD just feel like, oh, it's just an illusion hitting our tower, they're
LGD
ready
sih
to
kalau
pounce.
nge-push cepet lu nggak tahu
And you
deh.
see nothing to say
Iya
for
sih.
He understands based on the fact that there's nothing happening on any of the other lanes. Both our middle lane
Ini
is pushing
game
out, top lane's pushing out.
ketebak.
Lycan's getting a lot of farm from all these waves right now. He
Dota
recognizes
emang
all the
gitu gak sih,
different heroes
nunggu
on bottom.
siapa yang blunder duluan baru
So careful showing his
menang.
face to clear the wave.
Kalau udah sekelas begini sih.
Yeah, both teams just
Yeah.
reading the map really well. And I think Spirit, this play that they've done has been so effective throughout all the tournament. But
Network
you know
juga
LGD is
nggak
on the
beda-beda
forward.
jauh.
Gonna spot collapse around, glimpse back with blinks there. Collapse breaks the combo, the setup. Instantly gonna go for the TP
Yeah,
out. They got
happen.
anything to put a stop to it? They do straight away. They're able to get the setup onto collapse. He'll look to
Masih
run,
taunting bro.
but the damage is done. PSG.LGD, they catch and kill off the
Kan emang
tie.
gitu.
Yeah, and this is a result, right, of Team Spirit has been in the lower bracket, so they've been playing so many games. LGD has that information based on
Mau
previous
buat
games of
tabs.
where does Team
Di
Spirit go when
sisiran.
they feel like they're behind. What do they do? What is their approach? And I think LGD is one of the best teams
Line
at the
up-nya
tournament.
LGD
They're
gak ada
just
damage
abusing
area
this
soalnya.
information that they're gaining about the teams. They
Iya.
understand
Damage area-nya
what
nggak
is
gede.
Team Spirit
Disrupt
specifically
doang.
doing. How do they approach the situation? And they find that smoke because of that. They're playing most of this game with very limited vision. I really want to point that out. Like they barely have vision of what's going on the map.
Well, even without their tide, Spirit maintaining their aggressive posture over PSG.LGD's half of the map and already looking for action once again around the bottom tier 2. See if they find the setup. They've got the Hex. They're going to let it jump in. Static Storm's going to be put down from Y. Stops the backup coming in.
Wah, sakit banget tuh.
Is it the burst enough? It is. They take down Arme.
Hilunya dong sakit
A
banget.
burn for the Bloodthorn. It's enough to send the bear back to base.
That's an absolutely massive kill. And I think Zinq felt like he could keep him alive. There was no relocate out. So next team fight, here's the tricky part. Do you relocate
Itu
Arme
sih
out
Ursa
as
loh.
soon as he gets hexed?
Carry-nya
Iya.
mereka.
Spirit has now proven to you that we have the abilities to burst your heroes. That's why he's also in trouble.
It should be another one. Hey, it's definitely another one, Yatoro. Target to target and over towards the mid. The BKB having to be popped by nothing to say. See if Yatoro's got the setup he has. There's the initial room.
BK bisa diikat ya.
See if they've got any further follow-up here. The relocate. They'll take
Itu
him out.
baru.
They've
Dia
got to
udah
keep
ganin.
nothing to stay safe.
Oh,
Yeah.
Get him away from
Kalau
Team
ganin
Spirit as Team
bisa
Spirit are
diikat
pushing
gitu.
down the mid onto another
Iya.
tier 2 tower.
gila.
Nice play by Faith Beyond. Tanks that Aether Remnant with one of his wolves.
Oh, diselamatin
But Team
Wolf.
Spirit, they're doing this so smart, right?
Yeah.
We heard the draft panel touch on it. Fighting 5 versus 5 is not really where they're strong. They want to delay this game, keep finding these pickups, try to find these opportunities where they can get a jump, burst someone really quickly, and use the fact that we have Ravage to reset. We have Naga Sleep to reset, which is forcing LGD to be very careful about how they use their cooldowns. And this is leading to them they're just playing this game very well. And these small decisions that they're making, where you notice they're not really charging into the enemy. They're not giving LGD the kind of fights that they're used to getting.
I mean, and with the heart done on Yatoro, you know, 26 armor, 3,500 HP. How hard is it for PSG.LGD to really ever get on top of him now and take him out with the focus of Arme's Ursa?
I think the biggest thing is that the illusions are tankier. If you take a look at how Yatoro is playing the fights, he's staying very far back with his primary hero, using the Bloodthorn and using the Ensnare, and having the illusions deal the damage. And if LGD really don't have heroes that want to hit illusions, Ursa wants to sit on top of a hero, like just keep hitting him, keep hitting him, keep hitting him. You don't want to hit these illusions where you get like 5 to 6 hits in, and then you got to switch over to the next one. That's a way of making the overpower a fairly useless ability.
Of course, that timer that they'll be having in their mind, the Roshan. Potential respawn in just over a minute.
And that minute feels really long, Owen. Let me tell you,
for
right now, if you're
PSG.LGD.
PSG.LGD, that
Yeah.
minute is coming very, very slowly. We see Tidehunter starting to eye up a Shiva's guard. That's going to make it even harder for the Ursa to stick on top of him and deal damage. They also just bought a Force Staff on the other Titan. I think for Team Spirit, they're recognizing that, you know what? LGD's not going to be able to kill us if we're just able to kite out their BKBs. And that's why you notice, like, nothing to say also has bought a BKB. I think the idea of this is he wants to try to use it to break out of, to have a longer period of time in the team fights where he's playing under Magic Community. Because there's just so much lockdown coming out from Team
Gila sih
Spirit.
farmingnya sih.
Ya cepet banget.
Go Scepter on Mira.
Berasa kayak
Tron
kita
to
kalau main
against
turbo
Jules,
anjir.
And the Kaya Sanj also eyeing up
Anjay.
the Shiva's guard, but I would be surprised if he doesn't change it up.
Farmingnya mereka
And
kalau
on the
kita
court, he
kayak
has a
main
full
turbo.
BKB too. So I'm really liking Spirit for this game one. They're in a very dominant position here. They're scaling up very nicely.
With the timer, they know it's going to be around the point where PSG.LGD are going to be checking out that Roche pit, looking for the respawn. Spirit, they're heading over to try and do something about the presence. They're going to jump straight in on the Xingqiu, burst with the finger.
Waduh.
As the IO goes down, no buyback. Xingqiu cannot
Oh,
get
ada
back into
kilo
this
lah.
fight. Nothing to say, has to roll out with the Thunder.
So this is huge, right? Both Lycanform was committed, as well as the Pangolier roll. So if the Roshan spawns, which it does, this is free Roshan for Team Spirit. And remember how much we talked about how badly you want this for LGD. It doesn't even matter if the Sagas comes to use for Yatoro. They just want to make sure that PSG.LGD doesn't get it. And this is the only shard, Aghanim's shard, that has dropped from Roshan throughout the entire game. So that's 1,400 gold that now is going to have to spend for himself.
Skill serilikannya ngasih
I mean, it
debuff
just
ke
goes to
musuh
show
ya.
how solid of a position that
Iya.
Spirit are in.
Kurangnya
Where
armor kalau nggak salah.
just a couple of ults expired by PSG.LGD and a dead IO, and suddenly the rest of the lineup, they cannot do anything about Spirit taking the Roche. Continuing their lead here, 7k up. I mean, Yatoro, he himself, 7k difference between him and Arme's farm. Well on the way to having a butterfly complete for the next bit of action as well.
Yeah, and with this butterfly, he actually has the option of now utilizing his own hero too, once the situation looks good for him, because the Ursa can't just burst him. The bash is going to miss, there's a proc chance on the bash, there's a proc chance on the miss, so it's going to be hard for the Ursa to just lock him down. And just very intelligently itemized by the Naga here. For the early part of the game, when he knew it was going to be a map control game, he bought the Orchid, he bought the Ags, played for the map, looked for those pickoffs, and those key pickoffs have really led to the situation that they're in the game now. Gembot picked up by Y. You can feel, they feel the pressure of the vision. They're not getting the vision that they're used to. They don't have the information that they're used to playing with in this game. I mean, Poshka is just shutting them down.
Spirit kah? Kayaknya. Udah LGD.
And Rage first out.
Anjir sampai di end red.
They're just going to have to stay well away from Spirit.
Mantap.
4 very, very scary minutes of Aegis on Toronto, Tokyo. PSG.LGD, they do not want to fight into this. But every minute that passes where they cannot look to brawl is going to be another
Defend high ground juga susah sih.
increasing momentum and
Nggak ada
mass
clear
of the cause of Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Iya,
And
nggak
surely
ada
right now,
areanya itu.
PSG.LGD are discussing how do we take a team fight? What is it that we need to do?
Naga
How do we
Sirennya terlalu
need to use
bagus.
our abilities in order to catch Team Spirit off guard? And for Team Spirit, I think a lot of the communication is
Pangolier
like, we need to
plastik
make
sih.
sure that we do
Dan
not let
keren.
LGD come out on the map. We don't want them to get out and farm. As long as we can keep them locked into their base, we can get all the items that we want, and then we get the fight that we want. And everything's going to happen on our terms. So you see, they rotate over to the top side here, expecting LGD to run out on the top side of the map. And here we go.
Semua diajak bertarung.
Time to look for that fight, PSG.LGD.
Iyalah.
Execution has to
Harus
be
lawan.
immaculate.
Yeah,
Kalau
they're
enggak
scouting
mah
with the wolves. They're getting the
makin
info they
lama
want.
naganya makin gendut.
Wah.
Link away from the lead-in. They'll turn their attention over towards Yatoro, but with the instead looks to hold him back. Nothing to say, is able to get out of it. As they'll get the static storm set up onto the Naga Siren, but the illusions, they're just forcing back Y. Swashbuckle's going to miss. I mean, Yatoro's
Nggak
barely
bisa.
been scratched. He's back up to full HP.
Iya.
PSG.LGD, they're able to run back.
Waduh.
Collapse. He's in with the Ravage onto the two of them.
GG.
Silence down onto Armeo. Pop the BKB. Turn towards Toronto, Tokyo. But they cannot stay for this fight. They've got to get back to the high ground, back to the base. As PSG.LGD have to charge back to the safety of their high ground as quickly as they head out. Collapse.
Kena satu lagi.
Gonna look for the setup here outside of the base. Another
Masih ada
BKB
BKB.
force. Faith Beyond trying to head back to the safety of his
Ikat
teammates.
juga.
Anjir, sumpah
Instead,
BKB
locks him
diikat
down.
kok.
The illusion's starting to go to
Emang.
work. Remnant left in the
Waduh.
position. They drag it back with a split into the finger. My goodness, the Lycan gets absolutely destroyed. And Toronto Tokyo's not done. Diving up to the tier 4s, committing with the dissimulate. He's trying to go for GQ. Will die underneath the towers, but he's got the Aegis. He's ready for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the micro decision making from Team Spirit is so beautiful to watch. I think every time a hero pops BKB, within half a second, there's a Naganet flying at it. And in the fight, you saw Ame pop BKB to try to man up and fight. And then the net comes,
Butterfly gimana
immediately he
mukul?
has to pop his ultimate. He can't use the enrage the way he wants to. He's
Nggak
forced to use it
pukul.
defensively all the
Butterfly
time just to break the net, just to be
taras.
able to stick on top of the targets.
Udah nggak
Just
bakal mati.
trying to
kita
clear
lihat.
out these illusions now. It seems
Kecuali
almost
dia nge-throw
impossible.
mainnya.
The Rex
Tapi nggak
dying,
mungkin.
the melee
Wah.
Rex will fall. They get the jump on Yatoro, but they've already lost Y at the start of the action. BKB from Arme, he's trying to stay on target, but Yatoro's able to sing their way back to safety.
Nggak
And
kurang
now he's ready to go
anjay.
back in. The song ends. Toronto, Tokyo, BKB up. Jump over with the Remnant. Grabs
Wah,
for the
sakit
answer.
banget.
Arme disappears in a matter of seconds. GQ to fall as well. GG
Oh, udah
is
GG.
called. And my
Iya.
goodness, what a buttery smooth start to the
Salah
grand
draft.
finals here for Team Spirit.
Gila
They
bahagia
couldn't
banget
have played
pokoknya
this
ya.
any better, Aiden. This is
Iya
how
sih
you
ya, menang TI.
dream of entering a grand finals at the
Meskipun satu orang
international.
Yes,
bangga banget.
absolutely. Everything they're doing, they're firing on all cylinders. Their macro understanding of the game, how LGD might try to
Ya,
sneak
sisa
out,
2 kali menang
they're in
lagi.
position to cover it. And then once that fight happens, they're immediately ready to respond in the right way.
3-0 kah?
I mean, that was incredible.
Kacau sih.
Yatoro turning
Spirit
up,
lagi ini soalnya on
doing it again.
fire dia.
Another hero,
Gila.
and it
Iya,
looks
pas lawan
it's a performance that's on top of the
sebelumnya itu
world.
Secret juga bagus
absolutely.
banget
I
ya,
think
man.
Yatoro, I mean, we all talked about Collapse so much throughout this tournament, but we gotta give Yatoro the praise he deserves. His hero pool is so
Mungkin
wide.
karena mereka
It's just
nggak pernah
allowing
lihat
Spirit to constantly
si
have these conditions,
Yatoro
win
ini
conditions
main naga
over their
siren.
opponents.
Jadi
And it really is, yeah, just not
dia
the
acak-acak
fact
sama
that
satu hero
he
itu.
himself is so individually
Toro
skilled
biasa main
on
apa?
these numerous carries. It's just that the
Ya,
team, they seem to
ya
have a
hero-hero
strat
kayak
to play
si
around
PA
every
gitu nggak sih
single one
sekarang?
that he's willing to pull
Eh,
out.
single hit
I
gitu.
mean, the Team Spirit are so strong. They,
Ya,
they look like a
lumayan
fierce
sih.
opponent,
Iya,
and I
ya.
think a lot of people might have
Mirip-mirip
expected
gitu lah.
LGD
Tadi
to be
dia
the
main
stronger
Secret
team,
pakai
but
apa dia?
you know,
Nggak inget
they just
sih gua.
proven you wrong. These
Oh,
guys
beda
can beat
banget
LGD
sama
for
naga
sure.
siren.
They absolutely can. What a way to start this grand finals. Team Spirit just
Naga
charging
siren
in
nggak ada yang pick
with the
kali
same
di
level
ini.
of strength that they
Iya,
have
belum
shown us
kayaknya.
throughout their entire run so far
Sejauh
up until
TI.
this point.
Makanya
It's
kaget.
continuing here where it counts the
Terus
most.
nggak ada
Game 1
responnya,
will
ya
go to
gitu.
Team Spirit.
A
Dan
very strong performance from Team
Follow
Spirit
dulu.
here in that first game, indeed. And I am looking forward to hearing from our 5-head draft panel, first of all. Gentlemen.
Are you
Menang siapa terakhir? Di game 3 aja.
NTH.
Anjay. 2-1 dong.
Iya.
Itu sekali lagi di ronde kali ini karena
5-6 sekarang.
kayaknya itu satu ronde yang berhasil dimenangkan oleh
Sih
Full
nonton
Sense.
di
Lagi-lagi
YouTube
semua
gua
karena
anjir.
PTC show.
Gue nonton di YouTube
Kita
lu
ngeliat
BG dari
banyak
tadi.
ini.
Oh.
Jadi karena PTC atau either John Olsen.
Tapi masih delay, tapi delay dikit sih kayak 2 detikan
kedua
gitu.
pemain ini.
Emang gue udah bilang.
Gue masih gak percaya apa yang baru
Gua udah
lihat.
buat
Kalau lu
gak
ngelakuin
delay.
itu di kompe, itu keren.
Apa emang
Ya,
begitu
namanya
ya?
juga
Ngelakuin itu di last chance qualifier di map ketiga dengan kondisi lu kalah 2-1.
Ini mah apa
Gua rada
main?
sebel aja denger soal 2 kali.
PTC benar-benar menunjukkan kelasnya sih.
Oh iya
Nah,
sih.
Northampton
Iya
tahu
juga
sekarang
ya.
kalau side A tidak semudah yang mereka bayangkan karena even dengan Spike
Dengan suara gue sendiri lagi.
dengan Sheriff pun PTC bisa dapetin kill. Sugar Zero tiba-tiba masih menahan dari arah Viper Speed. Gue kira
Dari
dia attack
Discord
ke
kah?
1 HP di sini.
Dari stream lah BG.
Siapa yang lebih sabar? Karena kita tahu
Ah enggak, maksudnya lu nonton dari
aim
Discord
banyak yang
gua
punya.
sini.
Oh enggak.
mekanik banyak yang
Oh.
punya, tapi sabar nggak semua orang punya. Tinggal kita lihat Lemis
Enggak lah,
next.
tapi ribet gue.
Ini di
Enggak usah
mana
lah.
ini? Kok bisa naik di sini? Ini triple ya? Oke. Posisi yang cukup unik diisi oleh Lemis next. Kayaknya dia di boost deh. Oh enggak, dia main deket banget ternyata dan untungnya diusir sama lockdown. Lemis next.
Wow.
ingin- Oh what?
Jadi masuk anjay.
Lemis next berhasil connect through the smoke. Untungnya ada resurrection. Oke.
Wow,
Dan,
gila
di
cok.
sini Lemis next udah free kill banget. Ini udah free shooting range dan quad kill untuk Lemis next.
Nyerang
Dan
Viper
bahkan
dia.
ace
Anjing.
untuk Lemmy menahan B-main dengan sangat kokoh. Northampton tahu di situ ada. Northampton tahu di situ ada Viper Speed,
Gila.
tapi kenapa mereka masih
Keras
kekeh
sih
lewat
emang.
situ?
Mau diaduin
Ada
anjay.
jalan yang lebih mudah.
Masalahnya mereka udah ulti kill
lewat
coy,
Viper
sayang
Speed
banget.
dan itu
Seriusnya
Lemmy Snacks
kaget
udah
banget.
easy banget.
Ini emang perlu nih, ini layak di replay. Ini PTC orang gila cuy. Bayangin kan dari Northampton, mereka ngeras ya.
Wah,
ke arah
stream lu
range.
udah mulai
Gua
nge-lag
tahu
nih.
Nah itu dari
Aduh,
dari
nggak
YouTube
jadi,
nih tuh ngeliat.
Baki-baki, udah ke side.
Oh
Tahu
iya dari
PTC
gua
sendirian,
nonton juga
ya,
ngeliat
Sheriff.
tuh. Ini udah
Partnernya
enggak
mati
sih.
PTC. Orang
Iya sih,
gila ini
itu-
PTC.
Nggak tahu, gua sama lu jeda
PTC moment, coy.
makin jauh udah
Asli
bukan
dah.
2 detik lagi.
Pencet live ya anjing.
Nggak logis sih. Dan
Gua mesti close
sekarang
streamnya
Soda
dulu baru gua buka lagi
akan
gitu.
melakukan push ke
Lalu
arah
tinggal pencet live
Ending,
doang.
pistol
Tulisan
round
live.
second half
Ah,
sudah
beda,
mulai nampaknya.
beda.
Dan seperti yang kita tahu, kita cukup penasaran dengan
Biasanya
agent
sama
line
aja.
up dari Full Sense bermain di attacker side split. Ini bakal menarik sih untuk kita saksikan.
125. Nah itu.
John Olsen yang akan memimpin garda terdepan sekarang. Ada pemain yang jangan ada jarak dekat. Soldam tidak mampu mendapatkan kill. John Olsen. Ghostnya memang
Beda 8
selalu
detik
tajam.
anjir.
One tap tadi ke arah
Ah
Soldam.
masa?
4 melawan 5 sekarang.
Iya.
Terpaksa harus mundur dari 10. Tapi ternyata 10 penasaran. Dia akan nge-push dengan frenzy di tangan. Tapi ternyata ditungguin sama pemain-pemain dari Full Sense. John Olsen akan mampu untuk mendapatkan 1 kill lagi. May memang nge-push ke arah May.
Iya ya,
tapi
kok
masih ada super
jauh
blast
ya
dari
bedanya?
arah Sewers. Chalala akan
Udah
langsung
bilang
melakukan
dapat
planting dan
buffering
retake
ya,
harus
tapi
dilakukan oleh NTH
kayaan
dengan
banget
2
ya sama
pemain
orang.
yang tersisa, yaitu Sugar Zero dan juga Astel.
Sedih
Datang
banget ya.
dari arah main dan juga datang dari arah Haven. Tapi smoke berkali-kali dikerahkan oleh Super Bass. Astel akan melakukan flash, mampu mendapatkan 1 kill. Tapi tidak lebih dari itu, seraya Super Bass akan langsung melakukan reflect 8-5. Full Sense mampu mendapatkan pistol round.
Boy, oh boy, pistol round berhasil di-secure dan Full Sense berada di posisi terdepan untuk memenangkan map ini. Kita lihat mereka udah punya ekonomi yang sangat mumpuni.
2 sama kan.
Northampton.
Tapi nggak tahu
Mereka
sih.
nggak mau harus melakukan eco,
Kekuatan
tapi kita tahu apa yang
comeback-nya
sering terjadi.
Northampton sih GG juga.
Iya, ronde
Iya,
seperti
dia
ini, apalagi Soldam
Panasnya
menggunakan
belakangan anjir.
shorty. So far so good untuk Full
Ini
Sense.
map pick siapa ya?
Dari Northampton sendiri masih belum bisa menunjukkan apapun ke kita karena memang
Kalau
mereka
split
belum
harusnya
mulai.
NTH sih.
Dan di sini John Olsen
Terus,
mencoba melakukan push langsung Soldam bermain dari balik poison
Apa
cloud
FS ya? FST
dengan
kayaknya.
shorty. Dan ini adalah senjata yang begitu menyesalkan apalagi ketika di tangan Soldam. Dan nampaknya side A di stack 4 pemain. Jadi kalau Full Sense datang ke side ini, bisa saja mereka salah masuk kamar. Karena kayaknya ini akan menjadi side yang lebih sulit dibandingkan dengan side B yang emang free banget. Dan tentunya dengan mereka nge-stack 5A, gak akan banyak utility yang pengen dikeluarkan sama Northeption. Karena mereka pengen orang-orang ini masuk ke side. Tapi Full Sense merasakan sesuatu yang salah. Mereka tahu kayak ini gak beres, ini terlalu mudah dan mereka mundur ke arah mid. Astel memang mampu dapetin PTC, tapi refrag cepat sudah terjadi. Sekarang side A kayaknya masih pengen disenggol. 2 pemain udah tumbang. Tapi ya harusnya Full Sense at this moment mereka sadar kalau ini kayaknya A-nya di stack dan mereka kayaknya bakal bermain ke side B di sini Full Sense. Oh, Sugar Zero dapetin satu lagi. Oh, jadi 3 lawan 3. Apakah bisa di sini? Tidak bisa tentunya. Super Bass dan John Olsen masing-masing dapetin 1 kill. Soldam dengan Shorty tidak akan mampu melakukan clutch. Dan sekarang ronde Iko pun berhasil dikalahkan Northeption oleh Full Sense by round. Langsung saja kita akan saksikan di ronde ke-15.
Udah gila dia pakai shorty yang
Buy round dari
Apa?
Northeption.
Ngadu duel.
Nah ini adalah buy yang harus mereka menangkan. Karena kalau nggak
Penonton
Full Sense
detik
bisa dapetin angka
13.
10. Dan ekonomi pun akan dipegang
Sekarang beda
kuat
2
oleh
detik.
Full Sense.
Nah ya.
Dan dari pemain-pemain Full Sense mulai berkumpul kembali ke arah main. The toxic screen yang sudah dibuka untuk membuka jalan kali ini. John Olsen yang akan memimpin garda terdepan. Smoke dikeluarkan untuk menutup Rams. Dan pemain-pemain dari Northeption mereka bermain dengan sangat defensif. Ada Killjoy yang bermain dari arah elbow. Dan juga ada Jet atau Soldam yang bermain dari arah Heaven. Dibantu dengan sebuah turret untuk melakukan peak. Mid diisi oleh 2 pemain dari Northeption dari arah Heaven. Tapi dari Full Sense sendiri mereka hanya menunggu push. Mereka hanya menunggu pemain-pemain Northeption ini penasaran apa yang ada di arah mid. Soldam akan melakukan swing kali ini. Mendengar ada turret yang mendapatkan informasi. Tapi John Olsen hanya akan membangun persepsi saja. Masih melakukan jiggling kali ini. Belum ada inisiasi tambahan. Screen kembali dibuka. Dan karena screen ini dibuka, turret tidak akan mampu untuk mendapatkan informasi keberadaan dari pemain Full Sense.
Yes, ini bermain dengan
Fan.
tempo yang super duper lambat tentunya ala Full Sense. John Olsen udah sampai ke arah mid. Andal di sini creeping in.
30 seconds
Mei
left.
masih nahan dari arah Heaven dengan wall yang cukup
Ya
pasif.
wallnya nggak kayak
10 detik.
Grim sih.
Tentunya wall
Si
itu akan
Sage-nya.
hancur. Mei dengan Judge di sini
Waduh.
tentu saja mampu mendapatkan kill.
Anunya ditembak mati
Yang
langsung.
bilang Judge,
Iya sih.
angle-angle tertentu adalah senjata yang sangat overpower. Astel di sini sayang dengan guiding light-nya dan oh my god, jumping shot dari
10
Mei.
seconds left.
Di combo
Mantap
dengan
banget
slow
tuh.
orb membuat Lemistex tidak berkutik.
Shotgun,
Spike
shotgun.
bisa di plan. Tapi apakah mereka bisa mempertahankannya? Guiding light berhasil tertahan oleh sebuah smoke super bass mampu mendapatkan Mei di sini. 3 lawan 5 menjadi 3 lawan 4
Smoke-nya baik
masih
banget tuh, dia
tertahan oleh
nge-smoke
sebuah
temennya
smoke.
biar
Oh,
bisa keluar.
Astel mampu mendapatkan through the smoke ke arah PTC. Dan sekarang menjadi 4 lawan 2. Super bass
Wah,
mampu mendapatkan
Soldamnya
1
nggak
kill. Dia harus reload. Spike udah mulai di tap. Swing oleh seorang Soldam. Calalala. Coba melakukan clutch di sini. Mampu dapetin 1 kill. Dia harus reload.
Wah, hampir.
Udah terlalu ragu. Tapi untungnya Sugar Zero mampu melakukan clutch tersebut.
Hampir di
Oh
quad tuh.
my god,
Itu salah.
Sugar Zero sudah miss the first shot. Dan hampir saja di clutch oleh seorang Calalala. Wow, close round. Close round. Gila. Hampir banget. Hampir banget itu Full Sense dapat double digit.
Iya, tapi ini round yang sangat-sangat mahal sih bagi Northeption. Itu 4 pemain tumbang. Bahkan dari Sugar Zero dia udah nggak punya armor tadi, dia harus beli armor lagi sekarang.
Dia kenapa demen main jet sekarang ya?
Northeption bermain dengan senjata yang bisa dibilang lebih
Ten
finalis
nggak tahu
dibandingkan
ya.
dengan senjata-senjata
Begini
dari
kali
Full
dia.
Sense. 2 pemain menggunakan
Dia
Judge,
lagi
Ten
defense
hanya
ini.
menggunakan sebuah Spectre.
Astel
Meskipun
suka
memang
main pakai
Astel
spike
menggunakan sebuah assault rifle dibarengi dengan sebuah light shields. Soldam akan menjaga dari arah Rams
Berhubung
kali
ada
ini.
yang rajin pakai
Sebuah
spy jadi itu mainnya
smoke
pakai jet.
Atau lebih tepatnya Poison Orb yang sudah dikeluarkan oleh
Enggak, dia
Lemistex.
suka
Lemistex
pakai jet.
bermain dari arah dalam smoke ini dan mampu mendapatkan 1 kill. Soldam bahkan
Nggak ngerti
belum
gua.
mengeluarkan
Sial sih
peluru
dia.
sama sekali. Ten
Bengong.
akan mundur
Iya,
sampai ke arah
ngeliat
Heaven.
ke bawah.
Kill akan diberikan untuk Lemistex dan sparknya Rams sendiri akan dikontrol kali ini. Neural Theft akan dikeluarkan dan akan mendapatkan informasi di mana saja keberadaan pemain-pemain dari Northeption. John Olsen mampu mendapatkan kill atas Ten. Tersisa 3 pemain saja sekarang dari
Soldam sih.
Northeption untuk melakukan retake ke arah side A. Dari Astel sendiri tidak bisa mengambil kesempatan karena adanya slow dan juga snakebite yang menahan pergerakannya.
Ya, ini udah jadi sulit kembali bagi Norteption.
Anjir, rotate mereka lu.
Kelihatannya mereka bakal save.
Nggak ada info lagi ya.
Oh, itu saving.
Atau mereka emang pengen rotate ke B aja di sini karena
30 seconds left.
senjata yang di save sama Mei ini bukan senjata terbaik juga, jadi kayaknya bakal beneran aja mereka bakal save kayaknya. Hanya bakal dilepas. Dan Norteption sudah menyerah di ronde ke-16. Mereka akan membiarkan Full Sense mendapatkan ronde ini dengan relatif gratis nampaknya. Atau tidak? Oh, mereka nggak mau nge-save. Ini 3 lawan 5 dan mereka masih pengen nyoba dengan keadaan seperti ini. Ini bakal susah sih, paling mentok exit frag. Karena kayaknya Norteption mereka udah nggak punya banyak utility. Punya Trailblazer, punya Flash, tapi dilihat dari posisinya ini bakal PR banget. Ini almost impossible. Mei ganti ke Spectre, harus mendapatkan early frag, tidak akan terjadi. Sugar Zero pun tumbang. Dan ya nampaknya lebih baik mereka melakukan saving, mundur ke belakang. Karena 3 lawan 5 dengan posisi kayak gitu mereka mereka terlalu jauh udah rotasinya dan
Lebih baik
dari Full
saving.
Sense sudah terlalu kuat.
Yap, ini sama berarti ya. Berarti ketika Full Sense mereka udah bisa
Gua
dapetin plan.
detiknya 20.
Itu,
20.
Justru sulit banget.
Di gua
bagi
10 anjir.
Norteption. Ketika Norteption
gua udah bilang
ingin mengambil
Bisa aja.
kembali
Suka gitu
kontrol
emang.
atas
Suka
side
gitu.
ataupun ingin melakukan retake. Karena ya lagi-lagi
Iya.
balik lagi. Dengan Full Sense, dengan agent lineup seperti ini, utility yang bisa mereka gunakan untuk
Nih,
delaying
kosong nih, gua
powernya.
pencet live.
Dan
Kosong.
sekarang dari Norteption, mereka akan
Ya,
menggunakan
udah
5
mulai.
pistol di tangan senjata yang sangat-sangat minimalis. Mid diperkuat oleh 3 pemain. 2 pemain dari arah male, 1 pemain dari arah
Beda
fans.
6
Superbass
detik.
mampu mendapatkan 1 kill ke arah Sugar Zero dari arah B main. Dan John Olsen
Aduh.
akan melakukan picking. 1 kill berhasil didapatkan dan juga yang kedua ke arah Mei. Calala pun mampu mendapatkan Astel. Masih ada 10
gila.
yang tersisa. Hanya menggunakan Shorty. Lawan 5 pemain
Lihat
yang
sih.
masih available dari
Shorty,
Full Sense dan
Shorty.
John Olsen yang siap untuk
Tapi mereka
mendapatkan
pistol nggak sih
flawless
tadi?
bagi Full
Pistol
Sense.
kan?
Iya, pistol.
11-6.
Emang
Norteption,
sengaja sih mungkin.
mereka belum menemukan jawaban bagaimana cara membendung
minimal
serangan yang dilakukan
bisa-
oleh Full Sense.
Kalau misalnya dapat kill kan
Ya,
bisa
ini-
ini. Apa?
Norteption
merusak
banyak
ekonomi
banget
dikit
kalah
gitu loh.
tembak sih. Early
Flawless,
duel ini selalu bisa
anjay.
dimenangkan oleh Full Sense. Dan even
Ya,
tanpa
gimana ya?
Tracer pun Full Sense
Gua
masih bisa
cek
masuk ke
Dota
dalam
dulu.
side. Jadi nggak
Oh,
ada
belum.
jawaban dari Norteption karena
Istirahat lah.
slow orbnya nggak.
Baru
nggak-
game istirahat,
si
anjir.
Mei ini selalu main dari arah heaven.
Namanya juga grand
Dan,
final.
mid selalu dikontrol secara manual. Akibatnya slow orb dari Mei ini
Apalagi mainnya
berhasil
nggak ada
di
time out
side
kan.
A. Dan kalau kita perhatiin selalu side A yang digempur sama Full Sense.
Oh,
Jadi
iya
memang
ya.
first round di second half. Mereka selalu bisa ngehit.
pakai
dapat
judge
terus mereka
lagi.
tembusin aja. Karena nggak berasa sama sekali menurut gua.
Soldam
impact
hari
yang
di hari ini
diberikan oleh
lagi kurang
Killjoy
loh
dari 10
performanya.
bahkan. Selalu bisa ditembus dengan sangat
Nggak
mudah. Apalagi John
top
Olsen
frag
Nggak-
kayak
nggak-
kemarin-kemarin.
Even PTC pun lagi on fire. Superbass
Soldam
juga
yang
mampu mendapatkan
sekarang bukan
entry
seperti
yang
Soldam yang dulu.
dibutuhkan. Walaupun dia seorang asli.
Kayak ngaruh banget sih
Jadi,
emang
ya ini
apa
Norteption
di
yang
nerf
besar besar.
ya right click ya.
Nah, Full Sense sudah tinggal 1 angka lagi menuju match point. Tapi
Mungkin
ya, di
aja ya.
Xbox pun kelihatan kayak gini sih. Tapi Norteption bisa bangkit. Kita lihat aja apakah benar comeback is real karena Norteption sudah berkali-kali melakukan comeback. Dan ini akan menjadi momen yang tepat untuk melakukan comeback tersebut dan menyelamatkan series dan memenangkan
Masalah.
1 tiket menuju Champions Berlin. Karena nampaknya Full Sense masih
Norteption
belum menyerah.
Suka comeback
Soldam
emang.
akan 3 sekarang midnya dan bener aja Sage-nya sekarang main dari arah B main tapi lagi-lagi dengan Judge.
Mati gak Soldam lu bilang?
Sekarang udah
Di situ.
beda approach-nya, A-nya solo, mid-nya ditigain. Dan di sini Sugar Zero bakal kepick sama John Olsen lagi-lagi raw pick tapi Soldam langsung refrag cepat. Calalala nggak punya resurrection jadi mereka akan terpaksa bermain dengan 4 pemain untuk beberapa waktu.
Yap. Dan Astel akan membuka Trailblazers untuk mendapatkan informasi. Dan Mei akan langsung melakukan resurrection ke arah Sugar Zero. Sehingga sekarang Norteption akan kembali bermain secara 5-man. Dan dari 10 menjaga dari arah dalam side. Ada cyber gate yang sudah dibuka.
Aduh,
Dan
mau
10 tidak mampu connect shotnya. PTC yang akan mampu untuk mendapatkan kill dan mampu untuk mencari opening dari arah side A. 4 melawan 4. Sekarang retake harus dilakukan oleh Nortaption. Seraya dari Superbus melakukan planting untuk arah Heaven atau bisa dibilang open plan kali ini. Astel punya Seekers, dia bisa pakai Seekers ini untuk melakukan retake. Begitu pula adanya Cosmic Divide dan Seekers langsung online. Solda mampu nge-trace posisi dari Lemis next. Calala bermain dari arah dalam side. Gravity Well dibuka dan akan langsung di-push kali ini oleh Mei. Solda mampu mendapatkan triple kill. Tersisa PTC seorang diri mampu mendapatkan 2 kill. Tapi masih ada 2 pemain yang tersisa. Tersisa 20 HP saja dan Soldam yang akan langsung nge-push. 4 kill dipersembahkan oleh Soldam dan akan mendapatkan
Ulti
1
Asta
angka
tuh
lagi
ulti.
bagi Nortaption.
Oh,
Kali
punyanya
ini
FS ya.
Nortaption bener-bener
Punya ini kali.
untuk bermain
Punya
retake.
Corsair.
Jadi mereka bener-bener
Punya
disayang-sayang
Punya NTH.
sampai
Tadi padahal udah
plan yang
sisa
dilakukan oleh
sisa
Corsair
1 loh, dia baru
dan
buka
ini
ulti.
udah mulai membuahkan hasil. Karena kita lihat tadi agak kerepotan
ngerti
untuk
sih.
membendung retake yang dilakukan oleh Nortaption. Apalagi ada
Mungkin
Cosmic
karena
Divide dari
udah
seorang
itu
Sugar
kali,
Zero.
mesti secure
Jadi,
banget. Itu kan
Kita lihat aja
udah
apakah
mau
akan
match point. Kalau udah
berlanjut
match
di
point ya
sini
susah.
streak dari Nortaption.
Bisa jadi.
Apakah akan bisa nge-comeback di sini? Karena nampaknya akan sulit. Dan kamera
Tapi Soldamnya
sudah
nggak ada
diletakkan.
senjata anjir. Mereka apa ya?
Bagus dari
Ada yang
seorang
apa
PTC
ya?
tentunya. Seperti biasa default.
Dia mau
mendapatkan
watch this
informasi
guys.
langsung ke arah main. Tapi langsung dimatiin lagi. Karena dia nggak pengen kamera itu langsung dihancurin.
Jadi kalau ada
Dari
right
sini,
click tuh enak.
Soldam nahan dari arah B main.
Ini sih emang.
Posisi yang cukup dekat. Dan ada super bus untuk mencoba
Kayak dia bakal right click deh.
melakukan pre-fire.
Dia ikhlasin
Spike
satu
drop
right
masih
click
di
buat
drop
dapat senjata
tentunya, jadi
kayaknya.
belum ada kepastian
Oh, bisa jadi.
full sense akan ngehit ke arah mana. Masih bermain dengan santai. Wall mid default dari Mei tentu akan mudah untuk dihancurkan. Dan benar-benar kembali bermain sabar dari full sense.
Dan mid mulai diisi, B-main di push. 2 pemain. Spike-nya pun di sini harus kabur sih dari Superbus. Dia harus kembali reposition.
Apa itu snipernya udah di
Karena pemain-pemain yang lain dari PTC dia sudah sampai ke arah screen dan 2 pemain yang berada dari arah elbow tidak mengetahui sama sekali. Untungnya ada turret yang diletakkan, cam akan dibuka. Cam tersebut akan langsung dihancurkan. PTC akan mencuekkan terlebih dahulu dari arah screen-nya. Ternyata Mr. Soldam untungnya berubah karena Kresek mampu mendapatkan right click yang diinginkan. Sugar Zero dari arah dalam side hanya mampu mendapatkan 1 kill. Seraya Calala dan juga Lemis next masing-masing mampu untuk membuka side. 2 melawan 4. Sekarang ada resurrection yang digunakan. Dan 2 pemain dari NVME yang menggunakan senjata yang minimalis harus melakukan
Gimana nih 2 orang nih?
screen.
susah sih.
Judge lagi 1 orang.
Gila itu Soldam
Udah ganti
melakukan
phantom.
sangat baik untuk Nortaption. Jadi masalahnya sekarang tiba-tiba aja Sugar Zero dari arah side gak mampu mendapatkan kill. Dan ini udah tinggal killing spree untuk full sense dan match point.
Nggak ada duit kali mereka.
Berhasil mengamankan match point di map keempat. Ini udah
Udah
kemenangan
GG
di depan
sih.
mata. Terlalu
Dua sama
terburu-buru
kah ini?
sekali lagi Nortaption untuk melakukan retake.
Anjir,
Udah
kenapa
unggul jumlah pemain, Sugar Zero
finalnya
misalnya udah di tengah
gregetan
side,
banget aja,
dan dia
seru
gagal
banget.
mendapatkan free kill. Dan ketika lu gagal mendapatkan free kill, lu nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Mei masih
Sumpah.
menggunakan judge.
Sky-nya NTH
Menurut gua
miskinnya
karena
keterlaluan,
sekali
Cok.
lagi Dia selalu dihindarin, dia harus bermain retake dan retake di
2100
split.
aja.
Menggunakan judge itu susah banget. Jadi
Pistol.
bukan posisi yang bagus seharusnya.
Ghost.
Kita lihat, udah ada
Dia
4
beliin
ultimate.
siapa
Masa
2100
iya
itu
full
tadi
sense bisa
pengeluarannya?
kalah di ronde
Iya, dia
kedua
beliin.
seperti ini dengan
Nggak tahu
memiliki
siapa.
4 ultimate. John Olsen
Ih,
langsung headshot ke arah Mei tentunya. Iya, lagi-lagi ini Nortaption benar-benar diacak-acak. Mereka bermain seperti
Easy
tidak
kill, easy kill.
mengindahkan senjata yang mereka gunakan karena Judge itu udah posisi mati banget dari arah Heaven. Kalau misalkan lu yang nge-pick, lu yang harus di-pick kalau misalkan pakai Judge menurut gua. Mei pun terculik sekali lagi, terlalu agresif di awal. Dan PTC mampu dapetin 1 Soldam, langsung
Nggak salah.
headshot. Dan kembali 3 lawan 4, terlalu sulit. It's too good to be true. Soldam miss the shot, langsung tailwind di sini pre-fire, mampu dapetin John Olsen. 3 lawan 3 sekarang Sugar Zero kembali tumbang di tangan Superbus.
Anjay.
Langsung saja lockdown dibuka oleh Ten.
Aduh,
Memungkinkan retake ini
aduh.
dilakukan karena mau nggak mau. Either mereka nge-push atau mundur jauh. Untungnya ada wall dari Sage sini. Dan langsung saja Soldam menghancurkan wall.
Aduh.
Nge-swing, gagal
Susah.
mendapatkan kill. Dan Lemmy Snacks akan mampu mendapatkan Soldam. 1 lawan 3. Terlalu sulit. Dan
Ya,
di sini
GG.
Lemmy Snacks akan mampu mendapatkan 10. Dan kita akan maju ke map kelima. full sense berhasil.
Menang nggak NTH menurut lo?
Finalnya.
Iyalah.
Nggak tahu ya, kagak
Iya,
bisa
iya.
diprediksi
Iya.
juga.
LGD a lot of success in this
Nggak
tournament.
salah sih.
And God, like, you know, they're not diverting so much from their West. They
With
think this is the
Spirit,
strongest hero
pick
coming,
Magnus,
but
anjir.
they're adding on to that strategy.
Emang
There's
itu,
something I think very
hero.
important to
Tuh, lu lihat WW di
mention
ban
is
sama
that
LGD. Kalau nggak mungkin mereka pick WW.
you know the
kali.
second phase how it's
WW
gonna go
Lina
on.
di ban.
Like Team Spirit will have
Lina
to
juga
pick the
sakti sih.
hero that's gonna be kind of the pivotal hero. Like they don't want to show, and then they're gonna start counter picking. And it is interesting for LGD to show the Leshrac that early, because no matter what, first pick cannot protect the mid matchup. You know, Team Spirit can just delay the mid pick for as long as they want to. In this case, LGD is like, you know what, we're committing to this with Leshrac.
Yes,
We don't
pakai
think it's
joget-joget.
countered. Or maybe they think it's only countered by Lina and Invoker that can match the pace of what Wiz Leshrac can apply to a game. And now it's like they're happy. No matter what Team Spirit is holding for the 18 or the 24 pick, for the mid lane, it does not matter.
Does that mean you think that Team Spirit should pick their mid out of the phase just so that they don't reveal anything more about the draft, or?
It
Makes
could
a
be a
lot
way.
of sense.
Yeah.
There's always arguments for both. Like if you wanna, depends on how you enjoy playing Dota. Sometimes depends on what types of players you have on
Sekarang
your team.
LGD udah
If
nge-pick
you
hero
see the
buat
mid matchup,
crowd-
theoretically, of
crowd
course,
player
there's
apa,
many
pakai
arguments for
mereka.
revealing your mid matchup or trying to address
Yeah.
this and have a stronger win condition if that's what you're going for on your carry. There's also another way where it's like, yeah,
Harusnya
you
LGD
love your mid laner so much that you're going to pick your carry hero and make sure that this
Nggak tahu
Leshrac
juga
is
ya,
mid and make
kecuali
sure there's
mereka
no
mau
bamboozling
coba
happening
support
and he
Lexus.
gets the last pick win condition or timing condition or whatever it might be. It all depends. If you pick anti-mage is out, but if you pick some carry hero here
Ini
and you say
mirip
nothing can be done in the
draftnya
game,
yang pas
it
lawan
makes a lot of sense too
Secret
because you
sih.
want your mid guy to stabilize the game and he needs to have a really good start.
Dia
The
bisa
better
pick.
the start, the better because you're going to
Oh,
need him very early.
Morplingnya malah diambil
Shaker
sama
Morph coming? Yeah,
LGD.
there it is. So that's
Morphling
one of
checker,
the.
coy.
So you have these combos, right?
Oh
that are
iya.
Very hard to pick, and there's only two scenarios in which you can actually pick them. It's and probably the. that's
Tadinya
one of the strength of
gua
first
kira
pick,
Secretnya
is
mau
first pick
ngambil
has the double
Morphling.
pick, right? The Shaker Morph.
Kalau kan dia bisa pakai skillnya itu
And also, you feel like
si
quite often with this phase, you
siapa
might
tuh
wanna
namanya?
commit
Kok gue lupa.
just 'cause,
Yeah.
it's going to be hard to counter and there's this and that.
Siapa?
But don't you think this Willow
Itu
was a
yang
tech pick against this?
hero yang
Potentially,
ketiga
maybe
itu
it was
kok gue
even a
lupa
setup for the
namanya.
Morph. I think
Willow.
like, the way
Iya
I look
Willow
at it
Willow,
is
Dark Willow.
they're trying to take the win condition away from the Mac plus one, and I think Shaker Morph has a way to play fights and scale into the Mac plus one, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Dia
they do.
ngebentai
But I
ini
think
sama
that-
Likan
I
aja.
don't know if they thought about it, but Willow Bramble is one of the best abilities.
Mereka
Against
selalu
Shaker Morph,
ngebentai
the Aghanim's, you
kalau
can't just
lawan
roll
ini
through the
LGD
fight.
kayaknya.
There's Brambles on the ground, you
Iya
instantly
sih.
get pulled down. I don't know if that's what they were thinking, but I also think, like Seb said, they're maybe
Nggak tahu
threatening
juga
this
sih.
Morphling to come up. And if they have an answer now they trap
Tuh,
them.
udah
They
nggak,
feel like
Notel
they
lagi
have
kasih komen.
an amazing answer to this.
There's many things about why this Shaker Morph here makes a lot of
Itu
sense.
Notel.
It's not stoppable drafting-wise. They're picking both heroes, you know, in the same phase. You cannot stop it. Mechanically, drafting-wise, you can't stop it. The
Dia
AA
jadi
cannot be picked anymore
komentator
because
itu.
they have shown the Bane and they have shown the Willow.
Pendapat
Meaning, you know,
saya.
like the big counters to the Shaker Morph are kind of hard to pick for Team Spirit. It's a win condition. It's a very strong, you know, combo
Luna.
that scales into anything. Very powerful second phase from LGD, and that's what I think why they are the best first pick team in the tournament, because they understand the weaknesses of first pick, but they most importantly they abuse the strength of the drafting order of first pick. They're like, you cannot stop me from getting what I want.
Magnus
and
Smith
what
gak
I
sih?
want, I think it beats anything.
So from your guys' perspective,
Enggak
of the
sih,
two drafts,
mereka
like,
nggak
if you
punya
were in their shoes,
itu,
which
nggak
draft
punya
would you actually
kebiasaan pakai
prefer to
Magnus
have
Smith.
right now?
Selalu Magnusnya offline selama ini.
It's a hard pick. I kind of want to lean towards LGD.
Cuma
but
kalau
if
dia
you-
nggak
I
pick
would say
hero
LGD
melee,
in a way,
sayang nggak sih empower?
But at the same time, I can also see where Team Spirit is going with this. A lot of people would
Lu
say
lihat
that
aja
Lash,
nanti main
Shaker,
Magnusnya
Morph
gimana.
are all heroes that are good against Willow.
Iya itu
But
dia.
I see amazing Bramble value here versus the Lash, the IO. You can break the tether. You can do a lot of stuff in team fights for the Shaker and the Morph. And it's a quick lineup. The Luna is able to hit these timings where Roshan is threatened, where towers are threatened very early. And Shaker
Ya,
Morph
kalau
needs a lot of
dia
time, but
skalanya
if you don't
emang
come online
beda ya,
until
walaupun
20
gak ada yang
something,
nonton, mereka
So I'll
tetap
make the case against.
bikin stage-nya
so
tuh
Johan
di
is vouching for
stadium
Team
gede gitu.
Spirit. I'm gonna try to vouch
nggak ada yang nonton.
for LGD for what they
Nggak
have
ada
going
kan
for them. I think they're one of the best teams in the
Nggak ada
world. Understanding
Kelihatan tadi
how to make
stadium.
the Leshrac scale
Kursi
also
kosong
through the
semua.
Leshrac shard. They have abused that in the online tournaments prior to TI. And now this Shaker plus the Morph
Gimana?
plus the Lesh
40
and the
juta,
shards, like the
anjay.
scaling, you know, the stun, AoE stuns in the team fight
40
later is
juta,
gonna be
bro.
crazy.
Tuh,
Kalau
kursinya
ada
tuh
yang
kelihatan tuh.
Lesh, as we talked about, they're covering it so much. They ban the Invoker, they ban the Lina, they ban the Void Spirit, they ban the Kunkka. There's going to be very few mid laners that are going to be able to deal with this Lesh running at you with the Wisp tethering to him, overcharge and whatnot. So
they do have very powerful things going into the game. Of course, they have the pick off the map. You know, Leshrac shoving the lanes, relocate, the shaker threat, bursting you out of fog on the map, shaker morph scaling. There's a lot going on, in my opinion, for LGD. And yet again, you look at the 5v5, you look at the lineups, and you can theorize all you want. No, you also have to keep track, and that's why drafting is such a complex thing. You have to keep track of how the lanes are going to play out. Because if Team Spirit, you know, they destroy the laning phase, none of that matters. The game might just be over in minute 10.
So do you think about the lane? Because in my head, I thought LGD, they're going to pick Rubik, right?
Main
counter the skewer, but instead they go with a
ngepush ini berarti ya,
maybe a
cepet ya.
stronger laner into that Luna.
Very
Asrock
strong into
NP.
the Luna Willow or Luna Bane. No matter how you look at it, this Prophet lane should be heavily LGD favored. And it complements very well what's happening. The Leshrac pressure with the Wisp, now you have treants, meaning you do get a kill, you get a tower. Prophet connects, Prophet ulti. I think it plays very well to their game. It's going to stabilize the game by, you know, slowing down the Luna, winning the lane. It's going to connect to the Wisp and the Leshrac, and it's going to add to the global pressure on the map.
Prophet is also one of the quickest heroes you could say in Dota. You pick this, you pick an entry, pick an Ursa. There might just be a different Dota game coming your way. You might not be allowed to play as slow or as fast as you'd hope because this hero adds so much dimension. Yeah, I think this IO Lesh Prophet, the timings that they can hit before minute 15, they can break this game.
And we see Team Spirit are trying to respond a little bit to that pressure with some outspan from long range, but actually I'm not sure if they have enough. Like I look at the 4 heroes from LGD side, and that collapse, it looks terrifying, honestly, onto mid, onto safe lane, anything.
I see how both teams can fight. I will still put a lot, like if you take the lane phase aside, and let's say that both teams end up with some farm and items, you have this,
Sampai
he's
nggak
not
di
for
ban
phase
ya,
right now, and then you
Nagasiran
also
ya.
have the Willow Bramble and the Puck. I think both teams can fight.
Yeah, and now we're going to hear
Nantangin
from
ya.
an interview with Xiaowei about this draft.
Thank you very much,
Ucapan.
AUI and the panel. I'm here with Xiaoba from PSG.LGD, the coach. A lot of people were expecting your team to play a different team in grand finals. Did you prepare at all for Team Spirit?
很多人都觉得
Oh, translate.
决赛对战的是另外一支队伍。
translate.
Spirit 有做准备。
我们昨天晚上已经把2个队的数据和资料就全部研究开会。
Tim Horenya LGD.
We've already studied and analyzed both teams' stats last night.
They are very, very prepared. All right. Many people have also said that Collapse's Magnus has led to many of Team Spirit's wins. How does the team feel about Magnus? Are they afraid or are they ready?
很多人也觉得 Spirit 的3号位他的梦马就非常厉害，也是他们夺得胜利的关键。你们会担心这个英雄吗？
我们有想过他们拿猛犸这个英雄，就是全是在我们
Ini Corsair tadi ya?
We've already thought of them picking Magnus, so it's all in our plans.
It is all in PSG.LGD's plans, and we will see as we go into Game 2 of PSG.LGD versus Team Spirit. Lyrical and Trent, take it away.
Masih congkak anjing.
Thank you so much, Sumi. And yes,
You
Trent,
can
we
move
are
over
here. They're prepped
abilities
and ready.
up.
Very confident sounding coach for LGD. How you feeling right now about this matchup?
I don't know. Everyone thought that every other team was going to be ready for Team Spirit the whole way through, right? You know, constantly doubting them, thinking they weren't going to make it. And constantly giving Collapse these big heroes that they just discussed.
Kan gua nggak nonton dari awal, dari dia
Game 1
Ben.
they weren't ready. Maybe Game 2 they've got a solution.
It's going to be so interesting to watch. I feel like this team has really just ridden off the back of the momentum that they've gained from the very early goings in the group stages, and they haven't looked back once. The thing that I'm really interested to watch for is if they can keep that up. Like, I feel like sometimes when you get in these huge matchups and you go up 1 game, Team Spirit now there, you can sense the victory coming. And
Predict.
Keep up
Which
that same carefree
tim mana yang bakal menang nih?
Just playing Dota, just having fun with each other.
Yeah.
Surely that, you know,
Pilihannya Radian sama Dyer anjing.
like, oh, are we
Radian yang mana?
Are we doing this?
It's crazy.
Radian yang hijau kan?
As Mira spots out a couple of those treants that are trying to get a little
PSG
bit of vision. So interesting things to watch for in this as far as a laning matchup.
Gua Dyer deh.
We'll see where that Nature's Prophet ends.
Player who plays the most offensive.
Very annoying hero to deal with in the early goings.
Yeah, very much a discussion of timings really throughout all the games today. I feel like we're finding that one team seems to have a very clear, we want to do this at 20 minutes. And the other team's like, we just want to hang out and kind of scale.
Ya udah gak usah milih anjir. Kok cepet banget habisnya?
Ya udah habis waktu lu. And 3 bounty runes again for Team Spirit, just like last game.
Gue liat di
I will say,
YouTube yang
I
milih
believe
pas
this
udah
game
mulai
that,
bisa.
LGD had a very good idea of what was going on. I think they completely saw that puck pick coming. I think they banned around the fact that, like, yeah, that's going to be left in. We're okay with that. It's a go-to hero versus the Morphling. I wouldn't say they're really surprised. Tokyo, obviously an amazing player, but, you know, the puck not exactly one of the ones that's been popping off the rampages here for Team Spirit.
True enough. Agak meragukan Spirit
Those spirits tend to scale just like a little bit more. You kind of lack that.
It'll be something to watch for, though, if he can make those good rotations, as obviously the Nature's Prophet on Faith Beyond can also move into multiple different lanes. So we'll keep our eyes on it. And like you said, I think both drafts have like a very clear identity behind them, right? You got this Magnus that's going to start off the fights occasionally after the puck comes in.
Yang teman
Or
lo.
Shaker as a potential danger later on.
Temen lu
But it
pilih
is
apa?
going to be played on that support
Spirit.
Shaker this time. So see if
OG
you can get
dia
into items
kemarin.
at the same timing we've seen.
Ya terus betnya gimana?
It seemed like PSG.LGD were very much ready for that, right? The Dark Willow came out and then right away they're just like, yeah. We saw that earlier.
Berarti lo nggak rugi dong kalau kalah juga.
Yeah, the
kalau kalah,
support shaker hasn't worked as well. Well, a little bit close there, but
ya gue sedih aja gue menang gitu.
He's going to be able to dodge away from that one. You could see here also this little interrupt on the pull through that came through, and Faith Beyond steps over to the side. This, of course, sets up some free farm for the Luna. Normal laning shenanigans and the power that you have as Bane in these early goings.
Yeah, it's frustrating for the Bane too, because like you're so used to being able to dominate a lot of situations as Bane, while Miposhka now actually trapped in by a Fisher with the Trance on top of him.
A lot of damage out there onto this poor old Bane. Can they run him down? A couple more hits is all they need. Not quite able to get that last right click, and Miposhka with the brain sap and the runaway. Zinq still might be able to run him down. That boots advantage,
he's not careful.
But
all right,
no.
good choice, Zinq. Good choice.
Keeps it safe that time.
But yeah, I mean, Bane, obviously you're used to trading favorably and having answers to like someone trying to pull your wave. But with the Nightmare and the Treants being there, they actually have some counterplay here to like try to set up for plays as well in the lane. So it's a good pick for the Prophet.
Nggak sebanyak Luna gitu.
You can see that Luna
Oh iya lah, masih lebih cepet Luna.
Kalau game early gitu, jadi
take one little punch there from the Dark Willow and a Fissure block off Arrow on the other side, but not within that tower range. So we'll be able to get away with some extra damage. Tango, as well as the Quelling Blade through, and he's fine.
Well, that's a nice Fisher, though. Yeah. That's a pretty good chunk of damage on him there. Just the harass. Only has a single Tango left. No salves currently on Miposhka. So, you know that courier, you know, makes the call, brings him up, and it's going to be running with a salve in that top lane now. So if there's any chance here for LGD to score a kill, it might be sooner rather than later.
Strat Morplingnya cakep.
Gotta look for that opening.
Down bottom. Really trying to pressure, too. They keep pump faking this Fisher up top.
I mean, if you catch him on the wrong side of it, it's going to be a ton of damage out of those treants. But even without it, right, just the one Fissure and a couple punches from Faith Beyond, he hits really hard. They will be bringing over that courier now. Miposhka needs to make sure this one does not get sniped by Zinq.
Hopefully you're not losing it to a Shaker.
Yeah, true enough.
But this bottom lane, lots of harass being spammed out here from Mira and Collapse as well. But it's a Morphling, it's an IO. Morphling in itself a very frustrating hero to lane versus due to the regen mechanics, the more strength and agi, but comboed up with an IO. It's pretty rough trying to get a kill, but you know, more players, they tend to go for some of these overextensions, so maybe he'll get a bit greedy there.
Right, and even, you know, just the pressure and forcing him to switch over attribute shift, it makes it a little bit harder for the Morph to last hit. So it's not all bad as Zinq is going to make that big move over underneath the ward and going to steal away the small camp. How many does he get? Not a ton, but nothing to say. Able to sneak a few as well.
Morpling selain sama
interesting stuff there. It does sacrifice the top water room potential there. Oh, I say that actually.
Toronto Tokyo going to be able to pick up this water rune and maybe get some extra pressure onto Zinq. Jumps forward and Toronto Tokyo draws it.
Well done by Miposhka. Like, not even just, he basically baited out that rune, right? But Zinq coming a little bit too close, get the first blood for Team Spirit, and they're off to a hot
start. Feeling gue menang Spirit loh.
Surprising pretty much everyone by going up one game. I mean, I agree. I thought their draft was better last game, but, you know, we just keep wondering, like, how long will the magic last with this team?
It does seem like just an unbelievably improbable run. I think that this team came all the way through in the qualifiers. We're down 2-1 in that series against Empire, and now up one game against the, you know, odds-on favorites. Oh, it's Collapse, Skewer, pull back. And they do some good damage there on Ame. But he will not be under too much pressure of losing his life. He's going to get that.
Masih ngambil last hit loh.
Cheeky there. I like to see it from the Morph.
That's a Morph player. That's what that is right there. And, you know, nothing to say. Maybe not a Pango player.
I have some theories, guys. I mean, that was his, as far as I could find, mind you, I looked pretty quickly. That was his second professional Pango match.
Yeah.
Now, they played a lot of Pango when he wasn't available to play for PSG.LGD. And, of course, Coach Xiaoid or Xiaoba stepping in, playing a masterful Pango. You know, he did really well. And we've had this discussion of, like, how he sort of controls the macro game to help these players so they can think more about their own heroes and their own item builds. And they have a clear identity of, like, what I'm supposed to do in this game. But if you're not experienced on the hero, that formula doesn't work so well.
True enough.
But he's got a Leshrac now. Much better hero for nothing to say.
Very comfortable. Comfy time for nothing to say. And so far, he's doing fairly well. The early first blood onto Toronto Tokyo, giving that puck the advantage as another stack up on those camps. And now, trying to scout for these runes.
Udah diganti ke kelas itu. Kok bisa gua ganti deh?
Nightmare. It's going to use a lot of mana there. And Toronto Tokyo gets the haste down bottom, so a little bit of luck and a little bit of good rotations, helping out Team Spirit.
Yeah, even threatening to have the TP in there from Posh will be all right, and actually just starts going right back on the aggressive. Well, only catch a sentry though, no obs taken away there. So we heard a lot of discussion about the strength you're going to have from that right here, and especially for a puck, a hero that's really capable of trying to abuse that, because you want to be making these early rotations with the Dream Coil. And it looks like not going to secure another kill there.
Yeah, I think it's an important point to make, is that you've got to watch so carefully on any of these other side lanes. If LGD overstep, they get a little bit close to a tower, Puck could easily make that rotation and kill off a couple.
Maposhka gets spotted on the way out here. So did sentry on the pillar, was kind of checking around, finding some wards,
Apanya
and
kelihatan?
down by the Ancients. And there is a sentry here in queue, so this could be pretty painful. Oh, he's got it right.
That was right on the edge.
That's a huge D ward. That was a lot of time spent from Maposhka.
Ini samain ini.
Same time, LGD gonna move in and head up top. Why? Nothing to say together. They're gonna make a kill here onto the Luna a little bit far out. And we'll see if they can connect with this one, but...
This is a tower kill gank. Yeah, they're ganking that tower. It's not moving. I don't have to worry about it. Luna, she's kind of fast, you know. She's got some night vision. Maxed out Lunar Blessing. But the tower doesn't move.
True enough. They're gonna move.
Montok anjir towernya.
Can she just throw the tower somewhere?
Ideas? Dare to dream.
That went down really fast.
Yeah, this is a problem potentially. The early group up right there, and the fact that you can't really contest it at all. Yadro heads back into the jungle to farm up his medium camp.
Look at Maposhka. He actually got spotted there. He did step in vision for a moment. And a correctly drawn line here from Y, I believe, is to his current path.
But they did get down that ward. We'll see if that one gets taken away by LGD. As down bottom. Able to go for the RP now, connecting on to Ame, but I don't know if this is going to translate into a kill.
No, they don't think so, at least. They're not. There we go.
Yeah, they bring in the IO as well, and that's going to be more than enough. Ame backs away perfectly fine.
Poshka's just like, can I get something done here? You know, my wards. Getting a little D-ward in here, just roaming around. You know, it's actually Y, who's well known for being such a roamer, but on this IO having to play a little bit closer to his ally.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a change-up in styles there. We saw a bunch of that rotation going on in the last game from him. As Maposhka on his base finds another courier kill.
Yeah, for Y, despite being a 5-player, he actually gets often categorized by like some of the information scrapers in Dota as a roaming hero. We've been told by some of our stats people, just because he spends so much time going between the lanes.
It's Ame, Collapse, facing off with each other. And just the focus right now on the farm, stacking up the camps. Ame again moves up to come and contest this, and Collapse, I don't know if they're really going to be able to do all that much to stop him. Very interesting, but Fissure up top. Now the follow-up, looking for Faithion there as well, and this is going to be a kill.
That's a pretty stark difference to the 3 heroes stalking the Radiant.
Oh, bisa juga buat ini. Ngulur supaya nggak pada TP kali.
Nightmare down, a couple punches, but they bring in the IO trade off that Nightmare. And
Oh,
that's going
kena
to be
stun
more
dong.
than enough for the
Berdua.
moment. But why? Also dropping low, not low enough. Instead, they turn, find Collapse. One more touch is not enough with Faithion. TPing in, they might be able to find him here.
That was the trusty shovel keeping him alive.
Yeah, heading down to the south. TP is available.
Nah,
but
ini
Collapse in
Iyo
some
ngeselin di
trouble.
di
Does the
sini juga
Spirit
nih.
connects? Ugh, not quite going to be on the mark.
Masih
He gets that.
visionnya gede banget.
Trusty shovel indeed. Up top, nothing to say. Zoning back, Toronto Tokyo kind of came into advance on the Ancients, but the pressure will stay in the bottom lane. We already saw how quickly that top tower went down. No point slowing down here for PSG.LGD.
It's interesting though, right? Because you can see that this is a dynamic that we've seen multiple times throughout this tournament. You have Team Spirit with a little bit of a lead, even though it's LGD that are taking down more of the towers. Just that stacking up farming mentality we're seeing from Spirit right here.
And look at the treants put out here. They're watching for Toronto Tokyo, right?
Yeah.
Because they know that everything's on this Dream Coil. That's by far the easiest way for them to initiate. So you just fan out your units like that from Faith Beyond. And unless they're going to smoke in, you're going to catch that puck.
And instead, they're going to find the Dream Coil towards the mid lane, trying to take down this Lech. Do they have enough? Yes. Toronto Tokyo picks up that kill. And with that, a 3,000 gold lead this early on for Team Spirit.
Bit of a theme, I feel like, from these two games from PSG.LGD. Alme did a similar thing last game on the Ursa, where he kind of stayed in an area which seems like, surely, you know, like you're in trouble, you know?
Right.
He ended up dying on the Ursa in the top lane. And this time, you know, at least they got a favorable trade. They took a tower after
Feeling gue berubah jadi Spirit yang menang. LGD yang menang.
Shove the wave back out, and now even Collapse running in behind the tower, checking for a
Iya, susah.
They're not willing to just like, you know, take the kill and then just give you the tower. They're able to defend after as well.
Right.
Iya, ultinya juga belum keluar kan?
Mira, gonna get onto the brambles. Thought about that RP, but calls it off afterwards. And again, nothing to say in the mid lane. Starting to push down this tier 1 tower with Xinkyu in tow, and why they'll get it. It's so interesting to me, right? Because you think about traditionally what people think of these styles of play, and Team Spirit definitely going the more farming route in this one. You saw there for a second the last hits that Toro has. 135 compared to the 69 of Almec.
Oh, yeah, they're actually spotted out here, but they're not going to have anything in time to catch. But that also comes back to just the idea of punishing that Dream Coil, right? It was used. You killed me. All right, congratulations. But I'm a Leshrac. I don't have any cooldowns. When I respawn, I'm coming right back. I'm taking that tower. But as you said, to the timings, like PSG.LGD, like, we love picking for scale. We like to be very balanced. We're comfortable going late because we think we make better decisions at that point in the game. And even though this is a pretty fast lineup from PSG.LGD,
Dia
it does have
dikasih
some late game tools.
empower Luna. Oh, Lunanya belum ambil ulti dia.
Go against anything at this point.
It is a little bit terrifying.
Fokus farming berarti mainnya.
Actually queuing up the Dragon Lance right now.
Iya, fokus farming itu.
Mau dibawa late game kah? Tapi kalau late game susah juga ya. Agak nih shardnya Leshrac sih ngeselin loh.
Really balanced item to start out with.
So Team Spirit nursing that 2K gold lead, as on the other side LGD trying to keep the pressure onto these buildings. Up top, nothing to say there, the 4 points in Edict.
Sedih banget aja dia mukulin grip yang dari sekop doang.
Didn't have to commit that hard at all. I mean, Collapse had already TP'd up there too, so can imagine they'd like to go for another one soon. And as we approach, you know, sort of past the laning stage, we start thinking, you know, how's the Roche look in this game? They could take it relatively early, right? You get an early DD with this lineup with Nature's Prophet and Morphling. They might opt for it.
And look at this movement in before the Blink Dagger on Shaker. Oh, Nightmare by Maposhka to dodge the stun, but Yaro is still in trouble as they run him down. It was good, but it wasn't good enough.
Toronto Tokyo's coming, but they are too tanky. I mean, you see these stacked up heroes, maybe you're sort of thinking about going in for the Dream Coil, but it's a bit too much. They're just so tanky right now.
And instead, they try and find a pick off here. Nothing to say. The rest of his friends a little ways away. Xinkyu making the move over. They're going to get the terrorize. That's going to get the tether snap. And afterwards, the ulti coming from Willow, but nothing is taking the regen from Y. Keeping his core player alive.
Nggak jadi mati anjir, iyo barang.
The wand with the IO, this early hood into the
Hidupnya
eternal
PSG
shroud as
jauh.
well.
Mana gue liat dia waktu itu main. Teleportnya pas banget.
Like that. I mean, obviously a great nightmare dodge of the stun that came in, but in the end,
yang hebat
need
itu
to get that
yang
BKB
teleport
online
habis
as
itu
we've seen
bisa
time and
ikut
again.
tuh.
Yaro
Biasa
trying to get
kalau gue
towards it
pakai
now.
Io, gue panik TP-nya ke rumah.
LGD starting to cut a little bit into this lead here. Also getting a little bit of free time right now.
Tapi ya nggak ikut war.
Yeah, I think Toronto Tokyo is starting to just think about like his role in this game, what he can do. You know, Puck obviously pretty versatile in terms of the builds. Thinking about an early Aeon disc here. We'll have to get out of this one. Even go for the a TP in there. Very nice play to even preempt that by blinking somewhere else for the TP. Could have set something up there. They also have the Orchid ready on this push here, so
Tapi ya masih kalau Spirit ya kena geng gitu nyelamatinnya agak susah ya. Disable-nya nggak ada yang benar-benar bisa langsung gitu.
Yeah, there's no other play really, and they have a glyph still on LGD as well.
They need this blink dagger and collapse before they can defend.
Solo disable semua.
It's gonna be too much too quickly otherwise, and you can see getting very close. Collapse just gonna farm up the rest of these camps here. Well, bottom, Team Spirit try to pressure that in.
He's got the veil. He's got the blink. How bold is he?
Tapi ya,
this guy's crazy. We've seen it time and again, and Faith Beyond shows up.
He just wants the creeps. That's all he's going for here.
Oh, Faith Beyond spots him. The
Waduh.
silence is there. That's the orc
Teleportnya ke
reveal.
tempatnya si
Yeah, he's really greedy. It turns
nggak tahu
out.
dia.
You know, you got a full creep wave. That's quite a bit of gold too.
Ini nih, mulai indah buat LGD.
But almost a
Luna
certain
masih
over that play.
This does stop the backdoor protection though, so this is going to stay alive a little bit longer, forcing LGD in this area for a bit. But eventually it will fall.
And already 50 on back to that bottom lane to just push that back out too. So very well orchestrated there from PSG.LGD.
Oh, kayaknya udah orchid.
But the courier, it holds the key. Ice Frog, little courier, delivering a blink dagger to collapse. So, you know, he's got a few more things queued up there you guys might have seen already in this tournament. The shard, the force staff. He's made a couple plays. Perhaps some highlight reel ones.
He's been absolutely spectacular.
I think he needs a couple more this game.
True enough. Not if LGD have anything to say about it. They've also had a few highlights at times. And playing on that Earthshaker with the Morphling, you just know that there's pain coming if they're left to free farm in this one.
That's really the worst part of just staying in the upper bracket. Less highlights, you know, less games to play.
True enough, yeah.
Especially when you crush your opponent so hard and then finally being challenged now by Team Spirit.
They're up one game again. Cinderella story that hasn't died yet. And seeing if it can continue on here in this game number 2. The BKB is done. Taking a look at a few of these other items around the map. Collapse has that blink done. XinQ getting closer to his, has it completed as well now. So all of the big fighting items online.
That's a bit frightening. It feels so good because, like, obviously as the offlaner, you gotta get these like earlier items, got bracer, got a mech, and then you get your blink dagger. When you're playing as a support,
main physical berarti dia.
You're striving for, and it's kind of unfortunate when they match up like that because like now it feels like your offlaner can actually play, but XinQ, like, this is an excellent counter initiation to have right now. The way that their line's kind of set up, like, he can just work for so long. He can just wait on the side, and what kind of vision is going to catch him, right?
Aganim siatnya buat apa?
Take a fight at night like this and have the advantageous vision.
Oh, but the steer back.
Ada apa?
Immediately onto nothing to save, but he's going to live through that. Nice jump out there.
Ada serangan ya?
XinQ saving the day even under that ward.
They have relocate, they have Fisher.
Yeah, they were super ready.
That is a tough one, but at least the relocate gets burnt, right?
Yeah.
So that is something
Jadi
for them.
ya agak
Immediately
kecampur
into
gitu,
the
magic
Roche.
ada dikit, fisik juga ada.
Gonna make a bit of a sneaky play here. Did Team Spirit know that this is going on?
Where's your DD,
mereka
guys?
ngeliat nggak ada,
They're gonna have to push. I mean, this is down to about half HP
Luna,
now.
langsung
Team Spirit, it's really well covered by the
luar
vision of
mereka.
LGD as well, but they're gonna smoke up now. Can they get there in
bisa
time?
sih, masih bisa.
It's super low now. They pull back onto XinQ. Gonna try and take him down first. And they will get that kill, but it comes at the cost of the
Dia
Aegis on
ikhlas ke
Ame.
Earthshaker-nya.
Iya, buat dapat
I'll
Rosa.
leave it in the pit this time for any other teams.
No.
For IG, everybody knows.
At the very least, you do get yourself a kill from that, but surely still
LGD
happy,
nggak ada yang
XinQ.
tembus
That's
PKB
basically an
sih.
exchange. Sometimes you
Mereka
trade a
nggak bisa
Roche for a
nge-kill
tower.
Luna kalau dia
Sometimes
udah
someone on your
BKB.
team just needs to go and kind of
Tapi
feed
kalau
to
misalnya
block out
berhasil
the
sulit
smoke.
sebelum
In this
BKB,
case,
udah.
that was just a small feed to help things out
Iya,
here.
iya
So
benar.
another game where like the kills have
Langsung
also
GG.
stayed pretty low from game 1 and
Hilang
game 2.
dia.
Feels like teams are being very picky about their engagements.
So much on the line. It's incredibly tense for these teams. Again, you start to wonder how much the pressure is going to be affecting these plays. We'll have to keep our eyes out for it for sure.
Makanya tuh kayak kalau late game menang Spirit ya sih.
And I believe this is going to be the Manta coming out pretty soon for him as well.
Kalau dari War ya.
Start to play with a little bit more freedom here potentially.
Bisa jadi.
And currently they already have amazing vision in the top lane. You can see the support just been staying on the high ground here. About a quarter of his duration left, nothing to say, just confident enough to be up there. They already control the outpost since they took that tier 2 so early.
Apa lawan VP
Team
ya?
Spirit again just forced to try and hold on and try and build everything up into Yadro this game.
Si Spirit
does of course have this buffed up carry mentality that we've been working towards in this main bracket event for pretty much every team. You're going to have the empowered Luna, but you know, it's not the wolf fight, it's not the tiny. For Yadro, got to do some heavy lifting here.
Potentially, they have a Nightmare And then the walk away. They actually relocate into this one.
Relocate. There's Nature's probably. It's very scary. If you don't have that really quick burst, you don't really want to take it right now for Team Spirit. But they forced out some rotations at the very least. They got to try and hold this tower, I think, or else this really wasn't worth it.
No IO save this time. No, that's the danger of the relocate. Nothing to say outside of vision. They don't see him now. They do the pullback. Gonna be able to get that skewer.
Oh, dia cakep banget Markusnya, Cok.
Quick enough. And nothing to say, goes down, now looking for more. Ame has to be careful, Zinq there as well. Oh, but Ame, brilliant play, Aeon just afterwards. Now the chase, looking for more. Can they control? Do they have enough for the kill? The Terrorize comes out, but he got the strength form off. Faith Beyond jumps away, the score back, onto 2, and the RP! Oh, Collapse did it to him again.
And look, they're just surrounding him. There's no chance to help me. They have the shaker, but
there is nothing else left in the tank there for Ame, although trying to TP out, but the stun comes through right at the end. And LGD, another triple kill for Yatoro. And Y will manage to escape from that one, but a huge win for Spirit here in game number 2.
That is massive. Amazing defense. And Collapse does it twice in the fight with the skewers, catching nothing to say. Like, you know,
kalau kata-kata apa namanya kayak di Valo, I read you like a book anjir.
Right? Doesn't he kind of feel like the harder target to get in the first place, and instead you're sort of hanging nothing to say out to dry? Like, he gets one skewer, and there was no chance to save it.
Yeah. I mean, again, part of that is also the decision to stick around after that relocate was used, because that's probably part of their idea behind it.
Yeah, I mean, that's your easiest long-range save, right?
Unreal. 5-6.
Dia masih belum ketinggalan jauh sih emang LGD, tapi ya kalau
I'm
gini
sensing
terus
a smoke up echo slam here soon. You know, this is what you do. You lost your Aegis and you're like, okay guys, this is fine. Group out, we're gonna smoke. We've got our other tools back. Let's go dunk on some people.
Zinq so often has been the answer and the playmaker for this LGD lineup. Whether it's the Snapfire or this Earthshaker, whatever it is that he's playing, he's making the big moves. So,
udah siap.
In now, and Arrow continues to farm. I mean, this is the thing that's really scary, right? Like, how many times have we seen these Lunas just get completely out of control and then just walk high ground with an Aegis? And now it also feels like they have some of those tools with the Blinks online to actually win those Aegis fights as well.
Yeah, sometimes they don't leave that high ground. It just takes one sort of mounting up there and it's over. Part of the reason why they can be a little bit patient here for Team Spirit, but patience, you know, that's not something they're very well known for.
Scary invis, and then the smoke up afterwards. Team Spirit looking on the hunt, but LGD sensing danger coming their way will retreat out. Just
is he gonna horn toss him again, Lyrical? Don't tell me he's gonna horn toss him again.
Oh my god, he got him again, Trent! They did it to him as they find the pickoff. Collapse, you're too good.
Dorong terus langsung ulti Lunanya anjir.
Real. Oh, they're so good at just finding that one kill and like waiting for this timing too.
The zip. They pull him back in afterwards. Why? In some trouble. Skewer a little bit off the mark, but the Brambles are there for round 2 of it. Team Spirit, they came to play on finals day. Taking down Secret, now looking to go up 2-0 in the series against LGD.
Meanwhile, Faith at least, you know, getting something back, right?
Yeah,
go grab that outpost, get it, but man. Losing the Roche and just like taking over the map right now for Team Spirit.
Menang karena Luna, nggak juga, menang Magnusnya gila banget.
Iya, Magnusnya tuh nyolik-nyoliknya ini banget, inisiator banget.
They're on top of it, killing it, and we'll see now if LGD can pull this back. Again, we've talked so much about the effect that pressure has in this lineup, in a lot of ways built to try and just win the Aegis.
Ngeri banget.
Not a whole lot else is going to be acceptable for them and the sort of standards that they set for themselves. 5-8.
I love how you see the sentry they put outside the base too, because I had the same thought. I'm just like, where was that wart? Like, how did this Magnus do that? You know, and just nothing.
Kebilang udah ini lagi.
Too good. He just feels it. He just goes.
Udah di expect.
At the very least,
salah satu plan anjir.
They're all over the place.
And, you know. That's because they also have the gem, I believe, still, on Toronto, Tokyo. So they know that they're in trouble when it comes to the vision game. And so you get into this place where you're just kind of spamming them everywhere. And IO, you know, you heard our lovely draft panel, as well as Insania, talking about like the sustain and everything. And Insania pointed out just like how much more valuable that healing is on the earlier end, right? You know, about trying to get as many of these max and these holy lockets as early as you can in the game. And when you have to spend on sentries, that can be a bit tough. But At the same time, you have a Shaker on your team, so you're making a sacrifice in terms of the goal to ensure that Blinkdagger is going to be there. Unfortunately, they haven't really gotten much of the Shaker. A couple nice saves, but Xinkyu's still waiting for his big moment.
And it's tough, right? Because you have to sort of go in and make that chaos happen first with the rest of the heroes on LGD, and specifically Nothing to Say. And he's built all these items to try and stay alive. The Eternal Shroud, going for the Halberd, now into the Plate Mail. And it has just not been able to be enough to keep him alive against the big plays from
Item pembaik keadaan.
MVP in this game too.
And now, it's nighttime once again. So what do? We smoke. You got night vision, right? You have the advantage there. They're gonna have to rely on the treants from Faith Beyond if they want to get some of these plays out.
Sudah Sky di Daedalus itu, lunanya Sky di Daedalus.
But the edge certainly belongs to Team Spirit.
Belum jadi sih.
Daedalus krik sekali.
Onto the high ground, Xingqiu feels like he's safe, but they drop down the ward right away. Xingqiu manages to get out of there, has that shard to create that separation. But again, a ward dewarded, taking away vision from LGD.
They're just going to do the sweeping motion here, right? They actually scanned ahead to see if he could blink in there. He's checking the high ground. Collapse wants this so bad.
He's ready. He feels the moment, dude. He is so on top of it. Waiting for the vision.
Nothing to say, he's going so far back. He's like, no.
He knows. Fool me. Oh my god, that was close.
Keren dapat.
Fissure afterwards. They're sensing it. They back out of their
he
time.
is feeling it today.
Came close there.
I mean, that's what's so cool about the spell, though, is that you can just fish.
Yeah.
You know? Sometimes you're not going to catch anything. Sometimes you get yourselves the big old whale.
You know what's also so interesting about this? Like, those two outposts are still held by LGD. They're keeping so much pressure on the map by LGD, and Team Spirit, it doesn't look like they're that interested in trying to take it back. They're just looking for those kills now.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, it's going to be a very long Roche spawn, because that's kind of what they're playing for right now for Team Spirit, right? It's just like, we don't want to rush anything. We just need one more good fight. We're going to clear up this entire base with our Luna, and we want the Roche for that. So they're going to be trying to control around the pit. Someone's going to sit in there. They're going to wait. They're going to be very disappointed for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
There you go.
And that's just time for PSG.LGD. So what can we stall for here is the question. Shiva's coming out relatively soon for Nothing to Say, but the Aghanims, that's what we're stalling for. So whenever you get in trouble as a Morphling, you look to say, how good is Manag's game is it? And it's like, oh yeah, right, we picked Morph Shaker. So we do have that going.
That's going to be the big window that they're looking for. Only 2 points in Enchant Totem right now for that Shaker. But can still be devastating with all the lockdown that you get.
Now, interesting things that we're going to have to watch during that, though, will be the fact that it's the Aeon Disc on the puck, right? So they're going to be looking to catch and chain and even just try and, like, go through that stats resistance while it's actually active on Toronto Tokyo and just try and, like, keep chaining him down because he's not going to have the BKB. And then after that, we also know that Collapse, he really likes these kind of cheeky maps, right? He doesn't like BKB. You've seen the plays this guy's making.
There's the Aeon Disc out. Toronto Tokyo not concerned, just blinks away. After the Aeon Disc is dropped.
Beli Dagon itu deh.
Aghanim dulu.
So the question will be, when they come high ground, you know, will you find this big Morph Shaker player? Are you going to catch these heroes without the immunity that they need to survive what is obviously a pretty terrifying duo of heroes?
Cuma di buyingnya dia beli itu.
There's an opening, the horn toss, the pullback with Skewer, and immediately gets the kill. Nothing is free, not even pushing out a wave.
That's the kind of punish that you need. I mean, they felt pretty free on this map, right? Because they are moving around as a single unit for Team Spirit, right? And that's why we're spotting some of these heroes just like Beyond's randomly to spot pushing on a wave, Nothing to Say. That's why they were able to control the outposts for so much longer than you might expect, considering the situation that Team Spirit was in. But the punishes are free, and so they will go back.
Kalau next game dia nggak nge-ban waktu juga sih.
Another 30 seconds, and then they'll go back and do it again.
But look at this, they have that Aghanim Scepter done on the Morphling now. Puck also just finishing an Aghanim Scepter and has an Arcane Rune bottle.
They're like sending in Y first. Just these slow movements in. Ready to tether back off Sentry. It's going to catch both.
They have vision right away.
They know they're there.
Collapse. Oh, he doesn't go for it.
We've seen them go into these trees so many times.
Collapse.
I would not be surprised.
He's thinking about it. Xingqiu is back there.
Oh, they're just baiting out.
Yeah, they're waiting on it. And Faith Beyond, in the meantime, farming on the other side.
The Radiant, they scanned that pit there. To no success. They're going to send in the treants, though. So, PSG.LGD, they're in the know. They've got the Morphling, with the Aghanims, with the Shaker, and a team that really wants the Roche. They have a plan.
This could be LGD's comeback here. Can they make it happen, though?
And how long can you sort of like control and force the focus of Team Spirit to be here, and what are you gaining on the rest of the map? I mean, again, they're fanning out a bit here, and you have the global teleportation up in 10 seconds for Faith Beyond. You have Ame just farming the Dire Ancients right now, so are they going to give up this There go the Treants. I mean, they know they're in there right now. I highly doubt they just give this up for free.
I don't know, is it still inside here? They're moving over now. Faith Beyond getting some Treants out. Starting to move into position. They're going to lay down these brambles.
They're actually doing this so slow that maybe PSG.LGD are just kind of...
Dikasih kayak itu rasanya.
Are they really going to give up Roche for this, though?
I think they just can't get in the position, right? I mean, they don't have the best vision around the area. They actually see absolutely nothing right now. So, I mean, they know they're in there. They've sent in the Treants. But again, how do you get that initiation when, you know, you're so reliant on... You'd rather just fight on the high ground at this point.
All right, well,
Below-nya bikin vessel.
LGD give that one up. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them later. As Mira is going to push out this lane up top. Faith Beyond very close. And they're going to have to deal with their lanes, because this is one thing that's definitely beneficial for LGD is their split push potential.
Dota plus win probability-nya menang Spirit.
with that Orchid. Xingqiu shows up. Adoro up on the high ground, nothing to say there as well. They have great vision on Team Spirit, and now
ada di bagian atas
in the lane.
Garis itu.
They're thinking about going back in, and he is done. Can they go for any more now? They have full control onto the Luna, but Luna just walks away. Living yet again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's thinking about, like, is there a buyback play there? Because that's a pretty bold sentry to place down.
Itu Magnus lebih parah dari Put G tau gak rasanya.
And just like that, Team Spirit with Aegis in hand. Faith Beyond could maybe go for a play there, but Toronto Tokyo not showing himself, has the boots of travel to join with the rest of the team.
Right? They had the ward near the base. They actually saw that Ame was moving over here.
Oh, man. This would be such a huge pickup if they can get him.
The spider legs.
Walking in, they get him with the horde toss, chasing down for more. Ame's done. Team Spirit, everywhere they go, people die.
It's the ward game, you know? Just spots them heading over there. That ward near the base. Lets them know. They chase it down, and now they go up. Will they leave is the real question. There is a glyph available for the Radiant.
True enough. They walk up high ground, and Adoro going to start beating away. Laying claim to this area. In the meantime, Faith Beyond's going to try and push up that top side, but they catch him right away with the glyph collapse.
Wah, kena lagi anjir.
Breaks the coil. Team Spirit, they're just playing too clean today. LGD need more. They don't have buyback on this Morphling. They can't get 2 racks at the very least on the side of Spirit, but I mean,
do you need 2 racks?
I don't know. That's a good question. Well, maybe Faith Beyond is actually starting to take this one down. Now the jump in. There's the BKB. Faith Beyond still has that Orchid available, but the turn off to the side. Oh, great Orchid to interrupt, and that will be enough to get him out.
That was really well done with the BKB TV. It's like there's one answer, right?
Yeah.
Finds in there with the Orchid, so well done indeed. He will at least take a tier 3, so that's something, but of course, there's still lots of time. You know, 2.5 minutes for a Luna to just run back.
Dari tadi tuh belum ada war yang benar-benar optimal buat si LGD ini. Nggak ada war yang berlima gitu. Kecuali satu-satu.
10k gold. It does not look particularly close.
Magnusnya kan yang mainnya begitu.
Iya, diculik satu-satu terus.
He can be there in a flash too, trying to match some of this global capability that's there from PSG.LGD, but they're still waiting for their shining moment. Up more Shaker. They are in this game, believe it or not.
Just haven't had an opening. Satanic now done too for the Luna.
Lunanya udah strong banget.
Just flying everywhere, dropping off all these new items to Team Spirit.
I mean, Yaro's almost 10k gold up on the next hero on the enemy team. LGD just don't have an answer for this Luna, particularly with the Aegis.
Ya itu, makanya itu.
It looks so free for him. This is the path to victory for Spirit to go up 2-0 over LGD.
They gotta guard this wave that's with them though. Faith Beyond has caught the next one. They're scanning that he's actually still there, so he's going back. Toronto Tokyo, he's gonna try and hunt down Faith Beyond.
And off to the side, they get the vision. Tries to chase him down there. There's the silence, the coil afterwards. Still hits pretty hard on Faith Beyond, but with collapse in the area, they're gonna break the coil and kill off the
stun-nya lama banget tuh. Di coil didorong.
How fast does he need to buy back is the question.
Nah itu kan kombonya.
Can they actually like force it here? I mean, it's gonna be a while for the lanes, right? That's kind of why you're able to sacrifice your life sometimes on Nature's Prophet. I don't think they can punish this simply by the speed at which creeps walk. So there'll be a little bit more time now.
Cuma ya
LGD, but what are you gaining in this time? You know, there's gonna be a Scotty done, so that is pretty huge actually. Scotty and the Morphling versus this Luna.
And
Versus
again,
the Satanic.
I mean, it's
Oh,
looks so
juga
one-sided
kuat sih.
partially because LGD haven't taken that fight yet, right? Like, and there's still going to be that window
Kalau lu
when
bandingin
they
sama
have
Luna
the,
nggak
you know,
sekuat
ag
itu sih.
shaker and can go in all at once
Bisa
together.
sih bersihin
It's just they're
support.
waiting for that perfect
Cuma
fight.
gimana cara lu berhentiin Luna?
Still have to be careful of
One-on-one.
that one on Team Spirit. And with this Aegis, you would have to imagine it would come soon.
Berapa lama lagi sih, guys?
Well, Collapse, you know, I think he wants
30.
his perfect game here. He's the only one who hasn't died so far on Team Spirit.
Absolutely carrying out of that off lane.
No kills, too. So giving, you know? Such a charitable offlaner.
That's the way it's supposed to be, absolutely. Ooh, also, that Aether lens for the extra range. So much range on absolutely everything in this game for him. But they're gonna get set up again. Morphling sending in the courier. This one might get scouted here, and
Oh, it's on the way out.
oh, it's
Oh?
elusive beam.
Yeah,
Bisa buat kurir gitu
Well
anjir.
played. That was that the Scotty? Oh,
Yeah, it
God,
was.
Ya,
killing
setiap skill
that
satu ada
Scotty.
tag-nya kan?
Almost
3
3 minutes of no Scotty, but you know, it's okay. You know, LGD, they don't actually
Mantap
see
lah.
enemy heroes. They just see enemy creep waves. Right? That's the goal right now.
Okay.
The creeps are the true enemy.
Broken
That's why
banget,
Faith
kira.
Beyond, you know, he's not up top.
Gua
where the
kira
heroes are.
ada
He's
target
at bottom,
gitu.
where the creeps are.
Agak skill satu bisa di cash
Push them
lantai.
out. Keep them away from your base.
Oh,
Trying to extend this as long
jadi
as
bentuknya
possible
kalau lu
and
pencet
force
Q
Team
itu bulat
Spirit
gitu.
into a bad position. And you know, in the last couple of minutes, they caught up.
Kayak pencet arrow Mirana, ngerti
You know,
gak?
you look
Yeah.
at this more. He just keeps climbing.
Oh,
Will it be enough though?
Kayak skill 2 Zeus, arrow
They
Mirana,
can
kira-kira
make
gitu
the
lah.
most of this, dodge fights, and then possibly get another fight
Nggak
on
harus
that
ada
next
target
Aegis.
ya.
That might be their window with the BKB on Ame.
I think what's very impressive
Ya,
from Team
menit
Spirit is
36,
how
last hit
long
Luna,
they have just kept this
540,
single like ball
anjay.
rolling around together, and they're not panicking. Because a lot of
Right.
teams, it gets to this point where like it feels like you've been roaming around for so long, and like
Farming
now the
seumur
Aegis is
hidup
gone,
ya.
so people said like they fan out a bit and they farm, right?
Yeah.
Morph Shaker will punish that with relocate, you know, with a nature's
NVME
problem. They will
nyusahin
find you,
sih,
they will
cuma
kill you
kurang
if you
juga
try
tetep.
and go out
Butuh
on your
lebih.
own.
But with all the lanes pushed out now, Team Spirit, without that Aegis, still going to walk up and hit this a couple of times. You have 3,200
barak
HP on Yaro as well as the butterfly gun.
And they have this ward on the high ground that LGD don't know about. And they have collapse.
So often, he's been the one to make those big plays. They're continuing to push in the bottom lane. LGD hoping for an overreaction from Team Spirit. As they walk up, start to hit these racks, but likewise, bottom lane is being pushed.
Lima-lima
They
dia.
morphed in as well, actually. He's fully committed to the shaker.
balik
Oke,
langsung.
marah.
Afterwards, caught with the fear of the Lord, starts to pull back. They got nothing to say.
He's so
Jauh
far away.
banget.
They don't have a way to get to him. He is going to die here as they get the Fiend's grip
Sekali
off.
lagi
The
tuh kena
eventual
skewer
right
tuh.
click down to death.
Konten lah.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo in the back.
Chase.
He caught one on the way out
Gets
too.
one! On to ZQ, he's in trouble now as well. They
Ih,
find
jempolnya
themselves
lama
another
banget ya.
pickoff potentially here. ZQ,
Iya,
nothing
agak
else
nih.
left in the tank, falls down.
That's a nice play. Very heads up there from Toronto Tokyo, just not letting him just get away with offering up the
Anjir,
sacrifice of the Leshrac, you know, not just the
sumpah,
go.
mainnya begitu banget
We're gonna
ente ya.
take what
Sedih banget aja kayak main
There
di
you go.
We'll take that.
di rank Guardian.
They're keeping these lanes pushed out. And this is the only thing. We've seen a couple of teams, you think back to that Quincy Crew game, they were able to keep the lanes shoved in constantly and eventually win with an all-in push. And that might have to be what we see from LGD as well. Maybe a relocate play with Morphling or something like that. Because right now,
do not say that. I won't allow it.
You won't
not
allow it.
here. Not some DD relocate Morphling.
There's a chance. There's potentially a way. You got to be careful of your team spirit. With this global potential that they have on LGD, anything could happen.
Atem.
The
Luna
last
banget.
outer tower. Now gone. PSG.LGD.
They've beyond AC done.
LGD.
And Team Spirit.
Menang upper
Starting to sense
bracket
Roche
sampai
gonna be
grand
back up.
final.
10 seconds.
Kalahnya sama yang lower bracket.
With that, it could be the window to close
Dari awal
this
di
game
lower
out for
bracket.
Team Spirit.
All right, refresher or eggs? What are we getting?
I'm down for either.
Ini dulu di TI 9 Spirit belum ada kan? Apa udah ada?
Smoke up though.
Ada
LGD,
kayaknya deh.
is this
Cuma nggak
finally the
tahu
fight
itu.
that they feel comfortable with? They have been
Orangnya
sitting
beda
on this
mungkin, kalau
Ag
nggak salah.
Shaker for so long.
Mungkin.
Or Ag's Morphling rather, with the Shaker. BKB now done to boot.
Yeah, that's a good point though. Maybe they get Zinc
Can
and
they
eggs here.
kena?
That would be kind of nice.
You can see Team Spirit not comfortable just hitting away in the Roche pit. Nothing to say walks in. Yadaro up front and center. Nothing to say, they jump in. There's the control. The damage out. Mapochka's dead. Buys back immediately. Yadaro turns to fight. Destroys Nothing to say. They've got him. Caught to the side. Ame in some trouble.
Wah, ini ngadu BB. Wah, dikat.
As they chase him down and kill him off. A great win for Team Spirit as they will find more and more. Unbelievable.
Well, the chase continues.
Yadaro just chases him down, and Echo afterwards trying to buy a little bit of space. Nothing to say, but Kimmy Kill collapse, trying to take him down, but no, it won't happen. On the side, Toronto Tokyo will fall with a big stun afterwards. Yadaro moving in. He's big, he's bad, he's Luna trying to kill him off. The fear, the pullback.
Waduh, didorong masih dapat loh.
Dead as well as they turn and hit. Another one bites the dust, but they buy back now. On Xingqiu, Faith Beyond getting absolutely shredded. Yadaro is too big. As they catch him in again, the pushback, they got him caught, and gonna maybe find the kill. Nothing to say, down low, dead. Another huge win.
Oh, udah last war ini. Wah, diangkat naik, Cok.
Catches onto Xingqiu, and Yadaro just slaughter.
The way they play these
Wah, kena
fights, they're
dream
so
coil.
in sync with one another. GG is called.
GG
They
dah.
call it a Cinderella story. Well, the shoe fits wear it.
Unreal.
Wah, ada nonton nih.
Up there. Talent, very excited for this young team's present.
Gila gak sih?
They have been absolutely dominant in this one. 2-0.
It's not just the fact that they won 2 games, it's the way they won these games. The patience exhibited here is not something of a young team of like, oh, we crushed the lanes and we're totally owning this game. They were patient. They knew their timing. They watched for the only way for PSG.LGD to get back in this game, and they just blocked it out.
Unbelievable showing here from this team.
Kalau di sini waktu saya nggak di-ban lucu sih anjing.
The calm, cool collectedness, and now 1 game away from being able to raise that Aegis.
Follow
Unreal,
dah,
very
follow.
socially distanced crowd.
Udah harusnya nggak selama Dota tau. Berapa lama sih kita nonton ini? 40 menit anjir.
Dan di sini Tenmis.
Belum, Cok, masih 87.
Dan PTC double kill.
Oh, buffer gua.
Sugar Zero tidak akan bisa. Dan
8 sama, Cok.
Oh, ya 8 sama. Ini mapnya siapa ya? Kalau map 5 tuh random ya?
Mereka punya 3
Iya, ditentuin sama itu yang bikin.
Lagi-lagi menunjukkan performa yang luar biasa. Soldam juga nggak
itu
kalah
17
ciamik.
lagi memimpin Soldam.
Lagi-lagi Cyber Sketch dari Calalala ganggu banget visionnya. Sayangnya nggak di
siapa yang defend? Oh, FS ya. Ini map attack sih.
Northampton defend.
Iseng-iseng
Oh?
apa namanya, mereka coba muterin smoke.
Oh iya, NTH defend.
Kill Soldam kena fault line dan hampir aja keculik, tapi
Ada yang kena ding.
Kena dink. Entah dari siapa.
Mantap juga ya.
Entah dari siapa emang. Tapi belum menemukan apapun sepertinya. Dari ketiga pemain yang melakukan kontrol dari arah long, ada 2 pemain yang sudah melakukan crossfire, yaitu Ten dan juga Mei. Dari arah choke point Silong PTC.
Itu dingnya pakai sheriff ya?
Hasil cross ke arah kabin mengeluarkan aftershock, memaksa Ten untuk melakukan reposition dan easy kill by PTC.
Emang kena
Ten
ya di
harus
pojok?
tumbang tanpa adanya perlawanan.
Gede areanya harusnya, nggak tahu sih ya.
Ini kebiasaan dari full
Kalau
sense.
nggak kena, mereka
udah dapetin satu side, mereka udah bisa dapetin kontrol, mereka udah bisa dapetin informasi, mereka nggak langsung commit, melainkan mereka langsung rotasi, balik ke arah side A, dan mereka mempelajari betapa cepatnya pemain-pemain Northampton melakukan rotasi. Ini informasi yang didapatkan hanya ada Sugar Zero dari arah defender spawn, dan PTC tanpa kesulitan akan mampu untuk mendapatkan kill, dan plan pun akan dilakukan.
Ada bulat-bulat di layar, gue gak tau yang buffering lu,
dan
gue anjir.
3 pemain dari Northampton yang tersisa harus melakukan.
Gua enggak sih. Oh iya ya, iya juga ya.
Udah dan deal sih seharusnya bagi Northampton, gak bakal banyak yang bisa dilakukan.
Soldam.
Olsen berhasil melakukan Soldam 2 lawan 5. Calalala mampu mendapatkan Mei dan ya Astel. Ya doa pun gak cukup untuk memenangkan ronde ini. Mukjizat pun kayaknya gak bakal bisa menyelamatkan ronde ini untuk Northampton. 8-9 full sense kembali berbalik.
Wah, ini sengit sih last match-nya.
Dan nampaknya full sense
kelihatannya sih enggak
ada di ambang kemenangan. Mereka punya
duitnya
ultimate sekali lagi.
FS banyak
dan
banget
langsung di call time out oleh Northampton.
Oh iya sih.
Lihat PTC punya Rolling Thunder, Calalala punya Neural Theft,
Ngegoceng
Astel emang punya Rolling Thunder juga. Jadi Kita lihat aja.
Bandingin sama itu mah.
Apa yang bisa dilakukan?
Kalau misalnya menang flawless bisa sih, tapi ya gitu.
Seekers, jadi it's not looking good for North.
Susahnya mereka harus menang menang terus-terusan.
Ronde ini sih. Kalau mereka nggak dapetin apapun, even economical damage di ronde ini, kayaknya susah bagi North untuk bisa comeback dari situasi seperti ini. Mereka udah ekonomi kalah di sini berarti bisa aja jadi 11-8 dan kalau mereka di 11-8 mereka kalah lagi, match point-nya mereka bakal miskin. Jadi mereka harus stop laju Full Sense sekarang karena dari segi ekonomi Full Sense sudah nggak bisa dikalahin.
Iya betul. Ini udah membludak banget ya dari Full Sense, apalagi dari balik lagi tadi apa yang lo bilang Son, ultimate count jauh lebih diungguli oleh Full Sense dari North sendiri. Sebenarnya mereka harus bisa ngedefense sih perlawanan ataupun gempuran-gempuran yang selalu diperlihatkan dan juga diberikan oleh Full Sense yang seperti balik lagi tadi cara permainan dari Full Sense. Mereka dapat 1 poin, mereka dapat 1 sisi, tapi mereka nggak langsung komit. Mereka cuma memancing rotasi ataupun over-rotate yang dilakukan oleh North sendiri. Dan sekarang dari arah double door langsung diharas habis-habisan. Ada pressure yang diberikan.
Meta skin botak
sendiri. Ada Trailblazers dan ternyata meskipun Trailblazers tersebut tidak melihat posisi dari Soldam, John Olsen mampu mendapatkan kill, tapi masih ada Ten yang menjaga, memanfaatkan informasi dari sebuah Trailblazers yang tidak mampu mendeteksi dia tadi.
Killjoy-nya bisa lari begitu,
4 melawan 4 sekarang kembali ke paper 1 dari kedua tim.
Ya ini masih belum keluar Rolling Thunder dari masing-masing tim. Astel nahan, buset. Hilang itu kepalanya Astel. Perkara sekejap, sekedip. Langsung hilang dan
mantep banget.
Sekarang Full Sense berhasil masuk ke dalam side. Masalahnya
waduh, selamat.
Oh no! Salah Lala memang berhasil tumbangkan oleh Ten, tapi langsung ada refrag. Sekarang ini sulit banget buat North karena mereka tahu ketika spike ini bisa di-plan, Rolling Thunder dari PTC bakal ngeganggu segalanya. Dan approach yang cukup nekat dilakukan. Masalahnya Lemis next nahan di gong. PTC lari ke arah side A untuk mendapatkan plan yang lebih aman dan post plan yang lebih efektif karena dia tahu kalau dia plan di sini ada kemungkinan dia nggak perlu pakai Rolling Thundernya sekarang. Dan Mei berada di posisi tersulit yang bisa dia bayangkan di ronde kali ini. 1v3 tanpa Seekers memang masih punya utility dan udah di flank sama Super Bass 8-10. That's it. North akan eco sekali lagi.
Wah ini Full Sense.
Bisa mereka harus ikobai terus.
Sudah diamankan oleh Full Sense. Sedangkan North setelah time out pun mereka masih
gue pengen banget lihat ini anjir, lihat
apa yang mereka inginkan.
NTH iya di Berlin. Kok Berlin udah lewat emang di Berlin lagi.
John Olsen itu dia langsung nge-swing langsung dapetin kepala. PTC pun sama, nge-swing dari arah mid langsung dapetin kepala itu bahkan
mereka bilangnya Berlin
sendiri kayaknya masih belum siap ya. Mungkin lagi
pokoknya bukan yang region gini.
Tiba-tiba aja
wah si Soldam nggak belajar Jit.
Lagi nge-swing dan langsung mendapatkan kepala dari Soldam. Rendering Play Storm useless di round ke-19 kali ini. 4 menawan 5 bahkan Ten pun tumbang di tangan Super Bass. Tidak ada Blade Storm, tidak ada lockdown yang bisa digunakan North di round kali ini. Tersisa 3 pemain saja sekarang untuk melakukan defense. Dan posisi dari Astel pun sudah terreveal.
Ya mereka udah bodoh deh mainnya.
Akan mengusir mati-matian di sini dari seorang Astel sampai ke arah defender spawn. Dan side C pun kosong melompong bagi Full Sense.
Gila itu di flash di posisinya aftershock jadi lu masih di backside pun lu mah nggak tahu itu di flash. Karena tahu-tahu aftershocknya kok nggak butain ya bang. Dan sekarang tersisa Super Zero dan juga Astel. Super Bass udah nge-spot dan ini udah free kill banget. Astel tersisa. Apa yang bisa dia lakukan? Cuma pakai klasik. Dan ini udah bagaikan Hachi coy. Astel udah kayak anak sebatang kara dari arah side B. Cuman berharap bang, udah bang, gak bisa ngapa-ngapain aku bang. Aku mati sama Spike aja bang. Biar kalian gak dapat bonus kill ya. Dan tentunya tidak, Super Bass yang bakal ngincar quad kill 8-11. DCZ ini dia penentuan. Karena kalau Full Sense dapetin match point di ronde ini, North gak bakal punya duit untuk mempertahankan next roundnya.
Ya ini
dan itu udah
round krusial.
Udah winning moment banget buat Full Sense. Jadi DCZ, North harus menang di ronde ini untuk
Kalau ini kalah,
memastikan
Norteption.
match point tidak jatuh ke tangan
Udahlah.
Full Sense.
Susah.
Berat banget buat
Waduh,
Norteption
ini
sih.
pressure semua ada di
Tenang,
tangan
masih ada
Norteption.
chance comeback.
Semua pressure ada di pundak mereka. Tapi kali ini mereka punya
Yang di
4
Icebox
ultimate
aja
yang bisa
menang
digunakan
7 round
untuk
berturut-turut.
menahan gempuran dari
Beberapa
Full
round
Sense
gitu.
yang pastinya juga dari Full Sense sendiri masih memiliki 4 ultimate yang belum
Oh,
mereka gunakan
2 ke
untuk
11
mendapatkan
berapa
angka.
ke 9.
Dan sekarang Lemis next langsung membuka Trailblazers untuk mencari informasi di arah double door. The alarm bot yang harus dihancurkan terlebih dahulu. John Olsen langsung melakukan hal tersebut. Fault line pun dibuka. Dan ini benar-benar di zoning abis-abisan dari arah garage-nya. Smoke dibuka.
Solda mati
Di
lagi.
sisi lain, acting as a duelist, mampu mendapatkan 1 kill karena Soldam.
Gue tuh
Tidak ada refrag yang
penasaran
terjadi.
lihat mukanya Solda anjir. Kalau saya masuk ke Berlin kan ada mukanya.
Tidak ada flash.
Kalau di Challenger,
tidak ada support yang
kalau
diberikan
Region nggak ada
untuk
mukanya.
mendapatkan kontrol ataupun mendapatkan early pick dan early advantage. Dan ini ada flash yang dikeluarkan ke arah kanan
Mukanya
dari arah side B,
muka jet
ditukar
lagi
fault line
nanti.
ke arah kiri, dan John Olsen secara nyaman akan mampu untuk melakukan planting dan langsung kabur meskipun terkena hit sedikit oleh sebuah aftershock yang dikeluarkan oleh Astel.
Anjing. Gak ada yang kena, Cok.
Langsung Rolling Thunder dikeluarkan oleh Hassel di combo
Udah.
juga dengan mereka harus ingat, PTC juga punya Rolling Thunder. Untungnya ada Gravity Well menarik John Olsen biar nggak bisa langsung dapetin kill. Dan di sini Super Bass mampu mendapatkan 1 kill. di sini masih punya Singers 3 lawan 3. Calalala backstab.
Astaga.
Dan tiba-tiba saja rondenya kelar. My
Gila,
God, what a round. Itu semua udah digunakan. Rolling Thunder dari kedua sisi digunakan. Cosmic Divide pun keluar dari Sugar Zero. Tapi Rolling Thunder dari PTC lebih impactful. Kena 3 pemain. Sugar Zero udah coba buka Gravity Well. Emang ketahan.
Masih bisa beli loh.
Tapi nggak bisa kemana-mana. Karena Calalala ternyata melakukan backstep. Dan sekarang
Saking banyak yang kalah anjir sampai bisa beli.
Norteption bisa melakukan comeback. Mereka bisa melakukan comeback itu kemarin. Dan juga last Icebox. Tapi apakah
Soalnya berani banget, Cuk.
sekali lagi untuk membawa kita ke overtime. Super Bass dari arah window meletakkan sebuah star ke arah double door dan juga ke arah backside side C. Masih menahan bermain dengan tempo yang relatif lambat kali ini, mencoba memancing rotasi karena mereka tahu di fase seperti ini ada kecenderungan untuk melakukan over rotate, dan benar saja Soldam berhasil diculik oleh Super Bass. Maksud gua,
Hah?
Mati pertama mulu anjir.
Iya, dia soalnya maju banget.
berhasil nge-spot dan langsung udah kebaca
Dia
posisinya.
ngejaganya depan banget.
Ada di waktu yang tepat terkena fault line, mau nggak mau Mei bakal mundur, di smoke pula oleh Super Bass. Masih ada Seekers, masih ada lockdown. PTC nyimpen aftershock untuk menghancurkan lockdown tersebut pastinya. Dan ini Astel berhasil mendapatkan Super Bass. Dan akhirnya PTC melakukan planting.
Pakai utility ngancurin lockdown.
4 di sini, Sugar Zero buta, dan John Olsen mampu mendapatkan 1 kill, 2 lawan 3 di sini. Apakah Norteption bisa memenangkan 2v3 situation? PTC menahan di flash, tapi tidak akan bisa membantu Ten untuk masuk. Mampu dapetin 1 kill, tapi Lemis next berhasil melakukan headshot. 2v1, Ten harus melakukan clutch. Tidak akan terjadi. Full Sense will go to Champions Berlin, mewakili Southeast Asia.
Oh, ada mukanya nih
dan akan
anjing.
berjuang bersama dengan Extend dan tim Secret.
Mukanya ini tapi.
Full Sense
Full Sense
berhasil
Thailand.
memenangkan last chance qualifier Asia Pacific. What a performance.
Ini nggak ada mukanya ini apa? Coba gue turun sebelumnya yang menang NTH.
Gila. Diperkuat oleh 3 pemain.
Dan nampaknya dia harus mengulangi itu
Nyari
sekali
mukanya
lagi
Soldam.
di ronde kali ini karena kayaknya itu
Sebelum round ini, sebelum game ini.
Seharusnya nggak sesengit.
mereka tumbang 1 lagi dead set menurut gua ronde ini bisa didapatkan oleh Norteption.
Udah mau kelar.
Di sini John Olsen masih menahan,
Anjay.
tunggu waktu yang tepat.
Tunggu.
Poison Cloud masih menahan. Calala pun tuh ini menjadi harus didapatkan itu. Skor 2. Norteption akan memenangkan game ketiga dan unggul skor.
Bukan pemenang dari game berarti.
Panas dengan sangat-sangat
Mesti menang
bagus,
dari,
tapi
kan itu kan
sekali lagi
final
Norteption
game.
jauh atau bisa
Iya tapi masa
4 jalur Asia Pacific. Jujur gue nggak nyangka, ternyata ada perwakilan dari Southeast Asia yang berhasil lolos dari Asia Pacific. Ini benar-benar gila banget berarti.
Ini kabar gembira banget tentunya buat Southeast Asia karena kita akan melihat 3 tim dari region Asia Tenggara bermain nanti di Champions Berlin dan Fulham setelah turun ke lower bracket mereka berhasil menangkan Grand Final
Champion
dengan skor
Berlin
3-2 pertandingan yang sangat
match
sengit
paling pertama
karena
kali.
satu agent mereka ganti dan ultimate mereka jauh lebih efektif dengan Neural Theft yang udah pasti bisa kepake dibandingkan dengan
ini.
yang memang selalu dihancurkan dengan Aftershock. Dan sebelum kita mengulik pertandingan barusan
tetap menganalisa.
Tapi kagak tahu mana yang mana Soldam anjir. Oh.
Terlebih dahulu kan bukan perjalanan.
Oh, ini Soldam. Wah, Soldam besar.
Kalau lu kesentil satu
ternyata
kali aja di pistoran, you're done. You finish. Kita next ke next map. Tapi apa yang mereka tunjukkan?
Soldam, Yung Soldam
dan pemain-pemain lainnya. Karena mereka manage pressure-nya itu salah satu one of the best gua rasa tim di sini.
Masih ada next game ini. Ntar tapi racu.
Udah habis kali. Itu udah habis kok, udah 2-3.
Oh, udah ya. Cuma sampai 3 kan.
Iya.
Terus ini apa? Waktu ini.
Fuck, gue main. Kesel banget gue diajak main Dota sama temen. Gue pick Kunka, musuhnya Viper anjing.
Lu lagi main sekarang?
Iya, gue diajak, gue udah lama gak main sama mereka, jadi ya udah gue main.
And the mid after seeing all 5 of PSG 2 times in a row. So we mentioned the idea of the impact of Army, the impact of Nothing to Say. It is a product of the Lesh was a sacrificial type pick in the draft.
LGD
was kind of thrown out there, not a comfort from Nothing to Say. So I
would dapat reward karena predict gue menang.
They shift around their first pick drafting style to enable the players a bit more, or take that second pick one time and just give it a go when they actually get to go, okay, this is our best core in the game, this is our best read on the game, and give it a go. Because right now, Spirit is utilizing that.
Kelihatan dong ID gue.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen. It is time for Game 3 of this Grand Finals.
Sabar.
Gak ada yang nonton stream lu kok. Satu orang.
Gak salah sih.
PSG.LGD.
Grand Finals, Game 3.
Welcome again to the draft panel of the Grand Finals for Game 3 between Team Spirit and Team LGD. And honestly, no questions this time, because I really want to see exactly how they've adapted their bans to Team Spirit's lineup. We actually saw that LGD, they were choosing first pick before, but they've made an adjustment here, and they took second pick.
Yeah, it means that now this is all about Team Spirit. Team Spirit is in the driving seat more than ever. They are forcing LGD to, they're making them second guess themselves. They're making the 15-1 group stage team, the upper bracket dominant team, they're making them completely question everything that brought them so far. And that's crazy. So now Team Spirit is leading the charge. LGD is switching things up, maybe trying to put the players back in their comfort zone. We were sitting there watching their body language with Johan, like in this pre-stage kind of area. Chao 8, arms crossed, them looking at their feet, not looking at each other, not sharing, energy. This is what you need when you're back against the wall. You need to be there for each other. You need to bring the momentum back. You have to create it somehow, because obviously the Dota is not bringing it. And on the other side, you have Silent talking to them, and they're all looking at it, kind of drinking whatever word he's giving them, and they're uniting, feeling, bringing the
masih Batung nggak mau langsung main Magnus lu.
Completely different teams right now from what we could see body language wise. I wonder if this change up will make them feel slightly better.
Aduh.
New page.
Kenapa?
Is gonna go back to a second pick. Maybe that will give them some type of
Iya, mereka langsung pick Magnus dong, Team Spirit.
They need to play harder, play better. Team Spirit showing up today, and LGD they need to bring their A game every game.
And we see even though they lost last game, even though they're down 2-0, I think this might actually be a good sign for LGD. Yes. They're still confident even against what Collapse showed on the Magnus. I think this is the first time I've really seen people pick the right counters against Magnus.
Finally.
You need to deal with the skewer, right?
It is finally coming up, and I also want to mention, like, this is the beauty of Dota. Magnus has dominated many patches. It has dominated many years for different reasons. It has been about Empower at times. It has been about RP at times.
Pro game LGD ya komen.
It's about repositioning a hero in a way where the fight is so unfair for one team.
Yep.
But this keyword play is stoppable. It's stoppable by a Rubik Lift, probably one of the best tools in the game. Yule Scepter, you know, Lion Hack, like you Force Staff. There are ways to stop this keyword from happening. This Magnus doesn't buy BKB early in the game. He's playing with Force Staff, either lens, like, and you have to stop it. And I love the confidence from LGD in a way. You know, maybe Xiao8, maybe somebody
confidence from LGD.
Them, hey, I know this Magnus looks strong, it looks unbeatable, it is beatable. Stop this keyword play. Now you end up with a Magnus stuck in the fight, cooldown keyword. He's just gonna die. No RP, no, the whole team fight goes away. And then the fight is absolutely terrible. Great way from LGD to counter it. It is abusable, and they're going for it. I love it. That is confidence.
Yeah, I think LGD, whatever it is going to take for them to really find themselves and play like LGD.
Pak coy, yang nonton 420.000 orang dari Twitch, dari YouTube nggak tahu sih.
YouTube 100.000 biasanya.
Berapa?
You want to win TI, you have to be the best, you have to be the greatest.
Nggak tahu ya, biasanya kemarin 90.000-an gitu. Itu pun dari satu doang.
Team has to be able to play Dota to their fullest, even down 0-2. And if they can't do that, then then it was Spirits win. So
English.
Now is the cornerstone. This is definitely where the finals is going to be decided one way or another, or either.
I mean, what a run, though. I gotta give Spirit a lot of credit and Collapse a lot of credit for what we've seen so far. It's been insane, the stuff that they're doing, the stuff that they're pulling out. If you were to go replay analysis, Spirit before today, you could pick up something, but this is still a different team than yesterday. They are better, they are more confident, they're more free, and they are picking whatever they feel like picking and doing whatever they feel like doing.
They're blossoming. It's beautiful to see.
I think we've seen that the entire lower bracket run. I mean, they're a team like, oh, maybe it can beat this team. I mean, unfortunately, they eliminated you guys, but throughout every series, I think, as you said, like, they're bringing out better and better Dota, and all this momentum, like, it's come crashing into LGD. Like, they were by far, I think, the favorites of this tournament, but now they're down 0-2. I want to mention this Undying pick. So in my head, like, Magnus, he repositions the fight. So maybe Undying, he has troubles with that. But is it just like because of the Rubik lift, they're so confident in stopping that, you can like anchor a fight with a Tombstone? Or like, what do you guys think about the pick?
It is possible. It's also a very good hero against Magnus on the lane. There's that too. And you also have to keep in mind they're playing second pick. So they have to kind of show cards. You probably better show an Undying card than another card. It's like strong laner, probably going to allow Ame to pick out of a very wide pool of hero because he knows that his lane is secure no matter what.
They also run out a lot on Faith Beyond.
Yeah.
So that could be a possibility.
True. Could be a possibility. Like the way I look at it and I think strategy-wise, what could be very interesting from Team Spirit is like, okay, they get it. They're going to try to stop this QR. But Magnus has been dominant for other reasons, as I mentioned. Maybe you can play an Empower strategy where, you know, you can play like you can build up on top of this Magnus, you know, get a hero to, you know, the Mag Jugger, for instance. It's not as much about this QR than other things. You get this Jugger to a very strong moment. The Magnus can play without blinks. We've seen Magnus win games without blink dagger. You just build on top of, you know, he goes mech into blink. He can decide to go mech into Greaves this game. Mech into Greaves into Crest and put that on this one hero that's just gonna, and then this cure is never gonna happen. And now you're stuck with the Rubik that's just looking at the, it's like, it's sure happening, guys, because that's my job in this game and it's not happening. I'm just fate bolting.
Which is also where the Undying pick, I think, comes in to maybe secure that these are fights that are going to happen. So now if you're playing on RP or playing on Empower, you're at least fighting into the Tombstone.
Yeah.
I get the pick, and also what you said. I think he suffers a lot from the skewer play and the fight being repositioned. Already now, LGD are probably thinking about objectives together. They want, that's how you're going to enable this Tombstone. Is how you're going to enable your two heroes to kind of punish this Magnus.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but we'll see. I'm still worried for LGD. Now I'm seeing things, and I'm seeing this morphling ban. I think it would also be a good pick for them. They're also worried about like a Willow morph combo, but it's good against Mag. It would be good with Undying. It's what they're looking for forcing objectives and things like this. I wonder if they're going to have a solid plan going into this, if they're drafting free, or if Xiao8 is also dealing with all this pressure that they might be feeling. Being the favorites, having not lost many games before, and now losing games for like the first time. Ooh.
Again, this is, I think, it's dealing with the Magnus blink again. They're worried about that skewer. I really like what you said, Seb, about maybe making a pivot on the Magnus style. I think the other thing that this hides is whether Undying is actually a core or not. Because I think that's really what they're thinking about here.
That's one thing. I think there's two ways here. If Spirit can play Mag mid, I think it's very interesting, this game. The Mag doesn't have to go into the Undying lane. Mag mid is Echo Saber Mag. He's just gonna blink, RP, kill. He doesn't shore back, you know, and he is not gonna care as much about what's being built, and they get also to counterpick the Spectre greatly on the lane. It's a possibility, but they could also decide to double down. They go for the Mag PA. I mean, I think they're thinking about the...
This dude's playing everything.
Yeah, everything. And the PA shard versus Spectre, crazy. You don't scale into this. He will pop him in a second with Empower and with the shard. And I'm sure, you know, Yotaro PA, for those that don't know Yotaro well enough, like, he is one of the greatest PA players ever. If you encounter him in the pub playing PA or watched him, this is his bread and butter. He's super comfortable.
He played it here, I forget who he was playing against him. He got Rampage in that game with PA already at TI. So I mean, he is playing everything. He's literally playing every hero he can.
And I want to mention how LGD, I am scared for them. I want them to bounce back. I want to see more LGD Dota. I want to see Game 4, I want to see Game 5. But they have played so far Tiny on crack, you know, Tiny Ogre, Tiny Mag. They have played ET, you know, enabled ET that is also crushing the games. They have played and they have played these really powerful strategies. And so far, I don't see the multipliers here. I see the one Spectre, I see the one Undying, I see the one Bloodseeker, but I don't see the multipliers that LG are so good at. They're creating these strategies and they're buffing them so much that it just breaks the game. I'm maybe missing it, but so far I don't see the game being broken from LGD's side. So to me, Team Spirit has successfully pushed LGD out of their trademark this tournament.
I think Team Spirit's lineup also looks like it has a lot more potential. When you look at these fights and when you look at what's going on for LGD, tell me about what their gameplay is going to look like this game. How are they forcing a tower? How are they forcing a Roche? How are they forcing a fight this game? I don't like what's going on in the draft right now, where I already see that they're just addressing, oh, they pick PA, oh, we feel bad, oh, we need a Rupture to try and deal with it. It makes not a lot of sense with the Spectre. It makes not a lot of sense with this Undying and Rubik. Maybe with the Rubik for the lane, but still, there are picks in the game that could maybe make this come more together, find a way to scale into them, win the fights, get the Roche, play some team fights to actually make it happen for your team.
So is that what you think they're lacking on the LGD side? Just need some so it's damage for objectives and maybe some more team fight.
Some way to force the fight. It can happen through objectives. It can happen through Roche. It can happen through catching them with a good spirit hero.
As for the last game, I'm going to try to make a case for LGD, for the LGD fans or the ones that are hopeful to see a Game 4. They have very strong lanes. I mean, Bloodseeker versus PA, you know, I speak from experience. Like, as an offlaner, I can tell you this is a free lane. Yeah. He's going to have the lane of his life, especially with the Rubik on this lane. You know, they did see the Magnus, and they decided to go with the Undying and the Spectre, so I can only assume that they're happy with this lane too. So now these are two side lanes, and they're going to get the last pick for nothing to say. He has proven that he can, you know, truly dumpster a lane if he's given the tools for it.
And Tinker's still in the pool this game.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
I think he plays an insane Tinker.
They also have a way to force these fights. I mean, at the end of the day, they do have Rupture plus Tombstone, and that is a way to fix the fight somewhere, you know, and force them to fight into the Tombstone, give the Rubik freedom to position himself around the fight how he wants and gets his spells off. And, you know, and we all know what Xingqiu can do when he's enabled in these fights. There are ways for LGD to make that happen. I see the Tinker. Then the Tinker would actually, you know, Tombstone, Night Vision, Bloodseeker amplifying,
yeah, that's
you know.
crazy.
I would just be worried about how are they forcing a fight with this Tinker? How are they actually catching a hero? It has to be the Rupture, it has to be the lift. I don't think it's the best and easiest ways to force fights.
Early on, Rupture, ATOS, they have to build on it.
ATOS would be a really good, it would be a really good timing for them.
They have to build on top of that. And I see how the Tinker makes all of it. Nothing to say, one of the best Tinker players in the world. Incredible Tinker, actually. So good on the hero. You get the Spectre with the Ags, you get the Dagger Vision, meaning you get the enemy hero's vision. So Tinker's gonna see everything. He's gonna be amplified by Blood Rage and the nighttime Tombstone Vision. Everybody's tanking the Tinker spells. Very beautiful pick, in my opinion, that can, once again, it might enable their entire lineup if they are willing to look at it.
What's left for Toronto here? So there's a lot of heroes that are banned.
Do you feel like he needs like a preemptive Tinker counter though? Because when you guys are talking about Tinker, I feel like it seems so free. I mean, you guys
it's very free right now.
He has to color the Tinker angle. He has to. But no Puck, no Storm, no Void Spirit, no Ember Spirit. I don't know, man. Like, most of the heroes that he would want to pick are kind of gone.
Okay, that's a Toronto hero, but it's not an inherent Tinker counter. You can catch him, but you don't stay on top of him.
Anjir invoker.
And nothing to say, he was a Tinker spammer. When he was like a C pub star, he was one of those guys.
Yes, give us the NTS C Tinker. We want to see it.
Gue dengar suara teman-teman lu anjir.
He is, you know, he is the king on this hero. Come on, make it happen.
Here it is.
Okay, perfect.
Does this make you just favor LGDs? Because I think this is the first game I've seen like their draft. It looks cohesive with this aspect.
I'm a huge Tinker believer. I believe that if you play this hero to the limit and you find ways to push his timings this game, I think he's going to shine. I think you're going to see this hero popping off, and he's going to be making Team Spirit run away. They're going to be dying from rockets. It could be a massacre. It always has the potential. This hero is so strong this patch, and yeah. One of the best Tinker players. I hope to see fireworks.
Yeah, regardless of what I want to see win TI, I want the game 4 at this point. So for this game, I'm all in LGD. I want them to take it. I want to see more Spirit. I want to see more LGD. I want to see more Dota, man. That's all I care about.
I want to see more Dota too, but I would be very happy to see Team Spirit win. I think these guys have shown the world some incredible games, and the beauty of the game and the beauty of these heroes and what you can actually make happen. So either way, I'll be happy for Team Spirit, but boy, I want to see more games too.
Excited. Pep talk. You see it.
And the draft is finished, and we're going to head straight over to Casters with Insania and OD Pixel.
Thank you very much, Yowie. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 3 now of the Grand Finals. PSG.LGD against Team Spirit. Team Spirit up at the moment, 2-0. One game away from potentially taking that championship spot. Insania, we heard from the panel there during the draft. They predicted it perfectly, this Tinker pick, and they were excited to see it. Could this be what allows PSG.LGD to maybe turn the tides and get the momentum back under their grasps in this series?
I mean, I absolutely think so. Out of all the drafts that we've seen from them, this feels the most LGD. I felt like in the last game, they didn't really have a way to fight. I feel like LGD's like proven we're one of the best teams at fighting you. And I feel like in the last few games, they just didn't have a chance to do it. So I really like this draft from them, and I think they have a way to, you know, battle out against Spirit. But at the same time, I see a way for Spirit to deal with a Tinker. I don't think it's an uncountered Tinker. I just think of the way Yatoro plays. I could easily see him, you know, get on top of the Tinker and pick him off in a fight, come in from the sides with Meld, and, you know, read the movement correctly. Because one of the themes for me about Team Spirit victories has been vision. And vision is the best way to deal with Tinker. This hero abuses vision better than most heroes. So I think the vision war that's going to happen between Spirit and LGD is going to be really interesting.
Already going to see both teams head-to-head it. Nice sort of catch from either of them, White. And try and hide in the pit. Already the rockets starting to come out. They will back up in either side, able to get the grab that they wanted to potentially get that first blood. But let's see, as you say, definite potential here for PSG.LGD and their lineup. But as we've seen so far, 2 games in which Team Spirit have looked to be completely in their comfort zone. And it does seem the pressure, it's certainly more so there for PSG.LGD in this series.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. And I agree with something No-Tail said, where like if this game starts looking bad, if the early game doesn't really go their way, I could easily see some potential crumbling
Spirit
coming out from
pakai
LGD, but
stiker mukanya LGD
anjir.
anjir.
Look at it objectively, if this was like a first game of the series, I haven't seen either of these 2 teams play, I would have favored LGD's draft. I like what they're coming into this game with. They're setting up strong lanes, and they have Tinker to like kind of provide the damage for later team fights.
One thing, though, to me that sort of stands out looking at the lineup of PSG.LGD, whilst they've definitely got a lot of heroes to create that vision, set up for the Tinker to go crazy in the team fight, sort of similar to, I believe, the Game 1 draft, there's not a lot of stuns.
Yeah, you're right about that. And I think the idea here for them is that you're not really going to be committing into fights. You're not jumping a hero and then just trying to stun him and lock him down and chase him down. You're rather trying to burst somebody really quick and then resetting out. So the idea of using Rupture and then dropping Tombstone is going to be their key way of team fighting. And then you're going to use Rubik primarily for counter initiation. So when somebody comes into your backline, or when somebody chases down the Bloodseeker, that's when you'll see the Rubik coming with lift. That's when he's going to come in with a clutch tornado or something along those lines.
We'll see how these lanes end up panning out here in the early game.
Cakep sih
Yatoro on his PAs.
line-up-nya LGD.
Already pulled out on the main stage.
I love this from Yatoro. If we take a look at the bottom lane,
Buat
he's so good at doing
Tinker.
this. As soon as you see Zinky run for this block on the small camp, he doesn't care if he misses a creep or 2. Just immediately runs over, make sure they get that pressure. Zinky's immediately forced to TP out. So that's mana. That's a Fade Bolt that he's not going to be able to use on them. Plus he doesn't have a TP. So just really nice gameplay from Yatoro, helping out his position 5 player win these trades.
Even stepping up there, trying to get connection onto Jinkyu, but smartly keeping his distance. We'll have to watch out when the level 2s are hit. I mean, this lane in general, when you see the Bloodseeker Rubik, do you feel that that is a lane that the PA can struggle against, or is it not too bad?
I think it's the kind of lane where they can kill the Rubik. Oh, and here we go. This might be first blood.
They're going to try. They get in the Thunderstrikes there. Miposhka. First blood for him down in this lane. The trades favoring them here between the supports.
Yeah, so if you think about how the lane is structured, Bloodseeker Rubik, they want to slowly like harass you out of the lane. And if you think about Disruptor PA, it's a similar story. But Disruptor PA have kill threat on Rubik because the silence from Bloodseeker is so slow that he can't really save his Rubik if they go on him.
My goodness, look at this aggression in mid. And Toronto Tokyo really building back, nothing to say.
Yeah. He does have his bottle though, and the water runes are up, so he should easily be able to run to the top one and pick it up for himself. Yeah, up top, Collapse is taking a lot of pressure here from the Spectre Undying. I think the Spectre Undying is an interesting lane because you won't really see the Spectre connecting as much as the PA is to his carry and helping him, but he'll provide the vision from the dagger. There will always be that slow that enables Undying to get more hits in.
Sure, and you feel it's unlikely for the Mag and the Willow to ever really get on top of this Spectre in the lane?
I think, so the idea for the top lane is that the Undying's going to tank a lot of damage. He's going to be in your face. You're going to have to be hitting the Undying and dealing with his mana for the first portion of the game, and that will lead the Spectre to get a lot of farm for free. However, the Undying has an issue because he runs out of mana at some point and he runs out of healing. And usually when he does that, he's forced to reset back. And then Spectre can take some pressure. But so far, it seems like Y is doing a good job. He's just blocking up these camps, providing vision. But you see this, Mira's immediately on top of dewarding the ward. He reads it perfectly.
Yeah, knew exactly where he was heading. Right, we'll go for the quick trip back to base here. I see mid. Toronto Tokyo is going to have to take the walk back. So a bit of space given to nothing to say as he is starting to get ahead in this matchup, getting a good few denies in against the Invoker.
Yep, and the Invoker's going to lose a full creepy over experience here, plus the bottle refill from Y. This is great gameplay from LGD, and I think this looks characteristic LGD, right? You expect to see them do these things where they're optimizing everything that's happening. Y runs in, drops a ward, denies himself the tower, blocks the Ancients, TP's mid, refills the bottle for nothing to say. This doesn't look like a phase team to me, you know? We were a little bit worried that maybe they're going to be maybe feeling a little bit of tilt or pressure, but the way they're playing right now, looks like their head's in the game.
Itu merah.
Solid start.
Oh, gua bukan
Arcana so far.
Immortal itu status.
Toronto Tokyo, he wants to try and play for the 4-minute rune, but
nggak di mix ya tuh.
won't manage to do so. Extra backup was on its way over for PSG.LGD to keep control of that.
Yeah. So you notice both 4s are rotating for the runes, right? And in this situation,
Bloodseeker merah gambarnya.
Bottom. He can't really be harassed out of the lane because of how the thirst functions, and he just keeps regaining HP.
Campur kayak campur immortal.
Meanwhile, the Mag up top, who's laning against the Undying, runs into this impossible block where he can't really rock up to the lane and get gold. And I think as long as they play this rune game where they force the position 4 in Mira to rotate towards the middle lane, LGD is going to come out with a little bit of an edge out of the laning phase.
Oh, their core is definitely looking comfortable so far.
Yeah. You see Miposhka rotating over mid, setting up vision. There's so much vision around this middle lane for the Dire side. They don't want this Tinker to go down.
Yeah, almost impossible to close in on nothing to say with this sort of setup from the team. It's going to ensure that he does get this good start.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you take a look at the CS, you notice the Invoker's really falling behind. The Tinker almost has as many denies as the Invoker has last set. So, like No-Tail and Seb mentioned, right, this is one of the best Tinker players in the entire world, and he's living up to that praise that he received on the panel.
But would you imagine that, even though it did get through as the last pick, do you think it was something that Team Spirit would have had in mind? They knew that this was going to be, there was potential of this coming up as the last pick for PSG.LGD.
If I'm being honest, I don't feel like they really addressed the Tinker in their draft. I think this Invoker was more like this is what we're going to go with, as Miposhka's in trouble.
They're going to try and chase him down. He does get the kinetic field off. Yutoro tries to turn towards Fabian, but the backup's there from Y. He's trying to commit Yutoro, but can he get the kill in time? The stick charges. Yutoro's going to try and run him down, but Fabian is out to the side. Yutoro's not got the further vision. He is going to be able to jump out of the blood right, though. Over to the creep wave.
The zombie gives vision.
See if they can chase him under the tower. They can't. Oh, they can! Oh, they get him!
Bisa kelihatan di dalam hutan.
They
Di
still
setrum.
manage to see him there as Jingqiu reaches in with a hard-hitting fade bolt.
Actually, I do believe that was a thirst vision.
Now Miposhka. I mean, this is going to be potentially another one. Can they get him as well?
There's no man on the Rubik, but he has boots.
I mean, Jingqiu, he wants to dive in for this. He has taken quite a few tower hits here. Toronto Tokyo will TP over. Jingqiu, he'll get punished for this dive. See if Toronto Tokyo can find anything more here. Why still in the tower? No TP, no mana. So they do dive in to get an extra kill on the Disruptor Baboshka, but they lose 2 heroes for it. Toronto Tokyo.
Gila nih ada bau-bau 3-0.
It was having in comparison to nothing to say in the mid. So being able to make that move and pick up 2 kills on the Invoker, that's going to get his early game back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. But we touched on this in the VP versus Team Spirit draft, how it's very important that you get earn charges on the Invoker, right? This is what enables the Invoker to play his game and be faster on the map. Unfortunately, he has not yet bought his earn. So despite getting these 2 kills, he doesn't fulfill the objective of getting 2 earn charges in the early game. So while it is good for them, it also has its drawbacks. And this is in large part due to how well Nothing to Say played his lane out.
Udah pernah ada belum sih sejarahnya tuh 3-0? Siapa lawan siapa? Siapa 3? Boleh.
Yeah, absolutely. Middle lane, Nothing to Say is getting pressured. But you see here what Seb and Notail talked about. They don't really have the damage to punish him. They don't have the tools to really kill him. The Invoker is good at catching him, but he's not a hero that can stay on top of him and keep outputting damage. Because as soon as you've used your spells, that's kind of all you have in the tank. And in the bottom lane, you notice here how Yatoro doesn't feel as safe sitting on the lane. When the wave is pushed out, he's forced to move away from there because the Rupture is up now and they have the ability to go on him. So you can look at Team Spirit's positioning. They're expecting something to happen down here.
They certainly are. Yatoro just trying to farm with the dagger from the blur.
Invoker's resetting back on the lane as well in the middle lane to set up for a potential TP.
Let's see if Xingqiu and Faith Bian feel that they can strike. They're being careful. They know that a reaction will come out if they decide to try and dive in on Yatoro, so they won't fall for it.
But yeah, so far you notice as soon as the wave goes out of his tower, he's forced off. And Spectre's just comfortably sitting top. He knows that he can lane against the mag at this point and doesn't really feel the pressure. However, you know, despite all of this, Spirit does have a slight gold lead all around.
Incredibly close though. PSG.LGD, they're bringing extra numbers down bottom white. He's ready to join. They want to dive in for Yatoro. They commit with the Rupture here. Horn over as well. They're in onto the PA. Yatoro will fall. See if they can get Maposhka as well with the 4 of them and the Tombstone down. They certainly can. The pressure mounting from PSG.LGD down on this bottom lane. They know that they can get in and get away with this, especially with the global backup of Arme.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the strengths of Undying in the early game, because once you place that Tombstone, the enemy team doesn't really want to TP in. They couldn't really respond with their heroes the way they wanted to. Mirror started his TP, but immediately canceled it, recognizing that, you know what, I can't TP into this Tombstone. It's not going to be a good fight for me.
See Collapse, trying to play around with Xingqiu. They do have further members coming up. Team Spirit off the back of those deaths down bottom. You know, Yatoro, he'll move himself up to the top half of the map to farm up here. Tier 1 tower will be lost. PSG.LGD with an early objective.
Yep, they're just evening out the map, swapping sides here. You see even a scan going out on the trees, making sure that nothing's here setting up. And one of the best ways to deal with Tinker is that you want to try to get these early towers, because Tinker abuses the towers on the map in order to fight. It provides him with safety, a place that he can TP to, come in and out, use all of his mana, go back to base, do it again. So it's important for Team Spirit to try to get the towers early, because once Tinker comes online, it's going to be very difficult for them to do it.
See what they look to head over next. Spirit staying together. I'll take some of the jungle away from PSG.LGD.
Yeah, so Tinker just finished up the blink. This is going to be their first timing to fight. You have Rupture up. Look for that Rupture into Tombstone combination once more, with a Tinker TPing in and dropping lasers and rockets.
We'll have to be done without the Horn. That's still out for about 80 seconds.
It looks like they're playing it patient. They don't feel rushed to make this move yet. And this is another of the nice parts about Undying. Unlike most 5s, he has the ability to farm jungle camps quite easily, because he just drops a Tombstone, and the Tombstone deals damage over time and spawns all these zombies that allow him to farm these camps and get some extra gold. So he's closing in on a 6.
Yatoro, the space is here. Clearing up the stacks. Keeping his farm on par with that of Arme. Having an equally good time, of course, building straight into the stats.
Sekarang banyak yang buat item awal ini ya, yang apa tuh yang kayak pedang putih itu namanya.
Look at Collapse, he immediately runs over. And this goes back to what Seth talked about, right? This game is more about the empower. They're not playing around the skewer in the same way that they were in the
yang kasih regen mana sama attack. Ah iya itu.
They do have 6 on the supports. Static Storm and the Fear ready to play with. PSG.LGD, they're doing a great job of avoiding this. Arme is down here on his own.
Yeah, it looks like they're waiting for the haunt, but Arme's about to get caught. Spirit have sniffed him out.
Let's see if the three have the damage. Try and set up with the root, but not going to get the connection. The glimpse back is there into the Static Storm. TPs are coming over. Arme, is he tanking up to live through the Static Storm? He's still alive, and in fact, he's able to turn the Tornado, does catch him. But is it enough damage? Arme will live. And it will be Spirit that lose the two heroes off the back of that attempt.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, you see, as always, Team Spirit really smart about their map movement. Yatoro moves into the enemy jungle, starts farming here. Tinker's forced to come top and defend the tower. And despite losing their two supports, they're applying the pressure. And whenever Tombstone's used, you're going to see LGD kind of wait up. So this is 40 seconds that they know Yatoro is most likely going to be allowed to farm pretty freely. And that's why he's up here in the top lane playing so aggressively. Collapse is the next target.
Trying to chase Faith Beyond. Not going to get in range for the rupture. Collapse into the trees, hard to find. They won't get the setup. About halfway towards his Blink Dagger collapse.
Yep, much better vision game this time around for LGD. Their wards are not getting dewarded the same way they were in the previous games. They actually have quite a lot of vision here to play with, and a lot more information than we've seen them have in the previous series, 2 games of the series.
There's a calm start here once again, but very close. 13 minutes in, less than 1k in it. PSG.LGD, despite the 2 rough games they've had so far against Spirit, seemingly regaining their control that's managed to drive them straight through the upper bracket into this grand finals. Let's see if they can keep it up. Bottom, Spirit. Start for a bit of a poke onto Y. Just the 2 of them is not enough to deal with the Undying. Not going to look to commit anything else here, Spirit. They know there's potentially backup behind the Undying.
Yeah, and the Tinker's deciding to go for the Aghanim Scepter. The way this works is whenever he lasers someone, they lose a chunk of their maximum HP. So versus these type of heroes that Team Spirit has, he's going to be very, very quick at killing them out.
Look at this quick move. Yatoro, he's in on a Faith Beyond. They're looking to try and burst the Bloodseeker, but the counterplay comes in. Arme with the horn, looks to collapse, jumps over towards Yatoro. Yatoro trying to
Magnusnya diem dah.
But collapse, there'll be no escape for him.
Yeah, just great presence here from LGD. Now they're the ones that are allowed to respond, and it seems like they understand now how Spirit's playing the pace of the map, and they understand what Spirit wants to do. They're gonna make assumptions based on
aja kalian nonton anjir.
And it feels like LGD are getting a better and better read of it. And yeah, I think that's largely due to the fact that they're able to establish more vision on the map this time around.
Ada talent yang laser bisa kena banyak ya?
Enggak, itu dari dasarnya laser emang kena banyak.
Udah
berubah Sar.
Level 1 kecil gitu rasanya.
BKB may be something that he wants to hold back.
Enak dong buat farming.
Tinker Laser will never be fun to play against as a PA when he's trying to focus targets. Bottom lane. See another attempt with a Static Storm. This time round, do they have enough damage? They've got the catch onto Arme. He's trying to get away, but he will fall. This time round, Spirit, they'll get the big kill, but it has cost them both supports' lives. We'll see Toronto Tokyo trying to escape, but they got any way to find him here.
There's one more sentry.
He's into the trees. He's out of the
There is a lift and a glimpse.
Oh! Not quite able to get round to the trees to get that set up. As Toronto Tokyo makes it out of there. They lose 2 supports. They get the Spectre. You happy with that?
Coba ya lambangnya LGD ada 2 anjir.
I think this is like LGD recognize that our Tinker is so strong right now. There's no real counterplay. Even if the PA gets on top of him right now, the PA doesn't deal enough damage to burst him. So I think for LGD, you want to try to abuse his timing where your Tinker's very strong and he's outputting damage. And Ahmed dying once or twice here or there while he doesn't have Haunt isn't the worst for them as long as they get some sort of response in return.
Back to the farming and 800 or so, the axe to be done on Arme. They are on track to hit a very good timing. And we've seen already the responses from PSG.LGD each and every time Spirit try and make a move have been top tier. But now the move that Spirit can make, it's going to be much more deadly. Collapse, the Blink Dagger on its way over to be in his hands. We saw what he was achieving last game when he was jumping all over the place. Let's see if he can pull it off again and start to literally tear PSG.LGD apart with his abilities to just grab them and throw them around the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. But this game is much more challenging than the previous ones. There's going to be rockets flying at you. There's going to be tombstone zombies. You have many things that are going to get in your face, as well as the Bloodseeker Bloodright. So he's going to have to both navigate these spells and make sure that he doesn't get caught before that. Plus on top of that, there's a Haunt, right, to provide all this vision for LGD. So I feel like the way the game is shaping up, it's falling a lot into Yatoro's hands. And he's proven that he can do it. But his farm and the way he plays his teamfight out is going to be very key in order for them to be able to stand a chance against LGD.
No, absolutely. As I say, this BKB, if he can get this quickly, that's going to be a huge nuisance. Not too much they can do through it. The rupture being the main one. If the setup's there and collapse, Maposhka, Mira, they're able to hold the heroes in position. This PA is not going to have to step around the fight too much. As long as they're able to stand in position and get the hits in, they can have the heroes brought to them.
Absolutely. Ame finished up his Aghanims, and once they get this timing coming, you see LGD immediately smoke up. They're checking for wards. They drop a sentry to block the Ancients. They know the PA is playing in this area. Unfortunately, they just made the wrong guess. So you either here are going to assume that he's at the 2 camps up in where they are right now, or that he's playing at the Ancients. But look at Yatoro. He sniffs it out.
It's so hard to catch this man. He's just always a step ahead.
I mean, the way they're reading the map is just very intelligent. I think they realize when the Spectre runs back to base that, hey, something's probably happening, right? He's not just running back to base because he wants to. They know that the item is very likely coming. And then when all the heroes then disappear, that is like another sign for Yatoro to be like, okay, I can't show.
We're going to see the attempt onto Toronto Tokyo down bottom. Zame, he'll jump over, sentry still down. Toronto Tokyo try and hide himself in the trees, but they'll stay on top. Same time over towards the mid. They will lose faith beyond. The counterplay was made by Spirit. So the TP out as well. Mira gets back to safety, so 1 for 1 across the map here.
2 seconds for the skewer. Glimpse. Skewer back.
With a dagger slow to set it up. He's able to dodge the decay nicely so that he didn't get hit. Could still get the blink off. But now Ame, he's ready to come back in. Yatoro's off to the side. The rocket's not enough, but nothing to say. Jumps in to finish him off. The fear, the counterplay here from Spirit. Nothing to say, is caught underneath the tower. Have they got enough damage here from the Willow and the Magnus? The start onto the 2 of them underneath the tower. Nothing to say. Surely going to go down. He will collapse. Steer over into the trees. Collapse. He's still alive here. Can they quite find him? Wise coming back over. Steps in the collapse. Finally, they burst him with a fame ball. But this battle underneath the tower, it's costing PSG.LGD lives as well. The root down. Catching the 2. Pushing them back into it with a deafening blast.
Dia Spectre udah TP pulang rumah dibalikin lagi anjir ke mid.
Onto the Invoker, Mira and Maposhka. Can they help him out? They cannot. Are they able to finish off Toronto Tokyo as well?
That was beautiful. I love the way Nothing to Say played that team fight. He recognized that if this PA is dead, there's no damage.
Sekarang mereka udah bisa cover kalau ada yang ketarik sama.
It's really what enabled this entire fight to happen. You'll see a lot of Tinker players just, you know, they're like, I'm not going to go in, I might die. But he recognized that my death is worth it if I can take the PA with me. Just beautifully executed there from LGD. Ame also, small thing in the fight, TP's back to base, heals up, uses Aghanim Scepter to jump back into the team fight and get those last couple of kills.
And I mean, it's crazy. We're seeing the power of that Shadow Step. He's in and out consistently, that 30-second cooldown. Easily able to do it a couple of times in a team fight.
Yeah, Mira, nice play. Knows there's no stuns that can catch him here, so there's no skewer on the Rubik. He's not going to get caught during that. We have another big interesting item coming up. There's going to be the Holy Locket for the Undying. And once he has Soul Rip maxed out, okay, he already has Soul Rip maxed out. Together with the Holy Locket, this healing is ridiculous. So basically the way it works is the more units there are, the more you're going to heal. And with Tombstone and the way it functions, you just spawn a bunch of extra units. So you're almost always going to get that maxed out heal. So any sort of healing tool, together with Spectre's Dispersion, just deals incredible amounts of damage in the team fights. I feel like LGD's draft is really coming together now.
Yeah, absolutely. So in a way that we just haven't seen from them so far in this series. Mid lane, they're looking to jump in onto Toronto Tokyo. We'll be able to turn with a quick tornado. The attention from PSG will turn over towards Mira. Into the Shadow Realm though. They still want to dive this, dropping down the Tombstone, just full aggression from PSG.LGD, diving past the tier 1 tower. The Rockets, they're coming in on Toronto Tokyo. He's got to get out, but he can't. Army! He's in straight on top of him.
That's just beautiful. They're abusing these vision tools so nicely. You have the Tombstone, you have the Bloodseeker. There's so many ways to get vision in these team fights.
I mean, this Arme Spectre's looking pretty spooky. He's picking up the kills, the involvement here. PSG.LGD just fighting in a way that we haven't seen from them so far in this series. We'll see the jump forward onto Faith Beyond. Underneath the tower, we call for the hill comes down. He's trapped in the Static Storm, trying to run, but the Thunderstrike finishes him off. TP's coming in from Spirit. Why? Trying to dive in onto Yatoro. Another Soul Rip, healing way up. He's going to stay on top of the PA, but the hits come out. Yatoro takes him down.
He's able to get away. Oh, that was close.
See if they can pick up Mira as well. They can. Nothing to say. In with the laser. And out he goes as well, picking up the action. 2K lead now for PSG.LGD. They're starting to break down Spirit.
Yep, they absolutely are, but a very, very important item is about to come into the game, and that is the PA BKB. He's 100 gold off of it, and he's going to have it in the next team fight. And the way this changes the game is the Tinker can no longer just laser the PA and force him to reset out. Yatoro's going to have 9 seconds where he decides what he wants to do. And if those 9 seconds get him the right kills, that's going to be everything they need in order to win the fight.
And during that time, you know, Yatoro, where's he looking first? Is it sort of this Tinker? Does he have to just commit onto nothing to say to eliminate the threat from for the rest of his team?
I mean, the ideal scenario, right, is that you kill the Tinker with the PA BKB, because the only thing really covering you against the Tinker is that BKB. Once that BKB runs out, you're going to see the Tinker lasering you, rocketing you, refreshing, laser rocket again. So the ideal scenario for him is he's allowed to meld and kind of hang around the fight as it breaks out, and then once the Tinker commits in, that's when he jumps.
We've got a smoke coming in from PSG.LGD. They are very ready to fight. Especially with Arme's heading back to base, reset. He's ready to shadow step in if he's needed.
Tombstone on the high ground.
Yeah, Collapse is just TPing out. Excellent kinetic field from Miposhka. Stops them from being able to chase in. Put a stop to the escape here from Spirit.
Dia acak-acak anjir Spirit.
But they should recognize that Tombstone's been dropped on the high ground, and it might be a hard fight for them.
I mean, Yatoro, he's going to commit with the BKB. Just goes to work straight away onto Y. He should be able to
Kayaknya
get this.
belum ada efeknya, belum kerasa efeknya.
LGD are hanging around though. They recognize the importance of this BKB.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a window now to maybe punish if Spirit stick around.
Jangan banget, maksudnya diangkat, dia papain, di silent.
Mau main berapa lama? Kalau misalnya lama-lama ya.
This BKB really is going to be important. So using the first 9-second charge for the Undying, it's okay, but it needs to lead to something. You know, this opens up some time. This gives them some time to farm. Hopefully they can deward some of the vision that LGD are playing with. And if they manage to do these things, and they can reset the map to a position where they can farm up and they can get to the PA shard,
susah juga PA-nya lawan
in order to punish the LGD draft, then it's all good. But if those BKB charges get wasted for support kills that don't lead to more, then it's problematic for them.
PSG.LGD, they're trying to sneak the Roshan. Won't be the quickest though, already actually deciding that they don't want to spend any further moments committing. A Spirit potentially around the area, and they are. Spirit more than happy to fight. Blink RP at the ready. The big ult Sarah for PSG.LGD though as well. Haunt good to go again for Arme. Few hundred gold away from the Manta style as well.
Yeah, Y leading the charge. All he needs to do is get that Tombstone down before the fight starts, and he's going to do it as soon as the smoke pops.
He's going to pop it down immediately to see what he can find. We'll just be Mirror. The Shadow Realm and a TP out will get him away from this, and now no Tombstone for the fight.
Yeah, but he does have that level 10 talent. This was recently added. The minus 15 seconds Tombstone cooldown makes it less of a committal when you use it.
Well, Toronto Tokyo. He's going to end up walking into the Bloodseeker mid. Faith Beyond just turns straight away upon him. Toronto Tokyo was not prepared for that at all. Just standing there in the mid, and Faith Beyond finds a very tasty surprise.
And now, if the Undying would have had that Tombstone ready, he would have had that ulti ready, you could have seen LGD potentially poking at the Roche. What they ideally want is for... okay, they actually already do have the Mantle Inspector, so never mind. But that is a big Roche tool. Once you get Mantle Inspector, you have the Desolate to deal true damage to the Roche, and then it goes down very quickly. But they're happy with the pace of the game right now. They're happy with how it's playing out.
You see
Shard finished on PA.
He's coming across this tree line. He knows that nothing to say is playing here behind the tower. He's going to try for the catch, won't get it. Goes for the attempt, but nothing to say, out of range.
And power stolen by Rubik as well, by the way. So the Spectre is now matching the PA's farm speed.
About 2k in it at the moment between Arme and Yatoro. But definitely having that ability on their side as well will help him close the gap. Online for the Skadi next after the Manta.
Tinker udah gak bisa keluarin anak-anak ya.
Intense game, both teams just holding their high grounds, understanding where they're strong. Neither of them willing to fight into their team's vision. If you look at how Y is positioned, he's standing right outside the ward until he's ready to run in.
Do they want to fight this Spirit? On the low ground, Tombstone dropped. As soon as it's out, Team Spirit, they retreat.
Yep.
Gila ya, skill 2 pulang, skill 2 pulang anjir.
They've been dominated in vision for 2 games straight, and they feel like, you know what, maybe they're better at warding than me. How do I solve it?
Or collapse.
Pick heroes like a vision.
He's going to get the ground on a Faith Beyond. The BKB is popped. He's going to look down the other. He catches the 2. Sunstrike comes in. They kill off Faith Beyond. The Static Storm is onto Arme. Yatoro's going to look to bail out. Collapse as well.
Anjing.
They all get out on Spirit.
Oh, Zenq just barely missing the RP on the PA there. That would have been a massive kill. But you see this from Spirit, right? As soon as that BKB is ticking low, he has to TP out of the fight.
Yeah, they know exactly when to sort of just get out of that. They get their kill, they get their trade. They know not to push it for anything more. Team Spirit knowing the exact moment to call it quits and reset.
Yeah, absolutely. Yatoro is playing this game excellently. But I do worry once this BKB starts taking out, the Tinker's closing in on a Hex, right? So even the threat of potentially jumping on him is going to be hard. You see Yatoro's also buying that Desolator. It's not a Basher. It's not a tool item that will allow him to necessarily kill the Tinker if he has that Hex.
They're going to go for the Roche now. They know there's no RP.
Yep.
So if they have the damage to take this out and see if Spirit still want to try and make a jump into them.
Yeah, so between the Laser, the Mantle Spectre, the Undying damage application.
Gonna get the Fear, quite nicely timed. Roshan is very low. Is there any potential for a steal?
Yeah, absolutely. Yatoro might go.
He's not able to get in. He's not able to get in. Arme gets the kill. The Aegis on the Spectre now. Spirit, they've got to be cautious. Yatoro pops the BKB, but he's already been burst so low. Throw out the daggers, but they're surrounded by PSG.LGD. Maposhka as well, caught in the river. They couldn't make the jump in time, and Yatoro just getting burst so heavily before he could actually get the BKB off there.
Yep, excellent gameplay from LGD right now. They're banging on all cylinders.
They are. We did not see anything close to this in the first two games. PSG.LGD finding their confidence, their fire, as they're hitting back hard here in this third game.
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel like the way that they've approached Vision this game is just so smart. I think this is what they were missing in the first two games. These tools that provide them with Vision, and the adaptation to recognize that is amazing.
Just Arme jumping around the map, collapse this time round. The damage too overbearing from Arme and his illusions.
Spectre-nya jadi duluan nih.
All right. So for the side of Spirit here, I think it's getting increasingly difficult. You're starting to feel the pressure of the Tinker. You're recognizing, you know what? There's that Hex. There's that Aghanims. And once my BKB's out, I'm not really sure how to fight into these heroes. We haven't really seen Toronto Tokyo in this game. He hasn't really had a game. So this Tinker pick from PSG.LGD is played out beautifully.
It's definitely turning into a game where we look at the farm on the course. A lot is on Yatoro's shoulders, whereas on the side of PSG.LGD, the well very evenly split between Nothing to Say and Arme. Both of these cores, and just in combination with one another. Spectre, Tinker, nobody wants to play against the good
sama level 20 sih.
He's using the RP to catch Yatoro completely off guard. He wasn't ready for that at all. Well, now see them try and turn it.
Vokernya juga belum kerasa impact-nya anjir.
Meteor crashing down on the Bloodseeker. They find him in return. Mirror adjusted in position here. White trying to look towards him, but the field holds back the Undying. Mirror gets away. But a quick move there from Xingqiu.
Yeah, there's still the Haunt ready though if they want to look for more.
Aduh, di Haunt.
Jump over towards Toronto Tokyo. He's out of
Waduh, pecah PA.
Arme continuing to be an absolute beast this game.
Lu Invoker.
The team fights are just so hard for Spirit, and
buona
especially
PA itu.
Yatoro isn't there to
PA tadi.
for them. They really need him. What a beautiful initiation from the Rubik there with the RP. You know, whiffed the one earlier up top, but gets the more important one here mid.
I mean, they're down 8k at the moment. How on earth do they just approach any sort of team fights now at this stage with the Spectre just jumping
Rubiknya cepet banget anjir, pas Magnusnya maju langsung diangkat.
And as you say, the vision, the counter abilities from PSG.LGD to just disrupt any sort of move or jump that Spirit are trying to make themselves. It seems that this time round, Spirit, they're the ones in the impossible position.
Yeah, I think they're off balance, right? They've probably played this entire tournament playing off of vision advantage, having information advantage. And in this game, they don't. They have one Tinker ward in an area where they can't really punish Tinker. That's far up top. They're not really going to bring their heroes to that side. And then in the bottom area, the only ward that they have to fight around is also an area that you won't really see.
Wah.
We'll see this move mid. Atos into the rock.
Undying sekali di danger sepertiga anjir darahnya.
Heading on top of him, we'll get glimpse back.
Mana ya?
And we'll get the space for Toronto Tokyo to stand his ground, the rupture to wear off. Looking for setup on the side. They get the catch onto White. Yatoro, he'll commit. Jumps in. Does get caught up on it. He's through. Drops it. BKB off in time though. Yatoro. He'll survive.
BKB-nya pas banget.
He goes. He won't chase further. The Sunstrike just off the
Lastnya gede banget.
Faith Bian will live.
Dari mana itu lastnya?
That time getting so close once again to being burst. The life still going in big. Did just grab that Paladin sword before that last play.
pas lu
Almost certainly
PKB
saving his
tadi
life there with a
spell,
big
jadi
burst heal
HP lu
through the
balik
crypt.
lagi.
Yeah, absolutely. I was
Harus
like,
gitu
where did
ya
that healing
Oh, dia
kayaknya.
ngurangin
I
HP.
did not see that
Anjir,
coming. So yeah,
bisa berubah gitu sekarang
does make
skill.
a lot of sense. And you,
Tinker ya.
he gets that second hex off. That's a one
Yeah,
team
that's
fight.
scary.
It's really coming down to, you know, those micro decisions that you make in these team fights. He thought he could get the burst damage out in time.
Iya.
Seemed like the wrong choice this
Aganim
time
nggak
around.
di Tinker?
Aganim.
Aganim iya, kurangin HP itu
32
langsung.
minutes in, PSG.LGD still
Ini shield-shieldnya Tinker buat apa ini?
They've only lost one tower
Nahan
so
damage
far in this 32 minutes. Very impressive
sama
control and
kasih status resistant.
just sort of forcing Spirit to almost play a different game than they would have wanted to. It was clear that Spirit came into this wanting to deal with PSG.LGD the same way they had done in the first two of this series. It's not worked this time. Spirit, we're going to have to see something different from them. But something that we have seen before in previous series, but not something they've necessarily brought out today.
Yeah, and if you click on Yatoro, you're going to notice that he's feeling the pressure of the Tinker. That's a refresher queued up.
All right.
And if you think about how PA works, that's really mainly for the BKB. He feels like he needs that extra duration of Black King Bar in order to be survivable in these fights and win the game. It's a really, if it works out, this will be a genius item. I'm really interested to see how it plays.
Karena undying lah, kasihan.
Jauh banget itu skillnya.
Oh, what a play by Y. He put his courier on the hill to scout out the north.
Collapse is going to still get the jump on him immediately. The telekinesis comes out for Jinkyu, catching Collapse in the
Langsung
combo.
TP.
Collapse to go over the TP out, but the Yules is there. Yatoro trying to get in with the BKB. He'll turn over towards Arme, but Arme just jumping all over the place. Yatoro has to go over the BKB TP out.
Kayaknya TP balik.
Collapse goes down. Yatoro will be able to save himself. PSG.LGD, they're looking to see if they can chase for more. Fate Beyond trying to run down Toronto Tokyo. But the Invoker, just as speedy as himself, will manage to break away.
What an unbelievable play by Y, though. He just put his courier on this hill, waiting for that ward to come out, recognizing that if they smoke, middle lane's where they're going to go.
They're going for more. They're ready to try and get the jump in onto Yatoro, but Yatoro blinking straight over to the safety of Mirror on the high ground.
Dia mukul Spectre-nya nggak ada rasa.
PSG.LGD there now look to back off. Still 30 seconds without Collapse.
Iya juga.
Yeah, the pressure is on. We see nothing to say. Buying that Aeon Disc, he was queuing up the BKB, recognizing though, the problem for me is not really the magic damage. It's potentially getting locked down by the PA and getting bursted. So Aeon Disc will solve that problem for him. And their items are just gearing them up to not die. You see also, same thing for Ame. He knows that PA doesn't really want to buy an MKB. It's not an item you traditionally see on the PA. It forces PA to deviate from his standard item build. So buying that Butterfly here is going to force the PA to play his game. And now the PA is suddenly reacting to the Spectre's item.
Butterfly. Lu lihat dia bikin Butterfly.
What is the call with his
Iya, dia mau buat
It's a
Butterfly.
hard decision, right? And this is what LGD are doing so well. They're forcing you into a position where you might make a mistake. Maybe he buys the wrong item. Maybe he now decides to go for the MKB, but then his BKB is too short to fight. Or you're just making this problematic for Team Spirit. You want to make it as hard as possible for Yatoro to do what's right.
Kayaknya mau Aganim apa sih?
Yeah, a difficult choice. I don't know what the right one is.
Aganim PA.
Ya,
gue lupa predik tadi. Sial.
Both nothing to say, and Arme's power just continuing
Lumayan
to
lu,
grow.
menang lu dapat tadi.
But you know, Roshan's about to spawn. Heroes start moving over to the top side, secure that area. Y already has the ward down. Notices there are no heroes there. That means we know where Spirit are. An immediate smoke over.
Kemarin nih.
Collapse. Ooh. He's out with a blink. Same can't be said for Miposhka though. The Disruptor will die. Mirror and Yatoro, this is a bit of a spooky place to be. Yeah, they'll have a poke and then immediate TP out. They're not messing around. They know how quick PSG.LGD is going to be with these responses. It's Collapse, he's on a cliff. Nothing to say, he's quite happy to join him.
Waktu saya terjebak.
Not really quite sure what was going on there. Maybe he was attempting to de-ward while he saw the hero's bottom and saw the TPs on the tier 1 bot tower. But Roshan has spawned. Click on Y, he has everything ready. Tombstone ready, ulti ready. This Rosh is going to go down extremely quickly as soon as Ame connects over.
I mean, in 50 seconds without Collapse, it's unlikely they're going to be able to do anything without him alive. Is there any world that they buy back to contest this, or they just let this go?
I feel like based on the way they're positioned, it might be hard to get there in time. Yeah. So the buyback option probably is not there. It seems like Yatoro now has seen this Tinker buying the Aeon Disc. So what does he do? He buys the appropriate item to response. He's going to go for the Nullifier.
All right. So many choices, and Yatoro, he's got to make the right one.
I think Team Spirit have recognized that as long as this Tinker's alive,
Jadi
there's no way
visa
they're going to
anjir.
win a long fight. And we're going to constantly be forced to TP out as soon as
Tingkat
Yatoro's
ini
BKB ends.
susah lah.
And for Team Spirit, I think the way that you need to fight here is you need to set it up in a way where you initiate, force the Tinker to show himself, and then have Yatoro go in. And at the same time, flip side for Team Spirit, for PSG.LGD, you know that your 4-man is stronger. If both Yatoro and the Tinker stay out of the fight, you have the advantage. So just don't show nothing to say too early in a team fight. Allow your team to play the game 4v4, and then come in and beat the PA as soon as he commits.
Again, falling back into a bit of a peaceful era here for Team Spirit, at least, where they don't have any interest in meeting PSG.LGD head-to-head, whilst there is the Aegis on Arme.
Gue main Dota musuh gue 50
And for the
to
first
hit
time in this game,
victory
Spirit has
predict
finally been able to establish some sort of vision in the bottom area of the map.
Victory apa?
We noticed them doing this time after time.
Erik
When they fall
Victory ini
behind,
udah
they like to
52.
take over the enemy triangle. They feel like
Artinya
it's
apa
a
tuh?
comfortable place for
Oh,
them to fight in.
prediknya.
And even in this game, you notice
Lima-
here we go
52
again.
strike itu.
Up into this radiant triangle or dire triangle.
Boleh juga. Oh ya, strike cost
Wait for
strike
the
sih.
Tinker to show up. If the Tinker comes to that wave, they're going to be right on top of him. But it seems like nothing to say is played.
udah
Plenty of
bater
Tinker
anjir.
games. Recognizes that this is the only way I might get caught.
Yeah, he's got a lot under his belt here, nothing to say. As Arme, a quick jump over to the bottom lane, adding another kill to his scoreboard, 9, 1, and 15.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, he's gone for the Haunt Illusion damage on 25.
We'll see here. An attempt of a play, Yatoro is going to get caught out by the bash. And he's got to get out of it, Yatoro. He'll go for the BKB TP out. The disarmament is there onto the Spectre, so no chance of a bash.
P mau rapier dia basic secret relic loh.
For Toronto, Tokyo, though, has nothing to say. How's his number?
I mean, nothing to
Nggak
say.
tahu
It's
Nullifier apa
really
Rapier,
turned it up
nggak
this
bisa
game.
bedain.
I mean, I'm really impressed with this Tinker
Oh iya,
decision
bisa
making.
Nullifier.
It's just very, very intelligent. Has not gotten caught a single time farming lanes, I think. And the way he team fights is just beautiful. He knows what to wait for. He knows
Nulli
what to look for.
ganggu, slow terus.
This is a completely different PSG.LGD
It really is.
compared to the first two games.
It really, really is. It's looking fantastic. This is the
Eh,
power that we've seen
Nullifier
from
dia udah
PSG.LGD
jadi.
in the series before, in this run in the upper bracket. And it's coming out just where it's needed the most.
Nggak jadi
They
buat
were
Agani
knocked down
berarti.
hard in the first two games, and I think a lot of people were definitely going to be interested to see if they could somehow regain that control. It's not an easy place to be in, as you said. For them, the pressure incredibly high in this. They will not accept anything less than first place.
Yeah, absolutely. We have another fight brewing. This is the only side of the map that Spirit has wards on. So Spirit are not willing to take this team fight into LGD. I'm really curious what fight they're going to look for. This is the one, I think. Can't go on Ame though. The Aegis protects him.
2 minutes still with that safety on the Spectre.
But yeah, if we think about the mentality of LGD coming into this game, right, the pressure was definitely on them. I mean, Johan and Seb talked about what they saw backstage, what they saw in their
Spectre-nya
expressions.
mau buat
I'm
Orchid
sure
anjir.
this kind of momentum for them is huge.
Buat Invoker ya.
And it's something that you need in order to win
Mungkin.
TI, right? You need to have that attitude of champion.
Wah.
Look at the dust out. BKB, you still see the jump
Wah,
from Arme. He's in with the
dilompatin.
bash onto Toronto, Tokyo. Let's push back with the deafening blast, but they're in with the grab. Nothing to say. He's in with the nukes.
He's playing with so much confidence on this Tinker. I was talking about how he needs to wait out for the PA, but he recognizes, you know what, there's no way to PA's bottom here, and just full commits into their base.
He's level 26 on this Tinker right now.
Kalau
He
26
is
Tinker ya.
incredibly farmed. He's gonna finish a Bloodstone too, or an Octarine Core, sorry.
Bagus dia Tinker katanya. Atas komentator ya kan
I
tadi.
mean, without a doubt, we
Iya.
saw how much Collapse could do last game when he was just in the lead, ahead, just playing around with his food. He's got to make some big moves here from the defensive position as he is
Lihat tiket langsung
losing
lompat.
teammates around him to the consistent dives from PSG.LGD. He'll try and get the grab hit onto Arme. It's not going to happen. Forced back
Wah,
to the
Rubiknya dapat
fountain.
scour.
As PSG.LGD, they've got all the space in the world to push
Nah,
in
ini ngadu
onto the
nih siapa
tier
yang lebih
3.
bagus mainnya.
Can Team Spirit get them out of here? There's no buyback on Toronto. Tokyo still down for 30 seconds. And without Mirror as well, they'll have to, by the looks of it, at least let one set of racks go down here. There's no defense to be had quite yet for Spirit.
That's so hard to fight into this
Kalau
tombstone.
bisa
You saw Yatoro
nge-defend
kind of
malah
thinking about it. He
dilepas.
was looking for that potential wraparound, but recognizing that, you know what, my team won't be able to support me. Even if I can catch the Tinker in the back lines, I don't have the power to kill him on my own.
Mereka nggak ngelanjutin barak terakhir.
6K Gold in the bank here.
Gak mau maksa
I
kali.
think that
Kan
Say
mereka
can
tinggal
really
kalah
start
sekali
picking up
lagi.
whatever he wants now. Just filling up those
Nggak
inventory
salah
slots.
sih.
Yeah,
Masih 2 yang
absolutely.
mati tadi
Finishes up that
padahal.
Octarine core. Just wants the mana pool. Ooh.
We'll have a momentary pause here.
Wah,
15 to 30.
udah di pause.
24,000 net worth lead for PSG.LGD. The numbers looking very good for them right now.
I have a hard time. I'm trying to think of scenarios for Spirit. It feels difficult to find a way to do it. But I really like this choice from Yatoro. I think this refresher could be genius. It could just be the thing that they need.
I mean, the problem is, even if they get these kills right on
Ada
the
timeout
defense of
kah
Team
ini?
Spirit, it's a Spectre and a Tinker.
Bisa
You
di
kill
pause.
these heroes,
Ternyata ada
they're buying
timeout
back, their boots are traveling over, they're haunting in, they're shadow stepping back into the action. Killing them once is not going to be enough. PSG.LGD will
Poker
use the
level
opportunity to get in
2-1
and
anjir sama
destroy
kayak
you,
Rubik.
even
Yeah,
if they lose a
absolutely.
core at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're totally right about that, Owen. And that is why they are so far ahead, right? They have all these options. They have all of these tools. But if anything could potentially catch them off guard, I mean, PA refresher, when have you seen that? I think once that BKB runs out, expect Nothing to Say to blink in to be ready to hex. And if he gets that refresher off, if Nothing to Say didn't click on a PA, that could mean his death.
I mean, it would be quite something if this build does have the impact possible. But will it be enough? It seems like a pretty big ask here when they're as down as much as they are in this game 3.
Let me tell you, as a player in this position, these kind of pauses, it's the worst thing that could possibly happen. It throws you off your momentum.
Well, for who? The team that's ahead or behind?
I mean, I'd say for both. I think it's really sad for both sides. I wouldn't say it's like, oh, Spirit's getting an advantage. But when you are playing like the pressure, you're playing with the way LGD are, your mind is so zoned in into thinking, what are they doing now? Where are they moving next? How far could they have potentially gotten in the time that it's gone from me last seeing them on the map? And all of these small micro senses that you have where, like, let's say Yatoro shows on the top lane, and then 15 seconds passes, you know where Yatoro approximately could be because you know how fast the hero moves. Everything like that, it's thrown off by this kind of pause. And that's why usually, if you think about it, after pauses in pro games, you see somebody getting picked off or somebody making the wrong judgment call. And it's because this like micro senses that you're used to playing off of gets thrown off.
Especially in a game such high stakes here as the grand finals, the International 10. Spirit, as you can see, up 2-0.
Si Invokernya nggak aganin anjir.
As this
Baru
game
nyadar.
3 goes, looks like PSG.LGD will be able to stop the potential of a 3-0 clean sweep here for Spirit.
Danger, Midas,
I just really hope there's no
BKB,
initiation in
Siva.
the next 30 seconds after this pause, because that would really suck for both sides.
Here we go. We're ready to get the action back on its way.
Maksudnya sampai bikin inkan.
I can feel my heart pounding with that
Gimana?
one pause
Mereka
there.
kalau
You know
maksa
how the
main
players are
power
feeling.
begitu,
Yeah,
mau gak mau
absolutely.
begitu sih kayaknya.
Gara kena angkat
Yeah,
terus.
looks like hopefully there's no
Oh, yeah.
initiation here, so
Everyone's
we
pretty-
survived the pause.
Pretty far away from one another. Yatoro, just a recipe away from the refresher, so certainly want to get that done. Ideally, maybe hit the 25 if he can before the next fight is forced.
Which talent do you take though? The coup de grace is great. You get more damage, but the tripling stifling dagger might just catch out a support and one shot it while you're not paying attention.
I feel like the coup de grace might be it because you got to kill someone. I mean, one of your items is a refresher. You're not maxed out on the damage.
Yep, you're
Making
absolutely
sure
right.
that the crits are hitting harder. Could
Absolutely
be pretty essential here for Yatoro. But then again, the triple is nice if you know like mega creeps are going to be coming in. If you feel like you're losing some lanes of barracks, so you need to push back out. So
I'm also
the options
thinking
there.
for the team fight, right? How we know that Yatoro has to wait out. He can't fully commit straight at the start
That's
because then
true.
he'll be forced to waste his BKB.
And maybe they do have, of course, the Empower. You know,
Yeah.
the triple stifling daggers with the Empower on them. That's pretty nasty.
Quick fingers from Toronto Tokyo, but he's caught.
Tangkap lagi
They've got to
Invoker.
catch it. BKB and he'll
Sedih
try and walk
banget.
away. See if he's able to make it out. He's been ruptured. He's going for the TP out.
Ah.
BKB comes to an end. And so does his escape. He'll try and hold them back with a tornado, but there's nothing more to hold them back with. Yatoro, he's going to be the new focus. Static Storm from Aposka down into the trees to try and stop the chase.
Lari anjir semua tim
Yeah, coming in
Spirit.
with the BKB. But Yatoro will manage to make it out. Aposka as well in the trees, hidden out as he TPs.
Yeah,
Kayak semut
beautiful
di
reset
siram air.
from Team Spirit. I actually thought they were going to have way more casualties, but quick fingers from Yatoro, blinking on top of Boschka. Great team play there with the static storm to cancel. Tinker potentially chasing for more kills.
So yeah, he has taken the chance here, amping up the damage. The gold for that refresher orb, just a few hundred away.
I'm so excited for this refresher orb.
If some sort of big brain play comes
out. Exactly. I want to know how it plays out.
Siapa tuh?
And now he has it.
He does.
Immediate smoke up.
They would have started building across the
refresher orb buat apa?
but it's just a question of whether nothing to say in particular is ready for it to be complete for the next fight. As you mentioned, if he's out of position, he comes in with a second round of BKB and
buat
nullifier.
BKB.
Could be deadly for nothing to say. You know, man on his Tinker's had a pretty free game so far, jumping all over the place and bursting down the lineup of Team Spirit.
Yep. BKB finished on Y. This undying is not easy to bring down.
And look at his positioning as well, just stopping any chance of Spirit being able to make a move from their triangle.
Yeah. I mean, the problem really for Spirit, like, how do you kill the other heroes? If not PA. If PA can't commit on them, how does anything die?
Of course, PSG.LGD there. You're going to be feeling very comfortable. Nothing to say in Arme, more than happy to farm up sort of their 6th item. Looking for the Orchid into the Bloodthorn here for Arme. Nothing to say. He's getting close to having the comfort of the overwhelming blink, maybe even holding on for his buyback as well.
Toro? He's caught.
He has been caught here. He needs help and he needs it now. The BKB comes out. It has been ruptured though. Not much that he can do. And Arme
BKB lagi. Masih kagak kuat nahan.
And of course he did spend up on that refresher, so 100 seconds, no buyback on the PA.
Yep, LGD firing back strong. What a catch from Faith Beyond. And man, I feel like it just all ties back to the vision. This game, PSG.LGD had vision. They were playing on even terms for most of the game. And
wah, masih mau dorong Spectre, langsung diangkat. Si Invoker ngambil ini, yang baso 3 anjir. Nggak ambil, itu dia berarti. Oh, short ya. Kalau sampai game ini masih.
And now finally he gets to do it himself.
Yeah, collapse giving Xingqiu the respect as well there. With the words of Purge in the tip. I mean, this is
Basnya buat apa? Udah nggak ada rasa. Itu suara dari mana ya? Padahal stadiumnya nggak ada orang. Wah. Tinkernya bikin ini anjir. Danger yang merah.
Iya tuh biar tebel sama bisa
But at the same time, patience. Whenever they need to slow down, you know they're doing it. Oh, the immediate roach spawn.
Gokil.
Nice. They're very happy about this, I'm sure.
And nothing to be done about this from Spirit whatsoever. So fall straight into the hands of PSG.LGD. As we'll see, poor old Maposhka has tried his best to defend against the creeps, and then suddenly an Arme appears on top of him, disappears as quickly as he appears.
Spectre serem banget sih kalau Agarim tiba-tiba di base musuh terus ngilang lagi. Cara dia balik gimana sih? Pas dia pakai dia pindah itu di tempat dia yang sebelumnya muncul ini. Muncul. Oh, muncul bayangan juga ya. Oh, tukeran tempat. Anjir kayak solo leveling anjir. Tukeran tempat. Gelap lagi.
Highly doubt Team Spirit to be ready for this, but to be fair, they've had a lot of time to sit in the base. Usually what you do during this time is you're starting to discuss everything. What is it that LGD can do? How do they
kayaknya jadi nggak ada
damage-nya? What are they going to be looking for? What are we looking for? What are our objectives here? Which heroes do we need to go on? What spells do we need to save? All these things should be discussed for Spirit, and they should have a structured fight in mind here, because you can predict what's going to happen.
I mean, 40,000 gold down right now, Spirit.
40,000 network.
It looks like a pretty smooth sailing here to the victory. Is there really anything the Spirit can pull off whilst this far behind?
I mean, it's a matter of finding the Tinker. I really think so. Of course, you can always win. In Dota, I feel like you always have the option of winning. And especially in late game, yeah, there's 40,000 net worth differentiating you, but there's no amount of net worth that will make up for a bad positioning or, you know, the clutch play. So formations is really important here for LGD. And if Yatora can find some sort of backline kill, that could open the fight up entirely.
Approaching the final set of barracks. Underneath the tier 4s, they're in on him, Polska. He's gone. Collapse will try and jump in with the skewer back onto Arme. Yatori's committed onto the front lines with the BKB, but he's been disarmed, gets the Phantom Knives off. Now turns everyone's wide, but look how much HP
Saya di counter banget sih.
Doesn't want to commit for another round. Nothing to say with the Ace. They've locked down Yatoro. Yatoro to fall. Buyback at the ready. Instant smoke up from Spirit. Mirror. Set things up with the curse, trying to get the glimpse back. Looking for the skewer, but he's actually able to get out here with a Manta. Arme won't be grabbed back yet. Steps back to the safety of his team. PSG.LGD still respecting the buybacks here from Spirit. They won't instantly push in onto the melee racks, but the rocket spam begins from nothing to say. Yatoro, he's going to look to try and jump outside of the base.
Sampai buka BKB.
He's going to go for nothing to say, but nothing to say. Gets the blink off in time. Back out of the high ground he goes, but Arme's trying to get in. They get the skewer. Arme, he's in the
Wow, didorong ke fonten anjir.
Gitu.
Mati sih. Towernya hancur.
Baru exit kan.
Waduh. GG.
I love Dota so much, Owen. That was so beautiful. Everything happened. You got the skewer into the fountain.
Sumpah itu Rubiknya ganggu Marcus banget.
But no, the Yules. And then the stolen skewer, and you pull out a hero of your own. The GG.
Wow. I mean, they fought right up until the end here in this game 3, Spirit, but they were too far behind. PSG.LGD. I mean, this is them looking phenomenal and completely in the comfort zone. Something that, after seeing the first 2 games, it was understandable to sort of doubt if we were actually going to see them get to this place, but they have. They've hit back so hard here in game 3, PSG.LGD. They'll get a game now. Spirit, they're still up 2-1, but Insania, could this be the beginning of a PSG.LGD reverse sweep?
I mean, I absolutely think so. I think they identified a couple of really crucial things for themselves. This was not like a fluke win. This was not like, oh, we just did something right. I think they strategically understood we're getting outwarded. We don't have vision. We don't have information. And they addressed it in this game. I think they picked heroes that allow them to have vision in team fights, and they had the ability to fight back.
Wow, well, there we have it. We've had 2 scary games from Spirit, and now 1 very scary one from PSG.LGD. We'll see if Spirit's able to turn back up big time in the 4th game, or if PSG.LGD have maybe figured them out here at the all-important point in the grand finals. As PSG.LGD, they'll take game 3.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel, and Insania. And indeed, we are going to a game 4. It will not be a clean sweep for Team Spirit, and you heard it from our commentary team. They think maybe PSG.LGD has figured something out. Well, I know they figured one thing out. Let's have nothing to say. Play on his Tinker. He used to be a hero spammer on that hero, and he absolutely crushed it, Tsunami.
All these people saying, oh, you're playing against Team Spirit. You don't ban Magnus. Well, you're not Xiao 8, you're not Xiao Ba. Things have changed, and they have now their own specialty being revealed. They had shown it 2 times during the group stage. In fact, it was against Team Secret. Whenever they had lost the first game against Secret, they whipped out a last pick, nothing to say, Tinker, and they won that game. Oh. It was with a completely different lineup outside of that, but this time the problem they were trying to answer was the Magnus. We were getting vision from the Bloodseeker. We were getting instant cancels with the Rubik and the Yules. Every single box was ticked for that draft.
They literally did everything they could to make Magnus look bad when played that way, right? So you pick Rubik for the lift, you have all of the vision from Haunt, Tombstone, and Bloodright, and you couple that up with a Tinker. And I think, honestly, on the draft panel, I think Seb had a really, really good point that Collapse didn't do in this game. Maybe you should have played the Magnus completely differently. Like, maybe you don't play on the Skewer setup if it's this hard. You could have taken a different approach, maybe picked a different carry that was more geared toward solving the Spectre. They picked the PA for the break and for the high burst damage. Perhaps a pushing type of carry could have worked better here, like, say, a Juggernaut or, something to that effect where then you play on the Empower, you had a really strong mid-game timing, take Roche and try to end the game. But obviously, you've played this way on Magnus, like, with 10 wins in a row, whatever, as Collapse, right? And it works every time, so you just want to keep rolling, right? But LGD, they had a really good plan this time.
And also with that plan, right, I think we've really seen how Spectre and Tinker in the patch of course, at the tail end to see why they are so good together, right? You have, Spectre with the Ags, that 30-second cooldown, Astral Step. Before, you're always playing on Haunt. You're big cooldown, guys, got to wait it off. But no, now it's just every time you see a hero, you're instantly jumping. If a support shows underneath a ward, if an Undying just walking around and find someone, bam, Spectre's there. And of course, Tinker as well, equally can match that. And is tanky enough to also get into the middle of these fights. So yeah, PSG, they now have the confidence that we needed to see them have to be able to bounce back in this series. And you see both the cores, right? On the screen here, you have nothing to say. 14-1-13. Oh, 15, sorry, I can't read, on his Tinker. And then you have Spectre as well, I think he ended the game 15-1-23 as well. Both cores really came out into this game and just said, no, we can come back into this series, we can show off on these, signature heroes.
To me, what's interesting about this draft as well, we're talking a lot about the Tinker because he popped off and had a really great game. I actually don't think this pick was necessary for them to win the game. I think it was the best pick for them in the given situation, but if that would have been banned, I wouldn't have been like, uh-oh, what are PSG.LGD going to do? Because I still think the integral parts of the strategy is getting that vision. Tinker obviously plays amazing around it, so it's an awesome pick, but if that isn't there in the pool, maybe you can get another mid-hero that takes advantage of it, like any of the spirits, like Storm Ember. I think a lot of them were banned, though.
Were, yeah.
But there would have been, there's always something left, right, that can play with some sort of tempo there. So obviously it was an insane game for him on that Tinker. Love to see it. A lot of people don't like playing against that hero in pubs for reasons that might have been highlighted in this game. But to me, that's important, right? Because if you're going into this game, you're like, okay, they won because of this Tinker pick, then next time it's going to be banned, right? What are you going to do? And what was the last ban of Spirit that game? I'm trying to remember.
The last ban of Spirit that game was a Void Spirit.
Void Spirit, right. So they were looking the Spirit direction. I think PSG.LGD themselves banned both Storm and Ember as their last two. So that kind of forced the hand there for Team Spirit to get rid of the last one.
Also, what was encouraging to me is that this also didn't seem like an anti-Magnus draft. It seemed that the first two picks, I got the Rubik, I got the Undying. I think we can start to play it by ear now, and then depending on what Spirit started selecting after that, then they were like, oh, okay, maybe, we'll put a Spectre on top of this. So I wouldn't even be surprised if they let Magnus go again, or if they maybe even first phase pick it this time on LGD.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's now Spirit have lost with the Magnus after crushing the first game, or the second game set technically with the Magnus, and everyone now going, whoa, Collapse is amazing. Now, the second game he plays it, he'll probably say to the guys, right, if they draft like this and itemize like this, I can't play the game that we've been, coming into this TI with. So potentially Spirit might even be questioning themselves on Magnus. And this is the beauty of TI and the mini meta of best of fives, right? It's because we spoke about IO being the reason why PSG was unable to really capitalize in the first two games. Magnus, why they won game 2 on Spirit. And now suddenly game 3, we might even question if they want to even go near it because PSG feels like they've discovered it, understood it throughout this, 3-game series so far.
And I feel like it's also, something you could be concerned about with PSG.LGD after those first two games is the whole, the confidence, the mentality. They third pick their carry, right? Yeah. It's not like, okay, we need, these guys are good. We need to go late game, play slow, get Ame the perfect game. They're willing to open up and do some different things. They identify, this is the hero we want for this game. We have a strategy and it worked great. So has me pretty hopeful for them going into the next game. And for Spirit, I don't know. I don't think they're going to be too phased by a one-game loss. They've been here plenty of times already this tournament, so they're going to have something else up their sleeves for sure.
The Mars was even uncontested previous games, so we know the Collapse has got some backups there as well. I want to highlight the mental game you just mentioned because I know that there's a lot of people on lines like, oh, Ame and nothing to say. It feels like maybe they're crumbling a little bit under the pressure, and I think this third game proves everybody that said that 100% wrong because they were both on fire. And this mental game we highlighted so much, Tsunami, because it is so important in a best-of-5 grand finals with $13 million on the line.
Yeah, on both sides we can see maybe the nerves of, oh my gosh, it's all these Royal Roaders on this side of Spirit. It's all mostly a bunch of first-timers, but then they are joined in union with that lack of tension or extremely high tension depending on how they've been reacting to it. Meanwhile, on LGD, you have nothing to say in Shinkyu, who may feel out of their element whenever they're paired up with Faith Beyond and Y and Ame and Xiao 8. but both of them have different approaches to the mental game. And so far, Spirit's lower bracket run inspires confidence that I don't think they're going to be shaken by a one loss here and there.
Same, and you mentioned ZinQ there, of course. This is his second international, but definitely his most successful one to date. We've highlighted ZinQ a lot throughout this entire tournament because he was mentioned as the best position for right now in Dota 2. T-Gov, how do you feel he's doing this series so far? Of course, he played a fantastic Rubik just now.
Yeah, I mean, that was the main thing, right? That's Rubik just there. We saw a beautiful little skewer as well on the Rubik, and I think he was just always in position, right? I think Collapse, again, the Magnus, we've said it so many times now, I think when you have this Rubik in your arsenal within the game, it's always so nice. You have the instant lift, you have the steal, like, it puts this pressure. And I think ZinQ, if he can find that confidence and he plays that level of Rubik game, suddenly he's going to be going into that next game with that next kind of pool. And maybe we see another Rubik game. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see the same type of draft pattern happen. Maybe Spirit still have the confidence in that Magnus, and then we get to see another Rubik game because, you know, we love to see Rubik at TI. It's a really, you know, a showy-offy hero.
I think they'll only pick Rubik if there's a Mag in the enemy team.
Yes.
I actually think that's the only thing that's going to prompt them to do it. A specific targeted counter pick. I don't think they see enough value in it in the first phase because they've barely played it all tournament. It's just a solution they went to in a time of need here. Which is interesting because it might mean that the bans could also be turned around here a little bit, so Team Spirit can try to take advantage of it with perhaps a Rubik ban could force out a Magnus ban, then you could get the Mars opener if you want to go that route.
That also depends on if LGD want to opt for second pick again also.
Yes, depends on pick order, absolutely.
So that response was specifically crafted to, if they pick Mag, then we're going to get our Rubik Undying.
Yeah.
And all this kind of theory crafting we're doing, this is basically where Spirit, they need to kind of overcome the issues that they've had throughout the season against PSG, because throughout, I think it was like ESL 4, they lost to PSG. I think it was then OGA, they lost to PSG. And this was also with Xiaowei as a stand-in. At any major, I believe they drew 1-1. Like, they have never been able to actually beat and overcome PSG. In these series, they've been able to take that first game, that first kind of momentum swing, but it's been the experience of PSG that has come through and shined through that series where they've been able to kind of best Spirit throughout the year. So even though Spirit is up 2-0, or sorry, 2-1 now, it's kind of like the same as the past, right? So this is where Spirit, in this specific game, I feel like if they want to kind of get rid of that, they need to come in with that confidence. They can't let this one game hit them because history, throughout the 2021 season, PSG has always bested them, even if PSG was down.
That is true. PSG.LGD has bested most teams throughout 2021. They've done incredibly well, of course. You could also say that, yeah, they've done well and they are the end boss, but that also means that in terms of improvement, they didn't have as much need to improve compared to Team Spirit, who has seen tremendous growth throughout the entire season, Tsunami.
That was even mentioned in Slax's interview with Miposhka previously. It was just like, well, you guys got pretty rocked on day number 1 of group stage, and he was just like, yeah, but we were playing some hard opponents, and progressively, the thing is that most of the time whenever I see development from a team, it comes from the draft. Here it just seems like pure gameplay oriented. They're still playing things that are very comfortable for them, namely Collapse in specifics, but in general, this team gives me a lot of encouragement for the Eastern European region.
And it is an interesting point about the group stage. This is something we've been discussing throughout the years. What is the good way to start off a group stage? Would you rather play the really tough opponents first or last? And if you play them first, maybe you can learn a lot from those games and then improve throughout the group against easier opponents. Whereas if you have them last, maybe you've dropped a game here or there learning against weaker opponents, and then when you're against the Giants, you just get rocked, right? So for Team Spirit, it might have actually worked out really well for them that they played some of the Giants to begin with.
Yeah, and here they go, both now Giants in their own rights, taking their spaces here in the pods. It's game 4 of the grand finals, best of 5. Of course, Team Spirit is on match point, but PSG.LGD might just have found their momentum, found their swing that they need to reverse sweep these grand finals against Team Spirit. Will they be able to do it? We know they have the mental fortitude too. The question is, I think, it's all going to come back very simply, very clearly, on the draft team.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think it's been second pick has won every game so far, I believe. So maybe whoever gets second pick this game, they're going to win it. So maybe a coin toss dictates the winner of TI. I don't know.
Sounds kind of unlikely. I think it's maybe a little bit more depth than that. But
listen, everything's a 50-50 if you look at it.
Forced
it
50.
Can happen or it doesn't.
That's true.
Speaking of odds, you guys reminded me of something. Because, of course, we mentioned earlier today that at the start of the day, there was still one person on the planet that had their prediction bracket intact, which was ruined by the lower bracket finals going the way of Team Spirit. There were only 4 people in total that only had that had 20 predictions out of the 21 predictions correct. I also have an extra stat. There has been a total of 1.5 million people that have filled in their brackets in the compendium. Of those 1.5 million people, 1.4% said that Team Spirit would be the champion.
That's more than I would expect.
Yeah, that's higher.
Yeah, that's more than I would have thought. Because you had to place that before the main event even began, right? But you could do it after the groups. Team Spirit, I would have said, what were they? They were 4th in their group, and they looked definitely a step below some of the other teams. But you know, sometimes you got to believe in that miracle run, right? And we're here, and obviously, I think it's also a little bit of like the human. Like just the emotion, you know. You want to. If I'm right, it'll be so cool.
Dude,
you know? Some people just go for
those
it.
Those 1.4% people love a good story.
The heart.
Exactly.
It's the heart. It's not the brain speaking. I would say in a lot of these guesses, but maybe they identified something in the groups. They were like, you know what? I genuinely believe that Spirit can do it, and those people could very well end up being right now.
Yeah, or maybe they heard from a lot of players out there how the scrims were going, because apparently Team Spirit. Quite good in those, and definitely managed to hold their own against the majority of the teams.
Yeah, but that's like the beauty of Team Spirit, right? I feel like when you look at their roster and actually really dive deep, other than Maposhka, it's like 2019, 2020. That's when these professional careers actually started, right? I think 3 of the 4 players was on Yellow Submarine, which was kind of like the hidden like trial team for Team Spirit, where like the current manager, I think his name's Corbin, he was the guy that was like kind of sifting through the ranks, like trying to find. I think they had like 80 players in the end trial for this team. They finally kind of crafted this down into this roster, and they eventually brought in Miroslav later. But it's the fact that they went through this kind of trial period, brought in all fresh faces, then brought in Poshka to captain it, and it's got to this position. Like, that alone is an insane story, and I think that is inspirational. The fact that you don't have to be a 10-year veteran to be able to compete at the highest level. You can, like, in a year's time, or 2 years' time, of course, they put so much time to play the game, but you get the idea, right? Like, it's the fact that they can, if they put their minds to it, you can achieve anything, and Team Spirit being in the grand final in itself is an inspirational story.
Absolutely. Also, just the organization itself, of course, has been in Dota since only 2015. So, I mean, that's still 6 years, but compared to PSG.LGD, is relatively new, of course. But this team, this is the first time this organization has had a horse in the race at TI Tsunami.
Yeah, and it's always encouraging that even during the COVID times of 2020, many organizations were no longer able to support because they were like, we don't really have the infrastructure in this era of online Dota. But Team Spirit stuck through it, and it was a difficult region to do it also. Eastern Europe was dropping organizations left and right. And building off of T's topic also of having so many tryouts, having so many players, it's also very encouraging to see how much of a unit and how friendly all these players are, because in contrast to VP was a group of 5 players who had wanted to play together with each other for a very long time. They were friends before the game started, before the team started. This one seems like quite the opposite, and it's a wonderful thing to see.
Yeah, it's a unity story for sure. It's an example for, I think, a lot of people watching from home right now. It's like, wait a second, these guys have only been playing for 2 years. That means that they, in 2 years' time, have a chance of being on that main stage. But for now, it is all Team Spirit and PSG.LGD, and they're ready for Game 4.
Team Spirit versus PSG.LGD. Grand Finals, Game 4.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the draft panel of the TI10 Grand Finals, again with Seb and Nota and myself. And I want to ask you guys, how important do you think that victory was for LGD? Like, how is it going to affect their mental game?
It's massive for them, of course. They have no more room to fail, whereas Team Spirit, they might get a super challenge coming their way if they don't close it out now. They're going to have to go into a Game 5, same position. You have no more losses to take. So for LGD, they need to get as much confidence and as much freedom so that they can be themselves again, or like their full potential. Mega important victory, of course. If you lose, you're out. But mentally, they need to take something from this. I think we saw a little bit of a better body language, if I want to go that far, and say that they do look like they feel better.
Now we see the switch up, and we were talking about it before the draft started, right? Yep. LGD broke Team Spirit Magnus, and I think they broke it in a very convincing way. And now the question was, so the second pick won all 3 games, and both teams kind of realized second pick works better. So far, this can still change. Team Spirit got the choice, which is a very big deal. It's probably not going to decide the outcome of the game, but it gives them definitely an upper hand. And now, with this first pick, LGD, they had to choose, do we want a mag, or do we want to give them mag and play against it? And then, if you do that, mainly the Rubik was the big counter, right? And Team Spirit, they actually decide to not go for the Rubik versus the mag. They end up going for the Wyvern, which so far has been one of the best answers to Tiny. Nevertheless, though, in this opener, Tiny is banned, and they go for the Wyvern anyway. So, yeah, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how they cope with this Magnus, because I don't think the Wyvern quite does it.
Is there a reason you think they banned Dark Willow over the Wyvern? Because in the previous 2 games, I think LGD had been banning Wyvern. I mean, Seb, you even mentioned to me, you thought maybe the Wyvern ban was a mistake.
Yeah.
But in my head, if you're going for Magnus first pick, Wyvern seems like a better ban than Willow.
I think so. At the same time, I think both bans, to be honest, I want to say I'm not a fan of the Willow ban, but then I'm just going to go with I don't quite understand it. I think I'm just missing something here.
Anjay, Marcusnya diambil.
Would also help them do the shaker more second phase if they want. I mean, it's a
Diajarin.
they're also very familiar with. I think the Bramble value is still there. I don't know if it's worth a ban either. I think there's some very powerful game-changing bans that shouldn't be overlooked, but Wyvern might be a very high-rated hero, or should be higher rated than some teams maybe give it credit for. Statistically speaking, has won a lot of games here, and it is a classic mag counter to at least a classic mag gameplay, but still the skewer play is very strong, and we saw it addressed last game, where the Ruby got a lot of good lifts on, and also the shard lift eventually makes carries feel really safe against this. So yeah, let's see, and now the Lion is in already from the first phase, also quite unconventional to open Byron Lion.
Yeah. And there's a lot to say about the Bane pick also, in my opinion. I mean, Team Spirit, the Lion, they didn't get it the last games, and it has been a hero that worked really well for them. The way they play, they play so well around vision. They always set up this Lion for great kind of hexes fight. He starts to fight with hex, and it's hard to stop it. I'm really surprised that the Tide didn't come for Team Spirit. I mean, it's one of Collapse's best heroes. Mars is out. Mag is out by being first picked by LGD, and then the third Collapse hero, which is much more than just a Collapse hero. Like Team Spirit, they play around it, they build around it so well, is Tide. Tide is a counter to Magnus, and yet they don't go for it. Meaning, LGD might have had a second pick, like a first pick. I think they have to.
They
but
will, right?
if they don't, maybe it means they have a great answer to it, and Team Spirit knows it.
I think they're going to be banning out a lot of team fight. They start with the Doom probably now, and I think that's also, you're not going to pick Mag or Tide yourself next phase. You're most likely going to ban it. You have a Bane and a Mag, right? Yeah. Let's see. They don't ban it yet.
So the Doom ban versus Mag is a very simple concept. It's like you play a Mag lineup, you want to empower a guy, and you want that guy to just go ham, and of course, if he gets doomed, then the whole lineup doesn't make so much sense anymore. You kind of break the way they want to take the fights. I want to talk quickly just about the Bane versus Wyvern and Feeble. It counters Wyvern heal completely. Also, it's really good at catching Bane, catching heroes. I think it's just a very interesting hero versus Wyvern in terms of how he's going to beat him on the lane, and also has great things to do in the game against him. They do ban the Ember. Obviously, Ember itself already has been a great combo, great hero at, messing with the backline. Lion and Wyvern, they don't want to be messed with. If these supports are allowed to cast their spells, especially in the hands of such talented players as Miposhka and Mira, they will win the fight for them.
Yeah,
so
I was expecting to see 3 sort of backline jump bans coming out from Team Spirit. I mean, I feel like Lion Wyvern, it's a bit vulnerable, so you have to protect your supports with bans. I've always felt when I'm drafting that I don't like picking 2 supports like this, because then you're spending bans on picking supports. But do you think there's to your knowledge, is there any reason to pick 2 supports like this instead of picking a quarter?
I think it's only if you're afraid that you're not going to get them and you value them so much that you need them. But in my opinion, it's very abusable. And I think LGD will take the bet, will get the most out of that.
Interesting to note is ET has not been removed, right? Yeah. I think the Lion was also a potential answer to a Mag ET, and they're also rushing it because it's most likely going to get banned next phase. I'm still very surprised that the Tide has not been banned. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Collapse is going to ask for this hero this game.
They must have an answer, LGD, right? I think if they don't ban it, they for sure know it's coming, or it could be coming. They must be ready for it. That's how I view it. Maybe they're planning on picking the Juggernaut already, or the Sparks.
But they're not in full control either. As Team Spirit do have a ban, they do have a way to dictate. They banned the Ursa.
But if you think about it, it doesn't sound so Team Spirit-ish to pick the mid or the carry here. Most likely they will pick Collapse. So maybe LGD is we don't have to worry about a closing second phase pick.
You're right. Yeah.
And that anyway they're gonna show it to us here.
That's thinking far ahead, which I'm sure they are. Like this double support opener is vulnerable, very vulnerable in that sense. Is that you're now you still have to reveal, and they're able to get 2 really strong picks.
Never mind, they actually go for it, and that also is a statement from Team Spirit in which they maybe thought that the Spectre was the bigger problem last game versus the Rubik. You know, these were the answers. And this is exactly what I think should be done. This is precisely what should be done in a Mag versus Spectre game and in a Mag versus Rubik game. This Magnus does not want to RP anybody. He doesn't care about getting his blink cancelled. He doesn't care about getting blink at all. He does not want to skewer anybody. This Magnus is going to empower Luna. He's going to build aura items. They're going to plant the tombstone. Luna's going to hit the buildings. And that is going to be the fight. And heroes like Spectre actually are probably the worst out of all the carry pool to deal with that. You have to fight into this massive ball that is coming, and Spectre hates that.
The only good thing that they have right now is a Winter's Curse. The line is disabled. Most of Iron spells are disabled. Like this playstyle versus playstyle heavily for now favors LGD heroes. Like these heroes on the bottom, they will not enjoy a strong ball coming to hit their tower.
So to make it very simple, basically what has happened in Game 3 and Game 4 draft is, you know, Spirit got their Magnus, LGD broke it, Spirit had to find another way to abuse the Magnus hero, and LGD now are showing how do you turn. They beat Magnus with Spectre, and they also showed them you can beat Spectre with Magnus if you understand what's happening. And I think this draft is what's happening in a nutshell.
Do you think that Axe does anything to stop that plan? Because to me, Axe is very single target, you know, a bit lane focused almost.
I don't think he helps at all. I think this is a hero that does not jump into the ball unless something good is happening already from your teammates. Like they're running away from some Tinker, they're running away from a Phoenix Egg. They have none of that. Lion and Axe are both going to be waiting for LGD to be afraid or overwhelmed by some sort of damage ability or teamfight ability, but it's not coming so far. Like I think Team Spirit need to find a really good pick right now. They need to find a really, really strong pick or something that allows them to then force LGD into their playstyle.
I'm always scared when I have the last pick though. Like if I have the last pick a hero that has to solve conditions and be good in lane and do so many things, like it's so hard to find that perfect pick, right?
Ideally it's 24 and not 23 especially then.
Yeah.
And he also is gonna have to deal with the one-on-one matchup that's gonna come his way. And so
dibalas LGD pakai Magnus
you
Luna dong.
Like, how do you fight into this? Honestly, it is so hard for heroes to fight into this, and they have literally 0 damage. The Spectre Axe is very low damage. This Axe is very low damage. They have no way.
Only on one finger. That's all the damage they have.
It's gonna be very difficult, and I want to also mention the Undying versus Spectre. What he does is you plant the Tombstone, and now there's a zombie on every Illu, so there's no desolate damage, meaning Spectre damage drops dramatically. In my opinion, I mean, I'm very happy to be proven wrong, and this is the reason why these teams are playing the finals and whatnot, but I still see this as being a strategical misread from Spirit.
Okay, that changes Dota.
So they're going for the lane snowball here, right? You want to get the TA timing, snowball off that. You have single target, Spectre, you can take control of the map, you get a lot of pickoffs. I can see that as a possible answer, but it's looking scary for me.
They need to play the TA game right now. The TA is a very fast hero. He can go into Roche early, he can snowball and get openings on the map with Deso Blink. I don't know if he's going to go Aghanims this game so that they can actually do more on the map, but they cannot run into this ball and just click their spells. This is not going to work for Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is not a Spectre versus Magnus game anymore. Like, this is a TA game. They have to win on the back of it, and if they don't, then most likely the game is going to look quite grim for them.
Or they go really late. The Spectre manages to create a lot of chaos, or the TA manages to create a lot of chaos, and Spectre will get bigger and become kind of like a team fight impact, and then maybe you're going to see Axe and Spectre and all these heroes actually come out and shine, but a lot of weight on TA's shoulders.
Yeah, LGD has really done a great job with this draft, in my opinion. I think the momentum right now has completely shifted, but yet again, Team Spirit, incredibly talented players, great laning team, great vision, great execution in team fights. They can pull this off. They definitely can.
Keep an eye on those
Kalau menang LGD sih gue gak ngerti lagi.
We're getting into game 4 now, but
yang mana di game ini atau di game ini?
Hello everybody, and I am here with PSG.LGD's coach Xiao Ba. It seems that you and the team have managed to put a stop to the momentum of Team Spirit. How did you manage to keep the team calm and reset for this game?
你们把他们的势头止住了，你们是如何保持冷静，然后重组的呢？
我就跟他们说不要怕呀，输了一起扛呀，然后也没什么好怕的，因为就发挥好自己的，如果就万一就输了也没啥，就明年再干回来。
I told them, don't be afraid. If we lose, we tank it together. And I've also told them that if we lose, we still have next year. Don't be afraid.
I love that confidence and that team, just that team synergy. The analysts think that you have managed to figure out Team Spirit's strategy. Do you think you have them figured out?
解说们都认为你们已经破解了 Spirit 的战术，你觉得你破解了他们战术吗？
我觉得前2把主要是一个是对面的战术我们比较不适应吧，然后我们自己准备的东西有点
predict
所以我们打完2把以后做
total number of player dead at game end.
40 atau 50.
Doesn't really work against their
41 sampai 50.
After the first 2 games,
Kalau gua bilang
Player with highest network menit 225.
They will
Luna
play their
pasti.
own game and also
Luna ya.
download complete. Thank you very
Mana
much,
Luna nih?
Shava. Let's take it to lyrical and translate.
Total number of players dead di menit 10. Wah, udah 1, Cok. 6 sampai 10 ya.
Well done. As his team will
Gua
take
bilang yang
first
baunya
blood.
ya boleh.
Player who plays the most adversar.
That's what we're hearing right now from the coach. Xiao so often has been the one to be able to lead his
Mi
team's
Posca
success
apa
and
Mira?
Aegis himself, but we'll see if they can do it here again. It's nothing to say why, they're
Mi
all
Posca
invading. Dude, LGD coming out with some confidence saying, this is our high ground, we're coming to take it.
And this is what you get when you keep coming back with this Undying, right? You're very willing to brawl right now.
So they are going to stick around for a moment. Ame spotting out the rest of Team Spirit moving in that area.
Kok hilang predikan gua?
Yeah. With the passive, and will we see another round of bounty run
Udah.
stolen away? Collapse walks on in. Why there? Gets the click off.
Lah cuma
LGD,
udah.
Cuma 2.
What's the brain set?
Tadi gua udah ini 4.
Can't quite find it here. So yeah, another focus on the lanes for sure here from LGD, but the lanes also seem to be the winning position right now for Team Spirit. I have to say, you know, it's difficult to disagree when there's a combined 5, you know, Aegis is won by that drafting panel. So, I think they might be onto something. This whole concept of like needing to solve all things pretty hard here. Needing to play around their Templar Assassin. There's always a chance going late, of course, especially with like the way the Templar Assassin now functions because of her Aghanims, where you can actually get like a little bit of split push out of this hero, which you didn't used to get in the past. But you'd much rather be leading things ahead of the game right now for Team Spirit. And if they don't get that, like, they can easily do that with these heroes on the side of PSG.
Kalau totalnya tadi 40 kill, 40 mati berarti minimal sebelah 20, sebelah 20 ya.
Heard about the mentality that was going on as well as we see nothing to say get a D ward there on the observer ward.
Biasanya kalau
you
udah
think about the way that Team
kill
Spirit
baru
has
kelihatan
played throughout this. They're playing, you know, just for fun, they say. They're playing without any fear. But for some of these players, that's not an option. Ame, he's been so close before to winning the Aegis and then snatched away at the last second. This is a story for him for redemption.
Yeah, we often hear the pressure of the Chinese community on this team just because, you know, they've obviously looked so good and they've been so close before. And particularly Ame, he is shielded. You know, he's taken some of that blame before in the past, particularly at TI, particularly in a Game 4. You know, the pressure has been there and it's been a bit much at times. But I have to say, after last game, I think he's probably feeling pretty comfortable here with his Luna.
He's looked amazing in that Spectre game, so we'll see how they deal as Xingqiu was able to get that pull through and only get the half pull on these creeps connecting it. As Miposhka wants to keep that pressure on Xingqiu, needs to be careful here. Obviously, only level 1, so doesn't have that Splinter Blast yet on the Wyvern. But they will throw out one more dagger on his way back home.
Just to send him all the way back here. And now, yeah, Collapse. So we talked a lot about Collapse and his hero pool. And of course, you've heard a lot, I'm sure, about the Mars. You've heard a lot about this Magnus that's looked pretty good. But the other hero that he has played a ton of games on professionally is the Axe. Not a hero that's been very big at this TI, though.
No, but can often make those huge plays if you can get the opening. The panel did talk a lot about how maybe there's going to be some overlapping things going on with Mira and the Axe, both trying to find that big jump.
That Seb guy? Oh,
yeah.
That's that guy.
Yeah, that's the
with
one.
The Axe. Wow.
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
We'll see how it goes here in this one.
Kencang banget
So
ya.
you can see already the
Lu
chase
kadang-kadang
down
kasar
Faith
tadi.
Beyond taking a little bit of
Di
a
gua sih
beating here on
gedean
Magnus.
suara
Xingqiu
ini ya
moves into
video ya.
position, though. And at least for the moment, you can see that
Di stream
Spectre
keluarnya
taking
gimana?
a little bit of
Gede
heat
ya?
early. Not able to get all those last hits yet.
Buat gua sih lumayan.
Collapse also trying to go toe-to-toe with Ame in the bottom lane on that Luna.
Yeah, there's a
Sulit juga ya gimana caranya.
Undying has almost always been one of the absolute best heroes.
Gak bisa.
Whenever you're just talking about like just raw data in terms of games played, and that's because like you get some pressure in lane sometimes if you get this sort of a matchup. That's always nice, right? Spectre likes to be left alone. But more importantly, when you get into the mid game with the Tombstone drop down, you actually get all these zombies popping up, right? And it really ruins the team fight for the Spectre, especially when you're trying to deal some damage there with the Desolate.
You can see a bit of a rundown again as Toro playing as far forward as he can, but has to be very wary of those skewer backs that we've seen time and again, is why we'll get a little bit of a chase onto Mira. The Lucid Beam and dead. I just takes him down.
Collapse just can't do anything. Just like, no. Sorry, you know, I'm just going for some creeps here. Does have 20 last hits. I mean, there's a 9 of Ame, so... You know, I mean, that's a sacrifice that you're willing to make.
He's hitting pretty hard. Already the Ring of Health done. Obviously came there with that Quelling Blade and a lot of armor. Collapse having a good one on the axe in the laning stage. This is what they need.
Well, that is actually a really interesting one too, right? Actually going for this this Vanguard. Because, you know, a lot of heroes, they're going for the Helm. They're building into something else based off of the Helm, the Iron Will. But Collapse able to go for this cheaper Vanguard. But for Axe, that's an item that can actually accelerate your farm quite a bit with the Ancients.
Why? Get chased a little bit there, but will back out afterwards. And you can see at least now the very slight lead that we're seeing into the favor of LGD. Nothing really to write home about. Both the mids doing fine. We haven't really seen either that many stacks on the Ancients. None done up yet. As some good damage there out on the Bane. Gonna chase down Lucid Beam. Will it be enough? I don't think so. Why? Oh, maybe it will. All right, the rotation comes in, and they will be able to keep their Bane alive.
Yeah, he was buying out there. He wasn't sure he was gonna live, so he's gonna run all the way home. But there are the stacks that you were just mentioning. A double done there by Miposhka in the dire jungle. So something for this Templar Assassin to fall back to. They want to stack her up nice and early. When you're trying to play around this Templar Assassin, you can stack your Ancients, you can stack all of your neutrals across the map, and she can cleave through them very, very quickly. Just trying to align these earlier items like the Blink or the Deso, maybe a Falcon Blade in these times right now. So they need to enable her to get this game online.
Yeah, and of course, then if you're LGD, you're going to look to try and go in there and invade those stacks and get some damage dealt. But already a Torrent combo comes out. Y makes that move towards the mid lane that he always does. And just trying to burn through the refraction instances and make Toronto Tokyo a little bit less comfortable.
Yeah, not a matchup we see all too often, honestly, with the Kunk and the Templar, but you do have that interaction, as you're mentioning, where you can get multiple instances of damage from the Torrent, so burning through that, and, well, Toronto Tokyo, I'm going to come take a look here and say, oh, yeah, nicely done. I think I'll stack this up one more time.
And Mira also stacks all across the map.
What I really like too is this defensive ward that they have right next to that stack they're doing, because you often see this ward used like late game when you're talking about like Roche and everything, you're trying to cover that, but a lot of teams are coming in contesting neutral stacks right now. It's one of the themes of this tournament is up top. Well, that's another good theme.
Toro
ini networknya bisa gedean TA nih.
On the level 6 rotation from the Kunkka, very disappointing to not get the kill.
Di stackin banyak banget.
Follow up with the tower pressure, but on the other side of the map,
Collapse gonna take some damage there. Creeps run off of him. And with a couple quick hits, will they have another Lucid Beam for the finish? Vanguard keeping him very tight. Goes away for the spin. Has to be careful on Y. There's the Fairy Fire living, but the Brain Sap. Enough to finish him.
I can tell you, this guy must not have got very many Crimson Witnesses, because he is not lucky.
No. Not enough spins there for the axe, and a good usage of the Nightmare to take those creeps off to stop the potential counterplay.
Well, they get their kill in the bottom lane, but the missed gank on the Spectre gave so much free time to Toronto Tokyo. As again, another stack. And well, if you don't go for that kill, the other option for the Kunkka is moving through that jungle, doing that rotation, checking out the stack, seeing what's there, maybe stealing a couple, of course. And yeah, will shortly make his way over there. And why I'm just going to say, I think we'd like to maybe get an eye on these ones at the very least. We'll block for future stacks, but can they even come and contest this?
I mean, there's already a lot of gold built into that. That's going to be such a big injection. And the thing about the TA is you just take it so quickly, and maybe if they pair together with Collapse, already having that Vanguard done.
Yeah, it's a tough call too, right? Like, because if you want to move in there, let's say, PSG.LGD, oh, good, we have time to think about it at the very least. You have the night vision bonus.
Right.
That's there, right? Of course, that's going to be expiring soon. You got 2.5 minutes to work with. You're not going to have any Eclipse early, though, because, you know, you're obviously stacking into Lunar Blessing. You're getting yourselves your Glaives. But you also have Undying. You have Kunkka. I would say it's very tempting for them to come and contest this and at least, like, try and mess with them to try and get some of the XP.
Well, they're going to drop the boat already. Mira a little bit off the mark with the stun. but will eventually, well, go down, yes. XinQ finds the kill, but this is again buying that space for Toronto Tokyo, and this is in vision.
Soul Rip 2 secure here, and XinQ is like, I'm getting over there. You know, I want to steal some of this. Gonna find a stacked up neutral camp there too.
This is just all they're focused on.
He has Tombstone in 3 seconds.
Why? Are they really going to go for this?
I mean, a lot of them are really low. This is pretty, I say do it. Yeah.
He goes for it. Getting
Let's
a couple already.
And the Fairy Stringer for the team, the 2 supports. There's an Axe and a Templar Assassin.
Oh my god, they're just going to get him.
There's another lanes.
I mean, this is huge. You're also already up 3,000 net worth right now on LGD, but they see this taken, and
all right, he got a lot of them though. Now, can you get out? That's the question.
I mean, at least one of these heroes is going to die. XinQ chased on. Surely at least one of them goes down, but maybe not. Toro pops out that haunt. The chase down Mirror's there as well. Cold Embrace. The back away. They used haunt for this, and I don't know if they're getting anybody.
Is there anything more classic than LGD and their Undyings and their phase boots, though?
Oh,
like, it almost
man.
gets them out.
And they clean out that hard camp also. LGD are all over this. They take down the Undying, but lose out on a bunch of other net worth.
And they force so many heroes to respond. Look at the top lane. The Helm and the Dominator, Faith Beyond. He's taking the tower.
This is clean stuff. LGD, they found their mojo. This is what they needed.
That is a large lead. 4K right now at 9 minutes. Like, oh, yeah, and look where it is. I mean, it's just all stacked on the cores right now for PSG.LGD.
Poshka scouting out. Y off to the side. Toro there as well.
He's hunting.
He's looking for it. They move over. Faith Beyond's here as well. And with this Helm of the Dominator creep, it should be enough. And also coming in to contest this, nothing to say.
Well, it's
taking away the jungle.
It's so cheap, right? It's just a nightmare into a torrent. They're threatening the whole time. We've got RP. We've got boat. You don't want to come contest this. They're going to have Fiend's Grip pretty soon here as well for Y. As he goes for a real deep ward. That was pinged, though. All right,
yeah,
they have an idea that that's there.
That ward is going to scout it out.
Yeah, good thing that was there. So those very deep wards on the earlier end will be instantly TP'd to by Maposhka, and just give them that. I don't think so.
Yeah, see, this is the LGD we expected to see. Up 5,000 net worth right now at 10 minutes in. What a turnaround that they've been able to have. As this series was looking dire straits for them after the first 2 games, but now coming into this, game number 4, everything's going their way.
All right, well, in the past, what has turned these games around for Team Spirit? It's been Collapse. You know, showing up, making the plays, but he's got some time. Wants to get that Blink Dagger done on the Axe first. In the meantime, there are a lot of heroes coming to his mid tower.
Oh my god, they're bringing numbers. Everybody's here. Poshka, level 5 on that Wyvern, going to try and throw out these Splinter Blasts and slow things down as much as possible, but that tier 1 tower is already dead.
Yeah, they're just holding the Tombstone. Again, such a great job of just like not expending anything, right? They're just threatening. They're just holding all this strength.
And Collapse, they caught him again. The Nightmare's there. Do they have enough for the kill, though?
Oh, yeah.
They are going to chase him down. Wait for it. Fiend's Grip afterwards. Easy as pie. They take him down. This is a stomping we got right here. Toro is going to need to play his heart out right now.
He is so far behind on me.
It's insane.
He's almost getting doubled up on right now.
Like, the Undying is almost caught up to him in terms of net worth with that Tombstone dropping in the Ancient Steel. Such an impressive performance for them in Team Spirit. They just really don't have an answer right now.
It felt like they got lost halfway through the draft, and they still haven't found their way.
Well, and you think about that draft, right? They burned through so much of that reserve time early on. And in the end, we're left trying to find a perfect hero, and so far the TA hasn't been able to do it for him.
Part of that is just that it's such a one-dimensional plan that not only can you like prepare during the draft as what to do, but in the actual game, like they were so quick to come in and ward up these Ancients. Sure, they missed out on some of the plays in the top of some of those neutrals, but the contest in there, the space made for Faith Beyond to get absolutely massive. No one is even contesting Ame at all, just free form throughout the jungle. And this has to be like the biggest Axe Blink reveal and Deso reveal on a TA of all time.
Yes. They've got to get a ton here on Team Spirit. And of course, that also means that LGD need to be the ones that run into them to allow for that fight to happen. Not an easy ask, but again, you've got some big combos here, right? You've got that Winner's Curse into a big call, afterwards, Lion Stun. The combo is there if they can find it.
The fights are so hard, though.
Looking for it right at the start. The boat's going to come out. And now the slowdown, Mira in some trouble, Collapse back behind the tower, also getting ran down by nothing to say. He needs to TP out of here.
He bought his blink.
No.
Yeah, he's
no one else die.
As long as they're able to get away, that should be good enough for them. So they get the kill, Fabian finds it, but also on the other side, Y kills off Mira. 8-1 to start this game.
Yeah, throws down a ward to secure the kill. Mira, of course, instantly noticing that, but I think Y's going to call it worth, just to make the tower easy to take. But Postcard was thinking about leaving himself in behind there and maybe finding a winner's curse if they want to actually contest to the tower, but I think the call's been made from the rest of Team Spirit that they're just not ready for that yet.
Yeah, they need those items. Need to hit that timing.
7 kill lead, 7,000 gold lead, and Ame still hitting creeps.
I mean, he's just doing what he needs to in this one. Taking a look already at that win probability, they're heavily into the favor of LGD.
Don't put that away. Oh, come on. We got a game going here.
My goodness gracious. The Nightmare is down. Poshka gonna trade it over onto him. They have this blink. Want to reveal, but the only people down here are supports, and that's not big enough. Ward also covering it all. But maybe now Team Spirit can at least try and pressure and get this tower and get some momentum going for themselves, because if they don't get something going soon, this game is going to go completely off the rails.
I mean, you can already see them struggling here, though, right? Like, they're bringing everyone down here. They're looking for that fight.
Yeah.
Everything that they need. It has to be perfectly layered. The call, the curse, trying to find the sight lines for the Templar Assassin.
Oh, and Yutaro caught. Fiend's Grip is there, and no help nearby at all. They're going to kill off that Spectre.
I love seeing Q doing that, just dropping the Tombstone. It's just such an important kill for them that they're willing to throw at everything that they have right there.
And immediately afterwards, they're thinking about going to Roche. I mean, why not at this point?
They could Roche, they could start pressuring that tier 2 top, but the tier 2 top is a lot riskier, right? You're going to have this attempted call from the Axe. I will say they actually don't have great vision right now onto that high ground, so theoretically, if there was something there from Team Spirit, maybe they'd have a chance, but perhaps they just have the really good read that they are all in the bottom lane right now, waiting for them to come to that bottom tower. And it's taken so fast.
So Roche going to be claimed. And again, Team Spirit needing to find an answer as LGD want to try and close this one out. Put themselves in a dominant position. And already Y is going to head up here, try and get down a deep ward. We'll see if that one bears any fruit, as LGD will retreat back, get their next set of items, and then be ready to go.
Very reminiscent of game 2. Now, mind you, it happened a lot later in the game, but essentially we got to the point where Team Spirit were the ones just running around with this Luna and looking like, you know, what are you going to do as LGD? You have to wait for this perfect moment to find your fight. Team Spirit now find themselves in that situation. And one thing that they obviously recognized when they played that Luna strat was just stay together. Don't let the pickoffs happen. Can they find a pickoff right here? No. Look how safe Nothing to Say is playing there with the X.
Xingqiu might be the one that gets found. The jump forward call, it's off the mark. And instead, he just heads off to the side. There's the route. Collapse has to back out of here. I mean, there's more people coming nearby. Toronto Tokyo gets skewered back. He's caught alone. Can they kill him off? RP, but the winner's curse is trying to turn this. Boat afterwards finishes off that TA, but it's not enough. It's not nearly enough. And if they're not careful, they might lose more. The chase forward Hex, Mira, X the spot as they'll pull the Lion back and find another kill. LGD, no mercy. It's looking rough. It is looking rough for Team Spirit.
Is that a Spirit Breaker in that draft?
Yeah, I don't know.
What this is? Because something happened.
They turned up on PSG.LGD. They were not going to go out like that.
Well, it's looking like a completely different series at this point. I mean, Team Spirit, you know, the fun leveling. We're just having a good time. Good times might have come to an end right now, at least in this game. And you know, it gets to the point where as the game continues, you just wonder, like, how much is this impacting the looking like potential Game 5?
Potentially. I mean, again, you never count this out. We've seen teams come back from more than this against LGD to win a TI. But can they do it again here? Spectre, so often that late game answer, and they just need to find a good fight on Team Spirit to pull this one back. The question is, will LGD give it to them? Underneath a ward, this could be the way it starts.
They've played so ridiculously clean this game, though. Just
really
not offering up anything over to Team Spirit. Now, they do have some good vision down in that bottom jungle. If there was ever a chance to go for something, it's probably towards that part of the map right now. But Faith Beyond not acting like it, you know? Sitting directly on a trap, and they still can't go.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to really fight into this. Oh, Toronto Tokyo, skewer. Oh, it pulls him back in. They'll find the TA, wants to get out of here, blink away. Oh, just like that, Toronto Tokyo able to get a little bit of separation, but they still have that night vision and faith beyond. With the chase down, they got him there to the side. Nobody coming to help the TA. Toronto Tokyo falls again. 12 kills, 12K gold lead. LGD, keep up that momentum.
Team Spirit are waiting for the Aghanims on this Spectre. That is going to be their goal play. They might have the Blade Mill there too.
He just gets caught again.
Until then, it's just throwing out heroes, you know? Take me. Try and slow down this tower push.
How close are we now to that Aghanim Scepter? It's what, 50 gold away for this Spectre? Again,
I mean, it's been a fantastic item, but as you heard Seb and No-Tail say, the damage is lacking.
Oh, man.
And they needed that early lead to actually provide some damage. They needed the items on Team Spirit. They don't have the items.
Right. Well, and it's such a good answer here, right? With that Undying being able to sit right up front there with the Tombstone, and then Luna can hit the tower, because the way that Team Spirit win the fight is like when chaos happens and you get a giant curse or something, and they're just not being presented that opportunity.
Although, if there is one hero that's very good at breaking formations, it is Spectre, right? The Haunt comes out, there's question marks everywhere, you're not sure where the real one is, and then it's providing vision to the rest of Team Spirit, and then you find the jump. And Axe, a hero that, with the Blade Mail, can turn some of your advantage into a disadvantage.
Looking for something here. It's just a shadow step to start. Now the call. Afterwards, they have Haunt starting to bring Ame down a little bit low. Just 30 seconds left, and now they're leaving him alone for the moment. Turning on to the other supports. Collapse going to TP out, but it's not going to happen. Collapse will go down, and that fight doesn't work. Toronto Tokyo pulled back in. Refraction gone. And now the chase down happens yet again. Mira hoping to salvage this, but it's not going to happen. One by one. All of Spirit go by the wayside.
And that was going into a fight with 30 seconds left on the Aegis too.
Oh.
So just like, even if you get some of those kills, the reset potential there from LGD. But Team Spirit, you know, they felt the situation that they had to find some sort of fight maybe outside their base. It's not a good one though.
And they used the winner's curse in that last fight.
Yeah.
That is really painful. Maybe if there was an opportunity right here, but jump in! The Tumblers toy, are you kidding me? Faith Beyond able to make the play happen. And now focusing down the barracks at 20 minutes, 17-1.
I mean, Collapse is smoked up here, but I don't even know if there's a play. Obviously, you have to wait till the Templar Assassin's back.
They're hoping for something, anything at this point.
They just got mana for Shadow Step.
There's a chance, there's a hope, but will it actually come to fruition? I am not sure. Team Spirit just do not have an answer at all.
They pop drums, jump them, Collapse.
Oh my goodness. They just have to give it up. There's no other answer. There's still a tier 1 down bottom at the very least, but I mean, at this point, LGD could turn on the tier 4s maybe.
I love how this team plays Undying. The 5, the 4. Like, not a lot of teams really bring this hero out, but you know, you get this movement speed, so you can get the ulti off the Flesh Golem, you're just getting the debuff down, having the drums to like benefit this early sieging ability that they have, as well as the Solar Crest too. So, you know, so many teams looking for these saving heroes and empowering heroes on like the one big carry, and Undying just looking like a perfect answer when you also have the Spectre in the game.
And I just think, again, like, what a redemption arc this has been for Ame to be able to pull this back on that Spectre in Game 3 and now in Game 4 on the Luna, playing incredibly clean Dota, constantly 4-0-7.
Yeah. Does not want to repeat history here.
Oh God, did I caster curse them? Oh no, oh no.
Surely.
Surely it won't
21K lead in 21 minutes. I don't think you have that much power.
I don't think anybody does. We'll see though.
Oh, let me check Kyle's Twitter. Just make sure.
Mira gets the Hex off, but they caught Collapse. Mira's gonna try and TP out of here. Does manage to escape, but the axe is down. Toronto Tokyo, oh, cancels TP? Okay.
Where are you gonna go?
I mean, I guess that, yeah.
Ngapain?
You know, they got some towers go through, you're not gonna do anything, might as well try and catch the next wave.
That's true, fair enough.
Because now where do you go is a bit of a question. I'll give you that.
Might just be dead if you're not careful. Tokyo, got to be careful there.
Stand perfect. Oh, I know this one from my pubs. Yeah. Got to keep the GPM up, you know?
Mid lane, they got him. Toro forced to jump away from this one, but nothing to say. Still got him in the sights. Able to throw out that Earth Spike, but they're hunting for more.
Beyond's coming.
Oh, good blink away by Mira, and Toro able to get the TP out, but Mira, the one that's going to pay for the sins, will end up falling there to Xingqiu, and now they're heading up again.
Faith Beyond has had this troll for so long. I feel like he wants to end the game with it, you know, like reward it for its servitude.
Well, this might just be the time. I mean,
Get the
Ame is up
skellies
there.
out. Send them in.
Roche is capable of respawning, but they're looking to just try and end this right now. No Magnus to pull him back into the fountain. There's the jump to start it.
All right, this has to be the jump, right?
Maposhka behind. He's got Winner's Curse waiting for an opportunity, but can they get an opening?
Bisa lu ada apa lu kagak ngomong?
That might be an issue.
It's dangerous. They don't quite have enough.
Hah?
Without
udah
a
nggak
quick way
kenapa?
to get in there.
Gue diem tadi gara-gara
Have to let it go for the moment, but Maposhka, they've still got a ward here. And now they don't.
Collapse has been smoked for so long.
They just can't find an opening. LGD, just this impenetrable wall that doesn't break formation.
Dia tadi suara kencang banget, makanya gue mute.
They might even be running low at this point.
19-1. So now, with Roche respawned, LGD dotting their I's and crossing their T's and looking to close this one out with the shard in tow.
This is an emphatic victory at this point. You know, this is not the way you want to go into a Game 5 from Team Spirit. It's one thing to just like have a loss and sort of be like, okay, well, you know, we couldn't close it out in 3, but that's cool. We can do it in 4, whatever. You remember those 2 games, guys?
Right.
How
They
much
seem
we
a long time
dominated.
ago.
And they seem like a very long time ago at this point.
Faith Beyond pulls back there. Yule Scepter afterwards, but nobody's close enough to turn that into a fight. Another Shadow Step used just to slow down Faith Beyond from going in for another round of this.
Toronto Tokyo's just drawn on the map down there. Throwing every trap possible to hold on that 1 tier 2, right? Force them to go for the throne.
And they're gonna do it. Walks right on in.
Happy to oblige.
Ame, he's ready. He wants to not relive the ghost to the past. He wants to close this game 4 out here in style. And so far, he's doing it. Turns now onto the Ancient Hot Out afterwards. Where's the fight? I'm not seeing it. Going deathless so far. They turn now into Y. Just grip to the side. Oh, that's on to Collapse. Y's not dying. Nobody's dying. They all fall again. GG is called 23-3
predik gua bener satu.
from LGD.
Did he get a blink call?
It didn't happen.
Like,
it was just too
the whole
good.
game, that was crazy. They never came online, quite frankly. Like this lineup was not allowed to operate in any facet whatsoever for Team Spirit. And it may be even in game score. It's 2-2, but it's not feeling like there's much of a chance right now.
I mean,
you got to regroup.
You know, No-Tail and Seb, they were talking about body language coming into that. How about this body language right here?
That's confidence right there.
Ame's doing the Arthur hand. He's ready. He's ready to go.
Little skip in the step there, yeah.
They're ready for
they're feeling a lot better.
A TI repeat.
But hey, there you go.
All right.
They're okay, though.
We'll see if they can pull it back again. But what an unbelievable experience, again, for LGD to be able to pull this back from that 2-0 start. Just incredibly impressive stuff.
All right, it's okay, though. You just say, like, it was draft, guys. I think we can all agree the draft looked rough. Thus, the game looked rough. So you go forward, you shift things up, and Team Spirit will hopefully give us more of a challenge for LGD in Game 5.
Optimistic as always. We'll see if it ends up playing out, but for now, let's head back to the panel.
The series is tied 2-2. We will go into a Game 5 here in these grand finals at the International 10. I'm joined by BSJ, Effie, and Jenkins, and we're going to break down that Game 4. Jenkins, I want to start with well, let's start with Team Spirit doubling their skill score there in the final second.
I don't know if there's any breaking down these games. Like, I legit don't. This shit is scripted. It's scripted. Like, how does every TI end like this?
No, it
At some point, it's got to stop. I don't understand. It's like the amount of people that came up to me today, and it's like, okay, so Secret was supposed to win. Everybody thought Secret was going to win, right? And then we get into the grand finals, and it's like, oh, LGD is going to shellac them. And then after game 1, it's like, oh my God, dude, LGD's lost it. They're done. And then that happens. Literally, whatever you think will happen won't happen. So what do? How can I break that down? I'm sorry. I just can't believe it. Year after year, TI, it just delivers.
It is just delivering, Effie. It's a great series so far.
Well, there's so much to say, but I just want to comment on the mental fortitude that PSG.LGD just showed, because a lot of us in the green room, we were sitting and watching the game, right? And after those 2 stomps, quite frankly, by Spirit, we were just thinking, did they do it? Did they mentally break down PSG.LGD? But no, they walked off, they regrouped. Everyone thought they were so stubborn with that Magnus, but they beat them.
Nobody expected that. Everybody was like, oh my God, they let Magnus through again. They're so stubborn. What are they doing? Literally everybody was wrong. I can tell you, I was sitting in that stadium. Every single person was saying, what is wrong with them? I was reading Twitter. What is wrong with them? They let the Magnus through.
But that's why they're on Twitter. That's why they're in the stadium, and that's why they're not playing.
Experts.
Okay, so we talk about the fact that they lost the draft in Game 4, but we have to think about the mind games coming through this entire 4-game series so far, and they got Mag, lost with it, to a Spectre, and then they're like, oh, we'll give LGD Mag this time. We'll pick Spectre. But it was the Undying with the Spectre that was really causing the issues. And it's just not, they lost to the way that they lost, which has to be some sort of mental defeat. I hope whatever I said made more sense than what Jenkins has been talking about.
Nothing makes sense. We're pretending. This is a facade. Nobody knows what's going on right now. Probably not even LGD or Spirit.
I think they have a little bit of an idea what's going on, right? So they let the Magnus through twice. They lost to it. I think they just didn't expect Spirit to be so strong. Like, they were coming off of their win against Secret, and they were feeling themselves, quite frankly. Yeah. They were playing so well. They kept up the tempo. They cast all their spells correctly. They played with confidence. But that Mag loss, that first one, broke them. And then to take it the next game and beat them with it convincingly, I'm worried about Spirit's mental state right now, actually, because this is where the difference in experience comes in between these two teams. Spirit are very young, and they probably didn't expect to make it this far. While LGD, they've been training for this for 2 years. So.
Yeah, I mean, they have, so far, there's been 2 TIs before this. This is the 3rd TI that there's a Game 5 in a Grand Finals, and PSG.LGD has already experienced this. They were already in a Game 5, Brian, with Ame, actually, as well.
It's a little bit different this time because in the previous one, they were up 2-1 going into Game 4. They were up by 15K, I believe, in Game 4, and OG made this crazy comeback. And instead, they've got all the momentum going in. I feel like they feel strategically superior. They're like, oh, those first 2 games, like whatever happened, shake it off. They had only lost 2 games throughout the entirety of a TI prior to that series. So I think LGD is in a way better spot going into Game 5.
Dude, they looked broken. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. I saw the cameras on them, and I was thinking, oh, God, they're done. They looked so broken. They looked sad. Their eyes were watery. And then that happens. I think the Tinker game was like a huge turning point. I think that draft was just a lot easier to execute. It gave them the taste for blood again. And then in the next game, it's just like, they're just back to like prime LGD. It's what they said in an interview. Like, they learned from the losses, and they're grateful to the enemy teams for giving them the opportunity to learn. And that's what I felt after the Tinker game.
Yeah, we heard from Zotac right after the draft, and he was saying that some of the things that he told the team in between games before Game 4 was, don't be afraid. If we lose together, we lose together. And otherwise, we always have next year, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how you want your coach to be. But I think that right now, LGD are just in a position to take it all. And as amazing as Spirit's run has been, they've got the momentum now on LGD. And just hopefully, regardless of the outcome, both teams should be proud of themselves for what they've done today.
Yeah, we've highlighted Team Spirit a lot because obviously they were on match point for 2 games. Now, we are going to highlight PSG.LGD a little bit more because now they are also on match point, and one of these 2 teams will take home $18 million and the World Championship and the Aegis. A lot on the line for this one game of Dota 2. So far, we only have 5 players in the world that have a 2-time TI championship to their names. If PSG.LGD were to win this Game 5, we'll have 7 in total because Faith Beyond and Y were on the winning roster of Wings in TI6. And they will also have a 100% win rate at TI because they have only played that TI6, Brian. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, they're doing the OG, but instead of taking like 6 months off, they take 4 years off and just come back and win another TI. But we talk about the money. I'm a little bit of a math nerd myself. We're looking at $13 million between the 2 teams, between first and second.
Yes.
If it's like an average 40-minute game, that's about $300K a minute that they're playing the game of Dota. If you average 10 CS a minute, that seems pretty reasonable. That means every time you hit a creep, that's $30,000 if you win this game.
That's such a carry. That is such a carry way of breaking it down. Okay,
just imagine that.
From the
30K.
perspective.
30K.
For every death, it's $300,000 for every death you feed. There's the offlane perspective.
It's more like $1 million. You're not gonna. Actually, for you, you'd probably die that many times. Never.
He's right.
No, there is a lot of pressure indeed with the money on the line, with the prestige on the line as well, and on the flip side of perhaps having a two-time champ, Nothing to Say has not been at a single TI yet. This is his first one, and he has a potential to become the next Royal Roader. The last Royal Roader we had was Thompson at TI8. Before that, it was GH at TI7. And before that, it was the full Wings lineup. But it is pretty crazy because all those names we hear time and time again, we talk about Thompson, GH. They're some of the best players in their roles, still are. And it just gives me a lot of giddiness for the season and the seasons to come, Effie.
And just speaking of Nothing to Say, he rose to prominence and kind of made himself known through Tinker. He was just a pub star who spammed Tinker, much to everyone's annoyance. And the hero that kept them in the TI Grand Finals was Tinker.
Turning point. Yep.
It's just everything goes back full circle. Every TI has some kind of magical story. And it's just incredible that we can see this level of Dota come out consistently from new players every year, it feels like.
It's very reminiscent of Thompson like Pugna.
I got a thought.
Breaking it out in the last series.
All right.
Oh, no.
I believe that if you can turn around a best of 5 like this, if you do this when every CS is worth $30,000 goddamn dollars, then you should receive an honorary PhD in psychology from like Harvard or wherever.
I don't know if it works that way, but I will tell you that in TI Grand Finals history, it's never happened that someone did a reverse sweep. This year alone, we did see the reverse sweep with EG versus IG in the Grand Finals of the Singapore Major. Of course, it all started with that question mark.
They should get master's degrees. This is PhD.
I mean, it is being able to recover from that level of pressure and stress that is on that final game. But I also think that it is, with a Game 5, Effie, it's very simple for Team Spirit to also probably reset because they have also been in this situation before.
I think every team is able to reset in a way, but we don't actually know what goes on behind the scenes in their, in their little powwow, I guess, after the game goes on. But what we know right now is PSG.LGD beat them when they were playing their hero and then took their hero and beat them with it. And now they've got the 2-game win momentum. And they also have first choice, right, for the next game. So it's looking a lot harder for Spirit than it is for PSG.LGD this game.
It is looking pretty rough for Team Spirit as well, but they also know they've got a full region behind them. They are the first Eastern European team to be standing on these Grand Finals since 2013. It's been a long time coming. That being said, PSG.LGD, of course, also having a lot of pressure because it has been quite a while since a Chinese team lifted that Aegis, and they know what it would mean to not just their organization and their team, but to the entire country if they were to indeed lift that Aegis. We'll see who gets to do it, though. We'll see who will take home that Aegis. It is going to be either Team Spirit or PSG.LGD. It is one game of Dota 2. And I think it's going to be very important for both these teams to strip away these Grand Finals, to just relax. We see a lot of players, by the way, always take off their shoes. You know, they gotta recreate how they feel when they play at home. In the past, we have had Ice taking off his pants because he preferred to play in his boxers, and that's allowed because you just gotta make yourself comfortable. It is very important. Also, interesting fun fact for you all at home. I know you see sometimes players play with these heat packs. They've got these little heat packs to make their fingers warm. It is not actually cold in these booths. It's not cold. The reason they use these heat packs is because adrenaline makes your blood vessels tighter because, you know, you got to pump that blood real fast. But your extremities, your fingers, you need those to play the game. It's a sport with your hands, so you got to have those heat packs to make your blood vessels wide again. Did you know that, Jenkins?
No, I had absolutely a very bad knowledge of anything medical. which is why I was saying they should receive PhDs in medicine.
Those aren't even medical. PhDs are not medical.
Udah final nih.
I think they should get a PhD in whatever the hell they want if they're going to sweep a TI. But also,
Gue bukan mute lo, gue yang defend.
Just a few games ago. And they're in the same position. So what the hell do we know?
They've been in several game threes, and we've watched them improve throughout the entire season. You've had the one team that's just consistently at the top, and the other one that's been rising from 4th place in season 1 of DPC, where they didn't even qualify for the major, and it's all here.
Team, bro.
I'm so glad that you brought that up, PSJ, because even if you look at their DPC performance, they've just been slowly getting better. They've just been this team lurking in the shadows. Throughout the Animator, they impressed. They beat Liquid in their
Komentator cewek itu sore enak banget anjir. Gue pernah bilang sama lu kan, kayak orang yang sama.
VP, it was such a close game. And when we come here, everyone's whispering about how Spirit have been so strong in scrims.
Mungkin karena suaranya enak,
people
dia
kind of just
dipuji-puji, terus dia disuruh jadi komentator. Tapi ini bukan komentator kan?
Actual dark horse, not just a team where you don't want to feel bad by people like they're going to get eliminated. They're an actual dark horse
team. We can call them a dark dragon because they do
komentator
have the dragon
mungkin
logo that is like black
maksudnya ini
and white,
kali
so like
caster ya.
Right?
They've earned it at
this
point.
They
bukan
really
caster
did.
sih.
Also, want to remind people of the words that Collapse had said right before their tournament. He was prompted with the question upper bracket, lower bracket, and he, without hesitation, said lower bracket. So he likes to be with the back against the wall, Brian. It makes it perform better.
Just give him a new hero.
Aduh,
give a new hero to Yatoro. I give Collapse the mag, the Tide. I don't care what's happened up until this point. Pull out your TI, OG. Pick exactly what your players want to play. I don't think strategy is going to matter nearly as much as we maybe give it credit for when this much is on the line.
Agreed. Pick your best heroes, and that's how they beat.
Lewat gue belum dapet yang
The
tadi.
draft was looking grim until they pulled out the last pick storm for Toronto Tokyo, and they absolutely destroyed with it.
Enggak ada notifnya di Twitch gitu.
Play like you're at home
Apa?
and see what happens.
So you want Silent and
Langsung
Zawai
masuk
to
ya?
just go in those booths and have guys. Game 5 of this TI-10 Grand Finals. Everything's on the line. What do you want to play? Is it that simple? It could be that simple. We are going to find out what is going to happen in this 5th and deciding and final game of TI-10. Let's go.
Spirit versus
Ini final di antara para final.
LGD Grand Finals.
Hello everyone, welcome to the final draft panel of TI-10 because this is game 5. One game to decide the entire tournament between these two teams.
This is literally the best game Dota has to offer.
It is. This is the best moment of the tournament. What do you guys hope to see from both teams?
I mean, first and foremost, the best game of Dota possible, I think. That is what I want to see. I want to see both teams getting their comfort zone. I want to see both teams getting solid drafts and being able to
main di
fight
game
full
menit
force
60 ke
and,
atas.
you know, show the world and show themselves and us, like everybody what they have to offer.
Seru banget, War.
I mean, this is one of life's true magical miracle moments. This is people working their lives, years and hours.
Kemarin ada tuh.
Sorry, they did not ban Tiny.
Yeah. Oh wow. They actually decide. Okay, but Mag is also in. So this is something that we know that LGD they chose first pick.
Yeah.
And most likely they were trying to force Mag for nothing trade, or they believe that these guys were not going to counter Mag correctly. But now Team Spirit is changing it up one more time, which is really going to be awesome. But yeah, back to what I was going to say. Because this is back against the wall for both teams. This is like a biggest pressure these people have probably ever been under in their whole lives. Or for Ahmed, like he's been so close twice now.
Siapa tahu udah prepare si tim Spirit.
I hope to see both teams just fully let go of everything that holds them back, become a team, become the best humans you can, become like the best teammates that you can become, and play the best you can. This is your day. This is your moment. This is for you to show the world what you can do in Dota.
And it's amazing to witness, and I think we're gonna get it because this opener from both teams, it shows us a lot of confidence. So I feel like the teams, they found their momentum again, they found their form, and they found their confidence. And that's what matters at this point. And
dua jagoan langsung di pick masing-masing.
So LGD had the choice, and they ended up. So second pick has won. Like game
Tadi
1, 2,
pas
and 3.
LGD pakai Magnus juga nggak jelek sih, bagus.
Back against the wall into a first pick scenario, in the game 4 that we just witnessed.
Meskipun nggak sebanyak
They
ini.
showed how they can make it work, and they can also counter it, which show us game 3. Team
Magnus
Spirit in
Ben
game 4,
ya
they
sekarang.
showed that, in my opinion, they showed LGD they did not have the best understanding, and they're going for it.
terus didorong
And I want to
bisa
say how, like in this game, LGD, they get their best strategy. Tiny is their best
Wah,
strategy.
Tiny
Because
Likan,
they
goblok.
brought this Tiny to the meta. They were the team making
Wah,
it happen.
ini
They
nih,
were the team
Secret.
abusing
Ini
the
nih.
Tiny with the Lycan. They know this better than
Inspirasinya
anybody
Secret
else.
dari ini
They
nih,
have
kita
played the
lihat
Tiny Lycan versus
yang original,
Secret.
bukan.
they
Original ya.
and against the Secret Mag.
Dan
and they
tadi
made it work.
Secret kan gagal
Today,
tuh.
Team Spirit, they played versus the Secret Tiny with the Mag, and they won.
Yeah.
But you know,
Kawe
is
dia.
LGD
Wah,
better
ini
executing it than
menantang
Secret?
nih jadinya.
Maybe they are. You know, you can only
Kalau
assume. This game will
sukses,
tell.
wah luar biasa.
Ini antara
Yeah,
menang cepat
we
kalau
learned
nggak
firsthand
menang
about the
lama
LGD
sih.
Like and Tiny, very early on before we got to TI. And
Menang cepat
this
kalau nggak game
strategy,
lama.
when you see it for the first time, you're like, oh boy,
Iya.
this reminds you of
Iya,
some of the
benar.
other broken strats that you see
Lama nggak tahu
around
siapa yang menang
TI.
soalnya. Magnus.
And I mean, it's nice. It's amazing that we get this in the game 5, and that somebody is manning up to LGD, saying, "We're giving you your best strat, and we're gonna beat
Pikir
you."
di
This
band.
is the team that theory crafted it. You know, they are the inventors of Tiny and Tiny Lycan. It's scary to go up against it, and I like
Rubik
the team's
gangguinnya
confidence.
instan
They're
soalnya.
getting their collapse
Mantap
Magnus. One thing that has to be said is Rubik is getting banned. Like, this is gonna be collapse Magnus at its prime, or it should be, right? Because so far LGD, they have countered it with the Rubik. They understand how to break this cure action. Are they gonna get the tools that they need in order to break this cure? We're yet to see. I think that's one of the kind of storyline of this draft. Miposhka Bane has been incredibly good. We saw also Bane dominate the game 4 for LGD. Bane versus Tiny, extremely interesting matchup. Why is that? Because Enfeeble actually reduces attack damage for 60%. It's really big. Tiny plays on the space damage. Actually, a Tiny that goes on somebody while being enfeebled does ridiculously low damage, actually. It does counter him. It's a hero that's very undervalued, in my opinion, against Tiny. Of course, Bane into Lycan, it can be a little bit scary, but yet again, this is all about, this strategy, this Tiny strategy, is all about getting this Tiny to kind of a critical mass that nothing can deal with.
I do think that he will eventually get
Tapi kayak udah jadi ketebak gitu nggak sih mainnya gimana?
You're also going to see the Lycan vision being used, and Lycan versus Bane, Lycan versus Mag.
Sama-sama udah bisa nebak sih.
They get to start the fight either through the Tiny Shadow Blade or Bling, or something else, you know. Tinker fits well in these kind of drafts because you have the Lycan to enable you, and if you have a good lane, you can also have a stable game.
Orang lagi gitu aku direkam anjir.
This is something that I think Team Spirit should keep in mind. They should keep in mind these Tinkers. They should keep in mind their best heroes. And also, for them, what are we going to do against this Tiny now? Are we trying to push him out of his comfort zone, play on early timings before he gets bitten and 20-minute shard and all those things? Or are we actually going to try to pick this Naix, Ursa? I saw Ursa ban. They're going to pick a hero like Fistus Void with the Mag to try and take these fights later on against this monster.
Which style do you think is a better counter to the Tiny Lycan? Because this combos ran rampant during TI.
I'm in the Tiny boat. I am very much in the Tiny boat.
It's too much.
This is an Angel Arena hero.
No.
This is not a Dota hero.
You have to beat it before it hits its timings. Nothing beats it. Like, at least that's our read, is like, you will not scale into this. It's not going to happen. Especially against LGD, they understand the timings. They're going to push it at the perfect time. They will not lose. They're not going to waste a single second in this game. As soon as they have the upper hand, they will push it, they will end the game. You have to beat it before, and you can. This Tiny doesn't. Like, he actually, he mechanically cannot play quicker than the 20 minutes. It's just a Dota mechanic. He cannot buy the shard before minute 20.
I would argue there's a Shadow Blade timing that changes a little bit because he actually can defend this tower, surprise you, get solo kills. But other than that, like, you still want to abuse him. Because with this naked Shadow Blade or with something else like that, like one slow, one spell, you're at risk of dying and getting dragged into a bad fight.
Oh iya.
They're just going for it. They're picking all through the cores.
Kayak BF gratis ya.
I'm not so sure it's a core. I mean, it might be. It might very well be.
You think it's a support Kunkka maybe?
I'm not sure. I think it's very scary to pick the Kunkka like that. They maybe have a read where... I mean,
sakit banget lagi ketawaran.
I think they're actually so confident that this hero is not losing mid and is going to stabilize the mid game and the early game through his boat fights. That would be my read on it.
I mean, I see it. It is probably the best hero to stabilize the game for the Tiny Lycan because the holes of Tiny Lycan is it's the first pick Tiny, it's the first phase Lycan. Like, these heroes are gonna be, they should be punished on lanes. They should be punished in the game. You're just announcing, hey, this is a Tiny Lycan game. You know, so of course the Team Spirit is gonna try to abuse that. So these heroes are gonna have to, somebody's gonna have to make it. You want to consider that they're not gonna have the perfect Tiny Lycan game or the opposing team kind of messed up the draft. So Kunkka is here to help them stabilize. You know, Kunkka is a great laner. The boat is good in every game in the early fights and whatnot. So this could explain why they feel like we need to get our hands on this Kunkka, especially because the hero that they might pick later is going to get counterpicked anyway.
Didn't they only pick the Taurus hero in the last 2 games that they lost early? Now they're again going back to picking his very late.
Yeah, and it makes sense with
kalau dia dagger kena silent udah.
I'm just wondering what he's going to be playing now with all these bans coming up for him. The heroes that I think, if they ban the Faceless Void now, I wonder what he's going to look at with his mag versus this tiny.
So with these 8 heroes picked, what side do you favor going to these final picks?
Agak susah, tapi bisa juga.
Tiny boat.
Yeah,
just tiny boat.
Tiny Lycan boat.
If you want to break this tiny, you have to abuse the fact that he comes online late. I mean, everything is relative, but he comes online almost minute 20. Same for the Lycan. He should have a bad lane. He's buying Ags, so all the gold that he builds towards these Ags is useless. Lycan with 3k gold or just with the blade and the staff of with it, like it does nothing. When the Axe comes and the Shark comes, this is when the power spike is crazy. But before that, these are 2 heroes that are actually really bad at fighting. They're really bad at at stunning, at catching. They don't do much. And I think you have to use that opening. So far, I think the Spirit heroes, I don't know if they truly do that.
And if you think about it from that perspective, I feel like Kunkka and Skyrath, you're trying to run at them, hit that strong timing, but they have the potential to burst anyone. And you have some Bane saves, some Witchwire saves, but it might not be enough for Skyrath.
And I also think the Skyrath was a preemptive pick for Toronto to top. Nggak kuat. If he wasn't going to play
lawan ini
LGD. The Skyrath Silence is always good against the Spirits, and I think they picked this knowing what's coming, knowing what this Dota
kan tujuannya LGD
kind of
bikin menit di atas 20
so I think it was
biar
also a
dapat
good pick
pohon sama
now you see
dikit
this Ember, you see this Byron, and you actually see the Skyrath value that's going to happen in these early fights. Could
combo
happen.
langsung.
To me, I feel like there's a hole though in LGD's draft in the sense that you pick Lycan into Mag Wyvern and you pick Tiny into Mag Wyvern, and Mag Wyvern, they have really good plays against that. And when they played against Secrets, they did play the same lineup. They played Tiny Lycan into Mag Wyvern, and they had a Puck and a Phoenix, which are heroes that excel at messing with the backline. They stopped the Bane and the Wyvern and the Mag from pressing the spell how they want to. I see a hole in the sense that Kunkka and Skyrath, they don't do that.
Ogre juga bahaya sih emang kalau kasih ke
same for the Mag, same for the Bane, and that worries me a lot.
Ngamuk itu Tiny.
For LGD, I think the fights are going to be much harder. And we saw Secret today, and I think the whole in their draft was they had a Shadow Demon and Lina with the Mag, with the Tiny and the Lycan, and these heroes don't really complement. They don't counter what counters the Tiny Lycan.
Yeah.
Something I want to mention actually is that Meg and he banned Rubicon to protect it. I think this Kunkka pick actually came because X has a similar function.
Pemain ini kah buff ini buff
or you X your ally, you can stop that skewer play from coming in.
That's quite interesting. Yeah, you can actually X the Tiny.
We also see Enchantress coming in. I think this year, they have this slow line, but something you can do is you can play really aggressive early with Enchantress. There's double range supports and a Magnus. This hero can actually snowball this game.
Waktunya gak banyak.
Kalau dia dua-duanya buat Domi yang next itu GG ya sih. Dua Ancient Crypt. Oh, TB.
TB the draft. Okay. But still they're banking everything on this Christmas tree wolf that's going to happen at some point, and it breaks the whole game, and this is also the engine just to help that happen, to make that happen.
It really seems like LGD double down on the we are going to secure
banyak Magic Spirit.
And Team Spirit, I actually think that LGD is on a timer. If they cannot enforce this 20-minute timing and snowball the game, this is when the Wyvern, the TB, the Magnuses, they will scale greatly. So it's going to be down to can LGD execute their best strategy.
That's an exciting matchup for Game 5 of the finals because LGD, you look at them throughout the tournament, they've always been hitting their timings. You look at Spirit, they've been breaking teams at what they do best. And now we have the Game 5 where they're matching up here.
I want to see Yules. I want to see a way to stop the skewer. Collapse has proven you cannot play against his Magnus if you don't have ways to deal with the skewer. LGD, they don't really have that. I feel like both teams got very powerful tools. That's just kind of scary.
You're going to see the X mark? I can see it.
It's harder than the Rubik one. Like, it's a half-time, but I think it might happen. Even if you have to go high ground, X the Tiny, you hit the tower.
Then you have to create the situation where the Tiny is
you do have to hit the timing first.
It's not the same. It's exciting. Both teams have great tools.
Nah, kalau dikomboin di toss itu kalau nggak disamatin hilang juga.
It's gonna be crazy. I mean, that's what we wish for. It's like can both teams get us on the draft? Can they get their comfort? They did. We're in for a treat.
So who do you guys think the most important hero on LGD is for them to hit their timing? Like whose early game matters the most?
obviously the Kunkka, and I would also say the supports will have a huge part to
Tergantung
play.
support-supportnya bisa
The
selamatin
Like
apa
and the
enggak.
Tiny, they still have roles to play in the early game. Everybody does. And if
WW
you can
sama Ben kan
help negate
penyelamat.
pressure, if you can get that
Sang
random
penyelamat.
support kill, if they're doing
Sang
something
penyelamat.
illegal in your jungle or kill
Penyelamat
the wave
banget
with
tuh.
your hero, then sure. But if Kunkka is owning and the Skywars having
Kalau
a good game,
Enchant
they can make
agak
so much
agak
happen
susah.
together.
Enchant Sky susah sih. Nyelamatinnya
And for
gimana?
the Team Spirit side,
Cuma
do you
bisa
think there's anyone
slowin
who
doang.
can sort of stop that onslaught early?
Everyone look at the Ember. Ember,
Mereka
everybody's
bukan-
looking at Ember for this match. Yeah.
Masalahnya
And
kembali
now
lagi
we're
ke
going to the
si
final
ini sih
game of
kayaknya.
TI10.
Karena Magnus lagi
But
bisa-bisa
before we go
ini.
into game, we'll be coming to Sumi with Team Spirit's
Wah
coach
ini nih.
Silent.
Thank you very
Predict.
much, AUI. Silent. This is the final
The
game
team
of the
with the
tournament.
most Rosan
There is
kill.
nothing more after this. Grand finals, the score
Tiny
is
di tim
2-2.
mana?
No
LGD
need to
daerah
hide
apa
strategies
Radiant
now.
tadi?
Dyer,
What is your
tadi
team's
Dyer.
strategy to win?
Time off harus barak barak yang mati
Your
dulu, yang
strategy
hancur
is
duluan
just
apa?
luck.
Oh menitnya before
Their
20 lah.
best strategy is luck, and
20,
luck
25
is how
bener.
they are going to win. Do you have any
Anjay,
final
dia
comments
cepet
before
juga.
this game starts?
Coba aja.
Player with
He
the
does
most
not have any
keyword.
comments. All right, let's throw it over to Insania and Odie Pixel.
Keyword.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes,
Di
ladies and
post player
gentlemen, it's
highest
time
total
for the
magic or pure
deciding
damage.
Game 5 here at the TI10
Apa
Grand
nih?
Finals. Team
Magic atau pure
Spirit
damage?
against PSG.LGD. I'm Odie
Kayu
Pixel,
berat.
joined of course once again by
Kayu
the
apa ya?
fabulous Insania.
Pure damage si
What have we
pure
got in
damage
front
si
of us here?
Kunkka.
What have we got in
Kunkka juga
store for
gede
us this
sih.
game, Aiden?
Man, what a
Dia
crazy
support
game.
sih
I think the
kayaknya.
last game was
Kalau
very, very
gua mungkin
much
di
in
bidang
LGD's
Kunkka sih
favor
kalau gua.
straight from the draft.
Kunkka
I think
ya.
this is really even, and I completely agree with what Seb had to say, where I think
Submit
both
nggak
teams
ya?
have different
Kayak
things going for themselves.
gua
I think
submit
if
tadi
this
malah
game does
hilang,
scale
Jan.
up, if it goes very slowly, if the 20-minute timing from the Tiny isn't
Dapat
abused,
waktu lu bentar lagi.
then LGD's
Iya, gua nggak usah
LGD's draft is
nggak
gonna
usah
just lack in
submit
power
deh.
as the game scales up. I'm a little bit worried
Yes,
about
Kayak
how
dia
much impact the
au-
Sky
kayak
Kunkka,
auto lock
Enchantress
gitu.
combo can have together around the map, and how well Team Spirit will be able to shut it down. I think
Auto
runes,
submit deh kayaknya.
just like Silent said, luck, you know?
Nggak tahu,
And I don't
iya,
think he
iya.
was joking. Luck really does matter. If they get those power runes, it's going to be
Nice
huge
lah
for
kalau
them.
gitu.
I mean, we saw as well from Spirit
luck,
the
good
sort
Good luck.
of very carefree attitude it worked out at the start of this series. I've been asked before the first
Kemarin
game
lawan OG,
how the preparation was.
game,
So,
anjay.
well, we didn't get to do much at all. We're just turning up to play and have a bit of fun. That fun certainly looked to be effective in Game 1 and Game 2, but Game 3 and Game 4, as we've just seen, PSG.LGD, they have stepped it up. They've hit
Anjay.
back hard, and now is the time to see if they can continue on the road to reverse sweep, or Team Spirit can find that magic that was getting them through the first two games of the series.
TB ya ganteng banget
Yeah,
anjir.
absolutely. I think
Set-
this is going to be a
setnya.
battle of the mid laners come after laning phase. I think the laning phase is probably going to be fairly even. Both heroes will farm fairly well, but that 6-minute rune, Owen, I think whoever gets that 6-minute rune actually has a
Yang Magnusnya
massive edge
dicicil dari
in
awal,
this
anjay.
game. Because they're going to get to decide what happens, and the other team has to respond.
Absolutely, we've seen the importance of those timings, those power runes already many times in the series, many times in the tournament itself. Both teams will fully be aware of this, and we'll see a lot of focus
Terus belakang bentar
around
lagi.
that first spawn. Looking at the side
Siapa?
lanes here, getting into the action. Who's having the rough time here in the early game?
Padahal lo
I actually
di
think
atas lo,
most lanes
bawah
are
lo.
just going to be fairly farmy. The top
Sampai
side of the
nge-sub,
map, I
anjir,
think, is
itu
probably where you're going to see the most kind of action. There's a little bit of threat from the Tiny Edge to potentially make some sort of kill move. But I really think it's right now, you know, you want to get as much farm as you can out of the lanes before the supports have to rotate out. So I expect all 6 cores of this game to have a fairly decent start.
All right, well, we'll see if there's going to be any slip-ups in the laning stage.
Yeah. It's very even so far.
Our mid lane, 11 for 1 against the 8 for 0. Of course, Toronto Tokyo taking quite the hit from the Tidebringers. And nothing to say. Bottom lane, Jinkyu. It's a little low here, but into the trees he goes. A TP
first
away
blood.
just in time
First
before
blood.
Yutoro is
Satu
able to
detik.
hunt him down.
Yep, so the metamorphosis
TP-nya
has
nice.
been popped, but they have link control up top. And the advantage of having link control is the TB can't really run you down with his ranged attack the way he wants to. So not the ideal position for this meta to be used. If you're able to use it right outside of your own tier 1 tower, you can kind of zone out any other hero to come into the lane.
Tapi pas berubah tetap
Faithion's doing
biasa.
just fine during this
Enggak
meta.
ada beda.
Sana itu.
Trying his best to get Jinkyu away
Enggak
from
sih,
his
nggak ada
turret
efek
lane.
sih.
Keep that area safe for Yutoro.
Yeah, nothing to say is doing very well mid. I'm a little bit surprised at this. He's almost a full creep wave ahead.
So the courier taken out up top. Mirror continuing to trade as best they can here with White.
Yeah,
Sakit
doing
nih,
a good
di
job
atas,
making sure
di
this top part
full
camp is
serigala
blocked.
sama
Oh,
They're going to
here's
try
the
to
sleep.
move up. I mean, Collapse has hit the level 3.
Wah, udah
down the damage to take this. kill, and yes, he does. At the same time in the mid lane, Tokyo very low there, has to get out of the range of a potential tiebreak here. Well, but there we have it. First blood up top. A good quick read from Spirit there as soon as they knew that they had the setup and the level 3 on Magnus.
Yeah, this mid lane is going excellently for nothing to say. Toronto Tokyo here has a hard choice of do I go for the bounty rune or do I stay in the lane and try to farm? Ooh, nice sleight of fist. Dodges out to Torrent. But yeah, overall, I think very stable lanes all around. TB Viking about even. Mid lane is really the only outstanding lane so far to me.
Sure, and we know how scary Nothing to Say can get when he has a start like this. The setups that he'll be able to offer to the team, they're going to be huge, and a fair bit of damage to follow up each and every time that Nothing to Say gets a catch.
LGD
yeah, and LGD really on top of refilling the bottle, right? You see, Toronto Tokyo is not quite getting the same support mid, and that's because their heroes are forced to stay in their lanes right
Kalau
now.
sama Kunka pasti sih agak susah sih Lasit sama
already
Kunka.
winning the lane, getting that free bottle refilled. He's gonna be able to steal the small camp away from him. This is huge. Nothing to Say is off to a great start in his game 5 of the grand final.
And it's very hard for Toronto Tokyo to do too much about it. Of course, Kunka early on. So HP is not going to be too scared of being burnt down by the Ember at the early levels.
Yep, and up top you see like this is generally how the early game is developing in this grand final, where the Tiny gets the 1 versus 1 lane against the Mag because there's no real kill threat. Neither side can really pressure each other too much, and the two supports are kind of battling it out in the jungle. But here we go, Collapse is really
oh iya sakit
this
itu.
could be a lot of pressure.
Kalau masih level segini mah sakit.
See Mirror. Back at his side though, in case.
Dipatok anjir.
Digangguin lo sama burung lo.
I feel like the one small edge PSG.LGD has had in this grand final is they're able to keep their safe lane really close to their tower constantly. They're not losing lane control on their safe lane, and it's allowing for them to have very good creep equilibrium, and that then in return makes Collapse forced to play much safer.
Quite able to close the gap on the courier. Rather on his own.
Perasaan terbangnya dikejar.
Nice little circle around the tree line will keep Collapse away from the two of them.
He's actually a player that very often manages to get these jukes where he kind of takes a route that people don't expect him to, and gets out of these tricky situations. Wonder if he can get out now though.
Itu creepnya dibegituin biar lama tuh.
A fair bit of damage. Does still have the skewer for a follow-up impetus, or the combo of Arme can close in on him.
Yep, Faith Beyond getting initiated on bottom. Flies used, meta's used, but immediate TP out.
Mantap Kunka.
Again, great presence of mind. You can tell why these players are in the grand finals. They're not giving anything away for free.
Gak ada ulti
it's not
wewe,
like
gak ada
neither team's attempting to make moves. It's just both teams are really on top of it. As mid.
Tapi towernya kena damage sih, lagi meta kayaknya.
Flies off to the side here, Toronto Tokyo. In fact, over in the triangle, they are able to catch out. Or in fact, well, he did deny the bounty ring, but it will cost him his life coming over for that one there, as Team Spirit were prepared for that move.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo picks up the illusion rune there. So a little bit of miscoordination there. I think if you time that Ancient Seal a bit better, generally speaking, you know, you're going to use the X into Torrent. If you get the silence after the Torrent goes off, then the potential to get the boat in is there. And I think if they did the combo that way, they might have gotten the kill. But of course, the fear of Ember potentially dodging the Torrent with a slide.
Kunka Dikan.
Yeah, now they've sort of shown their hand mid. It's going to be hard for them to make that play again. Top lane. The Nightmare set up on top lane. Collapse. It's got enough damage. Doesn't look like quite. The Shockwave will miss. Still trying to chase down Arme, but the Shockwave and Skewer already expended. There's no further threat here against the Tiny. Arme is going to be fine.
That's good pressure though. They force them off of the lane. They finally have managed to get lane control up top, and immediately when they get it, they have the opportunity to pressure the Tiny. So force them off the wave, force them to go into the jungle, and he doesn't have any sustain, right? So he's going to have to spend gold for the next region.
They're going for him early on here with the three of them. Surrounding the turret like Yatoro, he's trapped in the trees.
Nice.
The moves from the supports of PSG.LGD start to come in. See the counterplay attempted. Set up with the Nightmare, but a TP's already coming over for Nothing to Say. He'll be ready to fight if Team Spirit push any further, and they won't. They'll respect the potential of a backup coming in for Arme. They step away to not be caught out by the combo of the Kunka.
Oh.
Yeah, Battle of the Power Rune now resumes. It's about 30 seconds left, so both teams probably talking about which supports can we bring to the runes, who can be there in time to help out. One haste, one DD, it can change the flow of the game entirely.
Toronto Tokyo also just sort of cutting the wave, maybe getting the momentum of the mid lane. in such a state that he'll have that ability to check the rune, but yeah, PSG.LGD just fully on it.
DD, it's a big rune. This allows you now to have the damage to potentially burst a hero that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. And bottom lane, Faithbeyond's really trying to pressure this tower. And now that he's forced out the Arctic burn from Imposhka, Imposhka has to play very safe. He can't really sit there and be as annoying anymore and just continuously nuke the creeps. So expect this bottom tower to start falling. Meanwhile, top, is doing a great job of just defending.
He's clearing out the wave, holding off the pressure. Something that Team Spirit can't quite do themselves. Down bottom.
So here, it's an important smoke here that LGD are doing. They recognize that is going to sit at the tower. The Radiant team can't really defend their own bottom tower. So what are they going to do? They're going to mirror your play. They're going to go and attempt to take top lane tier 1 tower. So the smoke up here, it's a preemptive move in case Team Spirit tries to do something. But Spirit reads it perfectly. They are aware.
And making sure not to get caught out by these early moves as PSG.LGD do start to slowly ramp up an early gold advantage. Now hitting the 1k lead, they'll be able to catch themselves. A lonely Bane in the river, Mira.
Yeah, and Yator actually gives his position away. He used the reflection there, so now they know the Terrorblade's in the triangle. And you can look bottom, Faithbeyond has absolutely no fear. There's no hero that could gank him in any shape, way, or form. So he's off to a really good start. And when we talked about the draft coming into it, it's all about timings, right? So you want, ideally, for him to finish up his Helm of the Overlord and the Aghanim Scepter before 20 minutes. And if the game continues the way it is right now, it's highly likely to happen.
Kelihatan nih stacknya si Spirit kalau dia ada stack nih.
Spirit, I do want to try and put the pressure up top. Try and push Arme out of this top area of the map. See in the mid lane. Trying for the catch, but again, Toronto Tokyo fully prepared.
Yep.
Well out of the way.
Spirit are aware that the boat was used, and that means the top tower is very unlikely to be defended.
It's hard for them to get on top of Arme. Again, playing smart with the Avalanche, putting a stop to the combo. And now time's been bought for PSG.LGD to come around. Yatoro immediately out with the TP. Doesn't want to be around here anymore. Mira will get found in the trees though. Another death there on the Bane as PSG.LGD continue to fight back against Spirit's attempts to get something done whilst the pushes are coming in elsewhere from PSG.LGD there. Definitely getting a little bit more done in this first 10 minutes.
Yep, they absolutely are. And first creep here on the Lycan. This allows you to take away the level 4 Flame Guard from the Ember, which is his major fighting tool right now in the early game. So
tengah juga hancur.
Immediately has to back off. This tower is gone.
Predik gua satu benar berarti.
A second tier 1 tower.
Yang mana?
Barak pertama hancur sebelum menit 20.
Tower.
Hah? Oh, barak ya? Ih, gue tadi mikirnya tower anjir.
Kan gue udah bilang, PD banget tuh 20.
Oh iya, pantesan. Lupa gue. Gue malah ingetnya tower tadi. Wah, tuh udah diambil sih. Belum dicolong.
Gue pikir bakal dicolong tadi.
I think very likely they're going to try to make some counter move where they try to set up a play where they expect LGD to do something and they know where their heroes are going to be and then they're set up ready to take that fight. I don't really expect them to make some aggressive smoke. Most likely around some enemy tower or in order to defend one of their own.
Dari kemarin gue liat yang main Likan dia nggak beli sepatu ya, emang jalannya cepet apa?
Oh my god, Faithbeyond is so annoying.
Mananya dibakar dong.
Tokyo's trying to farm jungle with his Flame Guard, but he's just purging it off every single time.
And he's taking all the camps himself, Faithbeyond here with the walls.
Oh, ultinya doang.
Yeah, and it's a tough position to be in if you're Team Spirit. You've really drafted this very late game heavy draft. You know it's going to take a long time for you to come online. I think if you see a team like OG play December Spirit, he probably would have gone for more of a slight chain build and try to make moves, try to set up tempo, and try to break up the pace of the game. But Toronto Tokyo opted to go for the more farm heavy route. So their draft is going to come online much later than PSG.LGD's. That's why they're allowed to dominate the early game the way they have been.
Malah Centaurnya Enchantress lagi tuh. Dia curi cuma 30. Beberapa puluh tadi.
54.
54 ya.
Yep. And if we take a look at the vision game, which we've been talking about so much during this series, because it's just so important, you notice you have the scouting wolves from Faithbeyond, so there's extra 2 wards basically that are running around the map and providing vision for LGD. And then on top of that, the Team Spirit wards are so defensively placed right outside of their own towers, protecting their triangle and protecting their tier 2 bottom tower. So it's not really giving them any information about what's going on in the game. They don't really see any heroes on these wards. whilst LGD feel very comfortable moving around the map. So vision superiority definitely in favor of LGD. They understand what's going on the game right now much better than Team Spirit does. Team Spirit's playing exclusively off of game sense.
You can see the confidence from PSG.LGD because of that vision control. Smoke ups, they swing through the triangle here of Team Spirit. Gets caught out on the top. They don't. It's all right.
Oh, he always sniffs it out. Yator's so good at sniffing it out, I feel like.
Yeah, and he's made the call for Collapse to back off as well. They're both out of here.
Yeah, and this is purely a game sense read. This is him looking at the minimap, understanding what LGD is doing, and responding to it perfectly. There was no information of that play coming. Wonderfully done.
Mereka udah ultra instinct anjay.
There's a little bit of a play attempt set up in the bottom lane.
Gila.
But they just don't have the damage.
It's just with the two of them. Not a job.
Kalau kita ambil jungle kok bisa kena game sih?
Yatoro, he's making his way over.
Maybe indeed with the Terrorblade and the Metamorphosis they could get the damage done if they get a grip onto Arme. Here's tanky though, 2.4.
Kalau mereka udah Indra ke 6. Kayaknya semua kesini mereka.
Mati tadi.
Nightmare setup, instantly TPs are coming in. See if they can do the damage quick enough. Yatoro focusing down with the Metamorphosis and the illusions. They'll be able to take it. They kill off Arme. Mystic Flare's coming in, but Yatoro is able to sidestep it. PSG.LGD, can they get a grab in return? Nothing to say.
Itu support loh yang
Trying to
kasih damage
charge in. See Mirror head into the trees, trying to distract them from the rest of them, but here comes the Micro. From White, he's able to lock down Maposhka here with a setup from the Centaur, dragged back into the combo. He'll try his best to break the combo. Nothing to say here with the curse thrown out Maposhka, but he will still end up going down. Still though, Spirit, they'll take that. They got in, they're able to take Arme off the map. Yatoro is able to continue to farm here with the benefit of Collapse and the Empower.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but they did use both the Lycan form and the boat. And if we think about how LGD wants to play this game, it's important for them to have their cooldowns to get big kills or get big moments. While Team Spirit are happy every time nothing's happening in the game, they feel like they're getting ahead. They feel like they're progressing their game. And that's exactly what's going on now, right? They know there's no Lycan form, there's no boat, there's no team fight that's going to happen in the next 2 minutes. And they're very happy about that.
Yeah, we're seeing as well Toronto, Tokyo able to silently play his game here. He's been getting a lot of space.
Flash farm.
See already with this time with the first time pick up the Yules, he's already rather hard for PSG.LGD to catch. He's got the Javelin on his way towards the Maelstrom, so his game, his farm's certainly going to be picking up pretty soon here. See PSG.LGD are able to find any more action to keep this league going. Arme in the neighborhood, ready to brawl in the jungle of Spirit if Spirit give it to them, but so far in this game 5, Spirit, they've returned to sort of that fantastic ability to read the moves and just avoid any sort of engagement that is not preferable for them to be involved in.
Yeah, and I think when you're playing some sort of like Enchantress Skywrath type draft, you want to be getting kills right now. You want to be punishing them. And if you take a look at the graphs, it's been about a 2 to 3k lead for most of the game. They're not really progressing on LGD's side. Yes, they're ahead, but they're not getting more ahead. And with their style of draft, you want to be getting more ahead as a game progresses. So it's looking like that 20-minute timing really is going to be everything for them.
Absolutely, especially now with the Shadow Blade done on Arme. I mean, he is ready to be an incredible killer at this stage, of course. The power of the Tiny, ready to rock and roll.
Oh, ini milik tim mana yang menang?
Yeah, I think the 2 supports from Team Spirit are going to be really, really important for this upcoming team fight. Because if Bane is able to get a grip on the Tiny for long enough for TB to take good positioning and output damage, that might just be enough for them to win the game. If this Tiny goes down,
tim Hore gitu.
PSG.LGD's draft has nothing. It's all about Arme.
Ini kan gambar megapon gitu kan. Beri dukungan kayak.
Nggak tahu deh ya.
He's just got himself Shinkyu behind him.
Oh, udah jadi. Overlord.
Hang around to try and hunt him down.
Iya sih.
Yeah, Maposhka with the read. He does have a sentry. Looks like he might have ran up with that wave if Ahmed didn't.
Hampir kena tuh wewe anjir.
So if we take a look at items, you see the Winter Wyvern's building the blink. He understands one good curse, you know? It's all about getting the one good spell off. So having the positioning, staying back, and then blinking at the right moment, that's going to be what he's going for. And they're giving him space, right? They're letting Maposhka sit down here to try to finish up the blink.
Jadi kehilangan tempo, anjir. Bisa-bisa TB-nya gendong. Terus maksudnya kalau mainnya bener,
running these 3 melee cores that want to be charging in at you.
Tadi awal-awal dong di
galakin. Winter's curse to come out in these team fights.
Yeah, there definitely is. And if you look at Yatoro, he's building up for the Eye of Skadi. He wants to be tanky enough to tank the damage and then potentially get a Sunder off. That's going to be the game for him. If he's able to stand his ground with Skadi and
udah jadi
him, he might just be able to be tanky enough to stay alive.
Nggak tahu, dia mau langsung Skadi kayaknya deh.
the one person who's really not getting any farm in this game right now is Collapse. He's kind of understood that, you know what, I'm just going to get my shard, and I'm going to be happy with that. If I can have it by 20 minutes, that's everything I need.
We've seen before from Collapse how much he can get done with limited resources.
Biar nggak satu hit
Certainly
kali.
something to be feared. Something that got tripped up in the game, of course, where Jinkyu had the Rubik to deal with it. Something that isn't, of course, here this time round. So a bit more free of a game for Collapse to make his moves occur.
Barang-barangnya Spirit udah pada jadi.
Both teams are just waiting for this 20 minutes. I mean, if the pacing keeps going like this, I mean, LGD's going to hit their timing, and then you really got to look at that team fight. The nice thing about having so much time right now is I expect Team Spirit to be really ready for that fight when it comes. But look at this. LGD are going to try to make a move right before it.
Anjir, klipnya bisa smoke anjir. Bisa kena smoke. Enak banget buat ini, buat mantau.
Anjay, ketahuan.
Likely going to be some action following it.
Great read from Spirit again.
Ketahuan lagi nge-smoke
And
anjir.
look up top. Yatoro's just farming. 5 heroes committed down here for LGD. But Yatoro has the space that he wants.
Gara-gara creepnya tiba-tiba muncul.
Jinkyu, nothing to say, they're going to try. Collapse, he's going to go with the RP just onto Jinkyu. Drag the Scarab underneath the tower. It will lose the wave in return, but Yatoro's ready to turn up the grips there. They've caught nothing to say underneath the tower. Yatoro's bit this off for now though. Side of Fist comes out as they're looking to turn on, nothing to say, they get him. Jump forward with the remnant, he's looking for more. Tokyo with the chains onto both Y and Arme. Arme goes down. Y and Fabian lost your life, but not for long. That Shockwave claims the life of the Enchantress. The Spirit collapses to the Thunderhide of Fabian.
Mati sama Ancient Crypt.
Claimed by Yatoris and more money for them on the defense. An aggressive dive underneath the tier 2 tower. But as we said, the turnaround, it's absolutely there. Yatoro's able to get involved. And PSG.LGD, they get punished.
Yeah, beautifully done by Team Spirit. But keep in mind, RP was expended, Metamorphosis was expended, 20-minute timing coming up, and Roshan's available too. So, huge rune, Arcane rune for Ember. This could be a game-winning rune for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think once we see that Lycan form come up, expect them to make some kind of move. Actually, Tiny's missing a gold for his shard, so
kalau
probably
belum
not
ada
going to be able
ini.
to use his timing. So great fight for Spirit all around.
Maksudnya cuma buat ngambilin Ancient Crypt doang. Iya, sama lari-lari doang.
I mean, Poshka's maybe even already leading into more action.
Support,
so the Winter's Curse at the
mereka
ready.
berantemnya bawa tower sih.
So Toronto, Tokyo,
dalam.
and Collapse up here ready to play around him as well.
Yeah, Faith Beyond's about 1,000 gold away from the Ags.
Collapse. He's got that horn toss. He's got that setup. Quick catch and a drag back on the Jinkyu. Gets him in reach of the rest of the team.
Ini meta Tiny kan melawan meta Magnus.
Yep, and Collapse has recognized that, you know, the idea from LGD here is to silence so he can't get the screw back. Very similar to how the Rubik functioned in the last game, but this time around they're just going to try to use this silence from Skywrath.
Dia mulai main awal-awal nih.
Great game understanding.
Momentum ya.
Straight to the pit now as well. Even just with the one member down with no Sky, no Jinkyu, it's still enough that PSG.LGD feel that they cannot take this fight there. Letting this go to Spirit.
Iya, free Aegis ini.
I feel like the pacing of the game right now, it really does favor Team Spirit. And they expect LGD to make some kind of move to try to break it up. I think they can't just let them farm out this expect something to happen before that.
Iya kan?
Mau satanik langsung nih.
Oh, it's such a calm before the storm kind of moment, I feel like. You see Toronto Tokyo is slowly farming up his items. I mean, this Ember Spirit's been a beast this event. And he's only 1,000 gold off of his own Aghanims. And then after that comes a shard, and then there's just fire remnants everywhere.
And he hasn't been caught yet this game. 1-0-3.
Anjay.
Struggled to contain Toronto Tokyo in this early stage.
Dede.
So we're gonna have that DD rune ready for the next fight. Level 18. He's
empower.
He's gonna hurt some of these heroes on the back line. They're not gonna stand much of a chance at all.
Jinkyu.
And why? They better be pretty scared. Toronto Tokyo making the jump in on them.
Yeah, the positioning of the supports, it's really, I think, the story of this game. Because both front lines are so tanky. I don't really think they're going to go down without the assistance of the supports from both sides. So Maposhka and Mira going up against Y and Jinkyu. They both have very, very tough positions to be in. You're going to have Ember remnanting into your backline, chasing the Skywrath, chasing the Enchantress. And at the same time, if Tiny gets on top of you, you're just dead. If he gets eyes on you, you're gone.
And here's that timing. So they've got the Yags ready on Faith Beyond. Ready to make the move here, as you say. They don't want to be held back by the idea that Yatoro's got an Aegis. They want to fight
networknya masih gedean ini.
Yeah, they understand. If we wait too long, then Yatoro's going to be too strong. And here
Wah,
we go.
udah jadi tuh. Agak anime tuh.
They see him.
Set up for success.
Wah, ini nih.
Ini nih.
Towards Yatoro.
OTB lagi kalau
Oscar
didapet sih.
Tokyo and Collapse setting up across the cliffside as
Nggak
well. Will be the
berani
first to
dia
get poked
maju.
upon. See how Team Spirit want to tackle this.
There's a DD on
Looking for
front of
Ox's
Tokyo.
Collapse. He's in. He has to be caught out by the Ancient Seal, so no skewer to follow. Why?
Chains.
Nah kan,
back up.
satu aja. Nice
Anything they
silence,
can do to
nice
save
silence.
their Enchantress. I mean, does White need saving at all? He's going to need to.
Sakit
The
banget.
Nightmare holds him back.
Yeah, Wolf Form both used on Lycan as well as Tiny. So this means full reset. Now, Team Spirit are in control of the pace. They get to decide what happens in this game.
Yeah, they could push Aegis, Metamorphosis, ready for use here. Tier 2s could be on the table for Team Spirit.
Looking for some kind of pickoff. They know LGD can't fight back if they get on top of their heroes right now.
They've got their eyes on mid. Yatoro starting to rack up the gold again after the Skadi. 2,800. He's got that butterfly queued up. Knows that they're not going to be wanting to pick up any sort of true strike anytime soon here on the heroes. PSG.LGD, the evasion would be huge.
Nggak mau meta nge-push.
I wonder if it's enough though.
No,
I like the idea of
Badak.
the Satanic more. Yeah, he's going for the Satanic. I really like this because if he can survive the Tiny combo, if he can get
Dia aja
through
males
it,
ngejar
with Purge
Badaknya
off the
aja.
silence from the Skywrath,
Ini
you can
lari
get one hit off
cepet
and then
tebal
sunder.
gitu.
Yeah, the dispel's beautiful.
I mean, if you're a Team Spirit fan, you're very happy with the pacing of this game. You saw LGD being unable to use their first timing of the game to really do anything. So
Lihat B-nya
if this
darahnya
keeps happening
3.000
like
anjir.
2-3 more times, then you're in the late
Ben-nya.
game. And
TB
boy,
darahnya
Team
3.000.
Spirit
Oh,
geared up to
TB.
take that late game.
Udah sama kayak Tiny.
Ready with the setup top. Toronto, Tokyo
Udah
in this
Ganim dia.
rune.
Ya, udah jadi agak.
Ready to go. See if he can get a
Siapa?
surprise jump onto PSG
Ember.
LGD. Why?
Oh iya, Ember.
It's the closest right now. It's just the two supports playing up here, really. Putting themselves in the most dangerous position whilst the cores are able to farm on the safer side of the map.
I think Team Spirit are going to look for some sort of smoke for this bottom triangle ward. This is a ward that they usually fight around when they have it, so let's see what they do. It
Ini mah
looks
nggak ada
like
yang
they're moving
bisa
over. Gem on
berhentiin
and push
TB
that. They
kalau
understand the
TB udah
importance of
nyerang.
the vision this game. And there's no tombstone this time, right? They don't have that kind of teamfight vision
Anjay,
tool on Team
81%
Spirit
loh
as they
Spirit.
did, or sorry, on LGD as they did in the previous two games. Now
Spirit
they're
belum
relying
pernah
on the
menang kan
wolves.
ya?
So having the
Belum
gem
sih.
secures you that there's no wolves on
Belum
top
sih
of you.
itu.
They don't see where you're moving. They don't know what's going on. So
LGD
great
juga kayaknya belum
pick by
pernah.
Miposhka,
Udah jadi
understanding the
bukan
importance of
yang tim dari Cina yang menang apa?
Beda-beda. Bukan deh,
It's a tense
setahu
game.
bukan deh.
I mean, you know, the Team
Mana
Spirit's
nih?
got the solid jump,
Smoke
but
nih,
PSG
barangnya.
LGD, they
Solid
put
nih.
the hard hit. If they can get in with the
Oh,
tiny ball, we're going to see
Oh,
Collapse commit.
hidup.
He's in with the horn toss. He's going to look to separate. Nothing to say for the rest of the team. Feeds grip as well, locking down
Holy
the Kunka.
shit.
They get the quick grab. Nothing to say. Out for a minute.
10 seconds on the Aegis, and once
Tiny
again, the
nya
wolf
berubah.
forms are used, but Am is deciding to retreat. They don't see the opening they want. There's no buyback on the Kunka.
Yeah, it's hard to fight with one of their most farmed cores right now in the game. They
Tipikalnya.
need them all up, really, to tackle Team Spirit head on. Bit of timing left on the Metamorphosis, so Team Spirit, they can push on. 26 minutes
Masih belum
in.
membuahkan hasil
Starting to
tapi
take down this tier 2 tower.
Up top, ooh, quick fingers. Jumped away from the stun of the Tiny.
It's the fortification is soon to be coming to an end. You see Spirit, they're happy to go for the dives behind the towers. Toronto Tokyo is in, and he's found himself Jin Q.
Great recognition there. You know,
mati
Tiny
supportnya
initiates on
udah.
you top. What does that mean? That means there's no heroes mid to fight. Immediately dives in. Wherever the Tiny is not, Team Spirit have massive freedom to make moves.
Kan Solar Crash dia
The
mainnya
Tiny,
si
it's really
Enchantress.
all about this Tiny. And two
Kenapa dia
last
pick
wolf forms
Enchantress
have not
coba?
gone PSG.LGD's way. In fact, the
Dia
game
mau
is slowly
bener-bener
swinging
boost
into
buat
Team Spirit's
solo
favor, and they're
Tiny-nya kayaknya
kind of
ya.
getting past that impossible timing
Iya.
of fighting this Tiny.
Oh, Collapse. He's got another grab. Jumps in. Why? He's gone.
Baru juga.
Yeah, if you're PSG.LGD right now, you really gotta try to find a way to
Gila.
catch
Max
Team
jadi
Spirit off guard.
ngeri gitu ya.
But they have the gem. They're setting up their vision smartly. They're playing around where
Ngeri
they
emang.
can see the dire heroes. If you look at the minimap, look at where they're positioned. Bottom side of the map, 2 hill wards here to cover any sort of entrance that LGD try to make. So they're always aware of what's going on. Very smart positioning on the map here. Team Spirit recognize that as long as we just delay the game, we don't feed, we don't give away anything for free, we're in a good position. Yatoro will carry us.
It's alright. In position now to maybe push down a threat in another tier 2 tower. See the setup, looking for Toronto Tokyo, but again, he senses something's up and they don't get that catch.
Yatoro now beating on the bottom tier 2 tower, doesn't get any sort of response. Means now they expect most of the LGD heroes to be on the top side of the map.
Kalau tadi kira bakal ini LGD yang impostor.
Below 20. It's a scary decision to make. I don't envy carry players that have to make this decision at this position in the game.
Oh, satu anak udah jadi bikin kristalis nih.
How hard does one push it into the base of PSG.LGD? Doesn't look like they want to.
I think the idea here is to try to force the LGD heroes back into the base, so that they then can
for
play
X
around their
bahannya
own
dari
wards,
apa kok
and
itu?
then potentially move over to the top side, remove any sort of vision that LGD has,
Oh.
and then get map control that way. And you know, with these illusions pushing safely, you're forced to respond.
Dia nggak kena.
He's not able to get the grab back on Nothing to Say. So Nothing to Say, BKB's up a mirror, holding it for the longer of the feed, gets cancelled by the Avalanche. So Winter's Curse coming to a quick end as PSG.LGD now charging out the base. Bo comes crashing down onto Mirror.
Blunder lagi.
Salah looking to back up and reset inside the base. Toronto Tokyo, he's diving in. Past the tier 3s, he's able to take out Nothing to Say. Look at the Remnant over to the side, he's got his eyes over towards Y. Or maybe even more actually, he's holding on to that, not jumping back quite yet. As they've killed off 2. And with 2 dead, they may just have the room here to push up to the high ground. Yatoro, he's stepping up. Still a bit longer with the Metamorphosis left. They're taking this tier 3 tower. There's going to have to be buybacks. Jinkyu back into the game. But a tier 3 taken here. Some damage being done to the Rex as well. No Kunkka for 40 seconds.
Yeah, and no wolf fight.
Collapse.
Wah.
Jumps in, drags back on
Baru
the
juga
square.
bebek.
Jinkyu, he's gone for 70. Another man down on PSG.LGD Spirit. They'll keep the push going.
Sedih sih LGD sih.
Kena lagi dong.
There it is. He's in. Drag back on Y. He just can't stop finding them collapse. Every single time. Pick off after pick off.
Sumpah MVP-nya
stand
maknus sih.
anywhere near
Gila
Spirit.
sih.
No, you absolutely can't. And Yatoro's recognizing, you know, I don't have meta. I don't have my strongest spell, but neither do they. And he's just pushing it here. I think they're going to keep going for these buildings. They do not seem afraid. There's so much confidence right now in how they're playing. They get the buyback. He's the next mark, but he's 3,000 HP.
So tanky.
Aduh.
Sunder, Satanic at the ready if he ever feels threatened.
But look at this. LGD are coming in from behind. They recognize that they can't go on the front line. They need to catch the backline heroes.
They're going to try and go for the easy kill first, or at least the easier, maybe. But no, it's not. TP out there, able to stop it. Arme's in with the combo. They catch the Bane. They need more, though. Nothing to say in the team. Doesn't look like they're going to get it. Meposhka's off into the trees. They won't be able to find him to stop that escape. Team Spirit, they take a Rex, they take a tier 3 in the mid lane. They only end up losing a Bane, pushing them up now to an 8k lead against PSG.LGD.
Yep, and once again, both the wolf forms are expended. So
Tapi TB-nya iya sih, agak bisa mati sih.
Seconds. Team Spirit are going to eye it up.
It's going to get even harder to deal with Yatoro now. He's got the full silver edge done, so the ability to sort of duck in and out of the fight.
Supportnya dipilih satu anjir.
He is going to be a right
Kalau
nightmare to deal
nggak
with.
bisa di silence kayak itu, Marcus nggak bisa
But
mati.
you definitely feel that at the moment, with the timings
Dia
that they've hit,
nggak
Spirit
bikin mati.
are so much harder to deal with
Udah nggak ada yang
than
bisa
it is for them
cancel
to
di
take down
LGD, dia udah
PSG.LGD.
BKB.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, udah BKB.
But he's about to get caught here.
Mati lagi deh.
There's collapse. The Hortos dropping the RP. The BKB was out in time. He's into the invis, but the physical.
Nggak ada rasanya, cowok.
Yatoro is focusing down Arme. Arme's trying to run, but he can't get away from him. Arme out for 80. They're ready to chase for more collapse. Skewing in to close the distance.
Aduh, LGD.
Set up there as well with the cards. They're ready to close up onto Fate Beyond as well.
Ditarik ke belakang.
Back into the claws of Spirit.
Team Spirit has lasted through the hardest part of the game. Now, everything is theirs. They just need to play this calmly, don't overextend, recognize that as long as we play around our own timings, this game is firmly in our grip.
Langsung di first pick tadi
There's no
Marcusnya.
buyback. It's only Nothing to Say. And why left here for the defense? As Team Spirit,
Wah, GG kah?
they're onto the tier 4s.
GG kah?
But there's still
GG udah.
long seconds before
Sumpah
they get
gamenya
their
nanti
2
klimaks
cores
banget
back in the
anjir,
game.
bodoh banget
PSG.
Oh ini ada yang keluar satu, langsung ditarik sih.
I don't think they have enough time to wait for Tiny to respawn.
See how carefully Team Spirit play it.
Goes back.
There's still 20 seconds, no army. They can push.
Waduh.
They can push this Spirit. They don't need a back. 20 seconds without army. They're gonna look for that before they close it up. Jump ball for collapse.
Udah GG.
goes down. Nothing to say as well. HX point, nothing to say. Has a buyback. 8 seconds until army with the ancient. They're looking to close it up.
They're
They can
hitting the
taste
ancient.
the championship. They can taste the money, but the backdoor protection kicks in. The backdoor protection is in. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. PSG.LGD, they'll start now to force Spirit back out the base. Miposhka will get himself out with a blink. They just need to reset Spirit.
They're trying to get out. Faith Beyond's on top of Mira though.
So they've got the curse, holding back the Lycan. Why? Being a bit of a nuisance off to the side. Gets the impetus onto Mira, but why? It's chased down by Collapse. You saw they've got him.
Sumpah dia kalau bisa nangkep Embernya.
Long mana. James holds it back, but now with the BKB armor.
He has buyback though.
Straight back in with the Remnant.
Masih ada 2 remnantnya.
Wah kena silent cok.
Collapse. BKB. Still back into the clutches of Yatora. Yatora. They're going to be able to lock him down with the LP. Where's the detection? Where's the detection?
No detection.
They need to see him. They don't get to see him. Army. He's going to live. He's going to turn towards Mira. He's still very low here. And then on slide chain, they get him. They finish him off.
Ada BB dia cok.
Nothing to say.
What a TP.
What a TP. He's out. He's alive.
Anjir,
So,
anjir.
no buyback on Toronto Tokyo. No buyback on Faith
boy.
No buyback
Masih
on Ame.
bisa
Oh
loh.
my goodness.
There is a Roshan.
There is.
Oh, I thought that was gonna
Tadi
be it.
komentator sampai ngomong nggak jelas aja.
Protection kicks in. PSG.LGD are able to pull together a defense. They lose their tier 4s, but the ancient still stands.
Yep.
Oh,
Satanic used
kasih
some
darah
as
dia
well.
pakai satanik.
You can feel the nerves. I can feel it. It's just so much on the line. Just one sentry word could have won them the game there, but support's unfortunately not able to get into range.
Let's see what they can do around this pit. They're still down 16k PSG.LGD.
Script biasa dong yang diambil.
Can they make any sort of steal? They've already managed to set up here.
Sumpah kena ban mulu.
Straight to work. Yatora coming in with the BKB. The Kaes holds back arm out the side. Nothing to say. He's going to go down. Out for 110. Yatora's ready to step over to his next target. He's looking over towards Arme. Collapse. Popping the BKB. And Miposhka keeping himself alive with the cold embrace. Spirit. They'll turn over towards Arme, but Arme's still got the BKB. He's killed off another support. He's looking at Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo by some of the yours. He's got another remnant. Slight miss into the remnant up to the high ground. He's away. Both teams again. Yeah, sneaking around under the cover of these silver edges. Watching one another.
Metamorphosis is out, but so is the 2 wolf forms. So both teams taking it safe right now. But look at walk on the cliff.
Ketahuan.
Dude, look at how carefully they're playing it. They're scared to walk up here and try to kill him.
Watch like. Oh, they got him. They'll take him off the cliff.
But look at Roche! Oh, he's killing Roche!
No, he can't do it, surely. Blink out time, Collapse. He's got his eyes on him. Still nothing to say or why for 50 seconds.
Ame's alone.
He's gone in alone. That was a risky move. He's got the back of a Xingqiu. But Spirit, they're going to chase on. Slight chase. Oh, no, he's gone. 2 minutes, no Tiny. Ancient exposed. Spirit. They'll make the walk.
Rasanya dilepas anjir langsung dipus.
They're not waiting for the creeps.
They're ready to close it this time.
Nggak ada buyback.
Only 2 left. Can they stop a PSG.LGD? I don't think they can. GG's got it.
GG.
It's over. GG's. They've got it. They have done it. Team Spirit. They come into the grand finals.
Anjir.
They go over PSG.LGD. Game 3 and Game 4. PSG.LGD, they hit back. But the Game 5.
Underestimate anjir. Dilepas maksudnya.
Spirit. They come back with the same
pusing kepala gue nontonnya.
To the grand finals, and what a road it has been. They take down Fnatic, OG, VP, IG, Secret, and now in a best of 5.
Main-main itu makhluk banget. Makhluknya bikin stress internet game tau.
They defeat PSG.LGD.
Naik-naik.
The favorites coming into the tournament.
Absolutely, and they don't just defeat any PSG.LGD. They beat PSG.LGD.
Itu yang
playing their
pakai
best draft.
Maktos yang
This is
mana tuh
all the
collapse?
heroes that PSG.LGD wanted.
Iya si
Like
collab.
Seb touched on.
Yang mana orang itu?
Tiny, they invented this.
Gak
This
tahu
was the
gua.
most dominant combo
Gua
of
udah
this
gak liat lagi
tournament.
videonya,
And
udah
they
kesel
beat
gua
it.
aja.
They figured out how to beat it.
Udah gua close.
And they beat the best team at playing it.
I mean, it's
Wah,
insane
reward
as
gue
well.
mah.
4 of them, their first
Bete
TI.
banget anjay ngeliatnya. Mainnya begitu coba. Bagus awalnya gitu.
Oh, video
Kayak gitu
buffer.
That's crazy.
Sama.
Toronto, Tokyo, collapse.
Iya.
Tapi gila banget ya emang.
They've been on the TI main stage.
Maksudnya gokil sih.
Been it before, but
Asli.
only top 8 this time. Leading the
Lu
boys
bisa kayak gitu masa?
championship title. And taking home $18 million in
Nyadar
Stadium.
diri dikit lah.
It's
Nggak pernah
unbelievable.
masuk.
I know before this tournament I was streaming and people would ask me like, where do you think Team Spirit are gonna place? And I honestly said, on a good day, if everything goes your way, maybe top 6. I never saw this coming. Not in a million years. What an unbelievable performance.
What a story, what a road, what a dream here.
Kenapa nggak 3-0 aja di awal? Kenapa harus 2-2 terus dibalas lagi 1? Jangan.
International Tag Champions.
Contak sih lagian dia. Diratain Magnus mulu, lu bodoh banget kelihatannya kan. Gimana coba?
Saya tamat div katanya. Lu 7
Sakit sininya cuma ya gitu. TW-nya lebih sakit. Magnusnya juga itu sih.
Peran Magnusnya anjir. Magnus sama bandnya anjir.
Gila sih emang.
Bandnya tuh GG banget. Oke, ada
Especially for these fucking guys.
dan stream guys.